Hello and welcome to Crystal's Live Auctions and Buy It Now, live from the 400-hour, 16-day live stream record-breaking broadcast. Yeah, you guys are part of the world record. How do you feel about that? All right. Share this out. Tag your friends in. Tag the group members. Hi, Candace. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming tonight. Hi, Melissa. Welcome, everybody. Let's get some numbers up. Otherwise, you know the rules. We get to 20 people, we do a giveaway. All right, tonight is a consignment sale. So let's get started with the first flash sale of the night, $5 an item. I am by myself once again. So you'll have to bear with me. All right, ladies, size 8.5, like new, tennis shoes, $5. Just tell me you want the item. All right. Why don't we number that? 164 on them shoes. All right, I have a boutique shirt, size large, with the cheetah print arms. This one's in orange, size large, number 169. I have a pair of juniors, size 13. Cute pants here, khaki in color. Got all these cool little pockets. All right. That'll be number 127 for $5. I have size 8, and I'm guessing in little girls. Size 8. It's got a cute little charm here. It's absolutely an adorable pair of pants. Size 8 for $5. That is number 104. I have girls extra large 14-16 zip up fleece super soft jacket. It's getting to be that season. That will be number 115. Yep. Got a couple more $5 items, and then I'll go and look and see what you all decided on. This is a large, extra large by Knox Ross. It's a neat little sleeveless sweater, long. I know this is meant for a smaller person, but I'll show you how it hangs. You guys can see me. It hangs down to past my knees. So, and that will be item 158. Or 128, sorry, 128. My last item in the $5 box is another, this is a size small. This is a size small shirt from the boutique with the cheetah print arms. And this is item number 141. Let me know what you want. Any takers? I'm going to turn that radio down just a little bit. Oh, Melissa. All right. Are the boutique shirts in women's sizes? I believe so, Candace. Melissa. Okay. Yeah. I'm just checking through the comments, making sure that we've only got 7 people watching. Let's share this out. I'm going to go ahead and share the YouTube feed. Out so that we can try and get some more people on. So just bear with me for just a minute. Billy Kelsey, April Miller, Karen Hardy, Jennifer Wright, Katie Ricker. Oh, Katie's already on. Jamie, Christy. Just go. Billy Jones, Black, Mary Bowers, Brandy Doll. I'm just sharing this out real quick, y'all. There was somebody specific that asked me to share, and I can't remember who it was, and I'm really sorry. I can't remember who it is. I don't know who that is. Oh, do 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 do. Just getting this word shared out real quick. Chelsea, Diane, Rose, Susie, Erica, Cindy. All right. All right. I shared it out. If you guys could share it out. Hi, Amanda. No. Okay, let's go back and listen to some royalty-free background music while we do our show. All right. All right. Nobody wants the flash sale items for $5. That's okay. I'm actually going to go ahead and move on to the $3 flash sale. Most of tonight is a flash sale. We do have a few bidding items, but not a crap ton. So, all right. Remember, just ignore the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Right now, that's for the Bill of Rights Network. Unless you want to donate to the Bill of Rights Network, and then therefore, please, by all means. But that has nothing to do with my auction as far as how to pay or anything. All right, this is size extra large, $3. Wonder. Nice, comfy feeling t-shirt. I love the feel of the t-shirt material. And that'll be item 167. Next up, long sleeve size medium, MSU, Missouri State University. And that will be item number 189. 189. We have a ladies extra large. Has a small little zipper up the front. It looks kind of like a boutique shirt, but I'm not sure if it is or not. Super cute. Sleeveless top for $3, item 166. All right, you know that cold season's coming up. And I can't remember, I think the tag was in the bottom here. Get a size for y'all. Size large. Turtleneck. It's really super soft. Feels good on my skin here. Size large, turtleneck for $3. That's white and gold, white and tan, or white and gold, whatever you want to call it. That's number 188. Okay, I have another t-shirt coming up. Size 2X or XXL, Kazumo. Okay, for $3. That's item number 119. Item number 119. I'll show one more item and then I'll see if we have any takers. This is a Vans. So it's name brand, Vans. Size extra large. I would honestly, I don't know if that's a women's extra large or maybe a kid's. Might be a kid's. Not sure. It looks kind of, but extra large, Vans, 168 is your number for $3. There are a few big sizes. It's a little bit of a mixture tonight. Any takers? Share this out, folks. Tag your friends. Let's get those numbers up. Got some great stuff to show you tonight. All right, no takers. Moving on. All right. Size XXL or 2XL 20. Look at that. That's so pretty. It's got the sparkly silver in it. And that will be number 178. Item 178 for $3. This is a large, limited edition Desire. And it says Tomato Paradise, estimated 1962. Nice t-shirt. It says it's a large, might fit like an extra large. That one is item number 144. This one here says, I'm a bun making, tuition paying, Leo washing, chair sitting, finger crossing, perfect 10 hopping gymnastics mom. And it's, let's see if there's a tag on the inside. There is no tag. I would say this is an extra large. Gymnastics mom, extra large, item number 184. Next up, I have a pair of black jeans by Banana Republic. Classic straight leg, size 14. Size 14 by Banana Republic for $3. That is item number 132. I have a really cute shirt, size small. It could be a dress even, probably. It zips up in the back. Yeah, I'm guessing it's a dress. For $3. Item 108. I'll show you one more item and then I'll look to see. This next item is brand new with tags. LuLaRoe. Size medium. LuLaRoe, size medium. It's a skirt. It's a Lola. LuLaRoe, size medium for $3. Brand new with tags. That'll be item 174. Go to sleep. Get you some rest, buddy.
No, that's all right.
Okay. All right. Thanks for jumping in, Melissa. Because on the flash sale, if you want to buy something, you just say the number. If you say first, it's yours. All right. Any takers? Tough crowd tonight.
Yeah, too many crickets.
Way too many crickets chirping. I need some bug spray.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that was spooky.
All right, this next item is a swimsuit, medium, size 7 to 9. Girls just want to have sun. For $3. Girls just want to have sun. Ladies, medium, 7-9. That is item number 138. First part, for all of you who are new, name of the game on a flash sale. First person to say the name of the item or the number of the item gets that item. I do ship. This is an extra large capris. Extra large capris for $3. That is item number 142. Next item up, medium size 8 in kids.
Who's
Russell.
Facebook user?
Medium size 8 in kids, Russell. Long sleeve. That is item number 146. Next up, medium size 8 in boys. And 1 basketball t-shirt. For $3, item number 176.
Yeah, Gina, that was emotionally strange.
Yes. Oh my God. When I got on there, I had the camera facing the other way. And of course I wasn't on. And I'm just like, oh my God.
Could you imagine?
Wow.
I had to tell Cameron right before the show that he'd be coming on.
Yeah.
Because if I wouldn't have told him, Cameron would have lost it.
Yeah. Ladies, size 12. Nice pants here with pockets. You could probably wear them as scrub pants if you really wanted to. Got pockets down the legs, pockets in the regular size, pockets in the back. That's for $3, and that's item number 147.
Who's the Facebook user? Type your name in.
Yep. Or go to StreamYard.com/Facebook.
April wants 146.
Thank you, April. I'll get you wrote down here in a minute. Rue 21 size 14R, Rue 21, size 14R for $3. That is item number 183. All right, let's see. Any other takers?
Oh. No takers. Slow crowd tonight.
Very. Everybody spent all their money on the fundraiser.
Yeah. What was your final number on that?
I really couldn't tell you. I got a number of 1315 and found out that was incorrect.
Right.
So as soon as Karen lets me know. Now, April, did you see this other one?
It's Facebook user is Joni Aunt Esther.
Joni Easton?
Joni Esther. Aunt Esther.
Oh, Joni's aunt.
Okay.
Got it. All right. Everything in this flash sale is $3. $3. Next item up. Faded Glory, size 14, petite, khaki colored pants.
Yeah, April says need long sleeve stuff.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
Item 129. If you guys were watching this morning, you got the sneak peek.
That's right. She was going through everything.
Halogen, size 14 regular. It's a skirt. Halogen, size 14 regular. Got the slit in the back, got the pockets in the back. It's super cute.
Right.
For $3. That's item number 165. We have JMS, and the tag is cut off.
Right.
But I would guess it's probably a 14 to 16. It's got glittery pockets. It's really cute for $3. Take your chances. Try it on. Item number 186. Next up, size 12L, Eddie Bauer. Khaki colored pants, size 12L. So they're tall. That is number 120. Ladies, size 12. Another skirt. It's a skirt. It's a skirt. It's got the shorts in there. Ladies, size 12. Isn't that cute? Got pockets in the back. Item number 187. I'll show one more item and then we'll ask for final, we'll do the final on this slide. Extra large, 46-48 by Russell. Tennessee Volunteers long sleeve t-shirt for $3. It is made by Russell. It's an extra large in men's, and it is number 182. Any takers? Hi, Debbie. All right, we will move on. The crickets, they are a-chirping tonight.
Yes, they are.
And we've got a big variety on here.
Yeah, we do.
Make sure to check out the CMCS auction group and the CMCS 5 and under bin. I have a lot of really nice stuff posted this week for really cheap. You don't want to miss it. Okay. Maurice's 11-12 regular. Very nice. They look brand new. Maurice's 11-12 regular. They're stretchy. Item number 185. Next up, item number, or these are Venezia Capris, size 20. Venezia Capris, size 20. And that is item number 179. Men's broken in, size 31s, shorts. Men's size 31 shorts. Item 125. Cato, ladies, size large. It's got some length in it. It's very, really good. It's super cute. Ladies size large by Cato. Number 177. Men's. Thinking it's an extra large. Army. I'm just going to say it's an extra large. It might be a bigger. Army. For $3. Item 121. Almost to the bottom of the box. I would say this is a size medium in men's, maybe a large, but I would think more like a medium. It very well could be a large though. Awesome looking shirt there. Number 139. I've got some shorts by Massimo, size 30 in mid. Massimo, size 30. Number 131. Last $3 item. Men's, size 29 by Broken In. Cargo shorts. Number 175. Last call for the $3 flash sale. Any takers? We get 6 more people watching, and we'll have a giveaway tonight. All right, moving on. Take this pair. I'll buy it from her. Self.
Kansas Love wants the 149, the Halloween.
Okay. Gotcha. I'll get her a bag started.
Got to turn the music down a little bit.
Okay.
That's better.
Hi, Jennifer. All right. Let's try some bidding items. Hey, Mike. Welcome. Let's see if we can get some bidding going. I have, and it does have the strap, a Michael Kors purse. It has the strap. I don't know how it hooks on, but it does have the strap. Here's the Michael Kors purse. There's the inside. I'm looking for a $5 bidder. Who give me $5 bid on the Michael Kors purse? Who give me 5? Anybody give me 5? Hi, Ashley. I'm looking for a $5 bid on the Michael Kors purse. It's in really nice shape. Did you do the leggings?
Did you do the leggings?
I think you're on the wrong sale. We're oh yeah, we do have some LuLaRoe tonight.
Yeah.
But I think there's maybe one pair of leggings. We showed a skirt already, new at tags. We've got a couple more items to show. That's LuLaRoe. So, got a couple messages.
Oh.
I was waiting to pay the fundraiser to add shipping. Want me? Nope. Just wait, and we'll do it all at once. Okay. I'll pack it all together, April. I was gonna do shipping today, and my empty box room got the doorway got blocked by a whole bunch of full boxes. So, all right. The crickets are chirping tonight.
Yes, they are.
Not even a purse.
Nope.
Purse. Okay, let's try this one. This is a purse by B2B. Super cute. I'd almost get it for myself.
Right.
But I can't afford it. And 2, I really, really like my backpack purse. So, anyways, lots and lots of pockets. I'm looking for a $5 starting bid. Who will give me $5 to start?
Who give 5? Let's get a $5 bid started on the push. Come on. Who get a 5? 5, 5. Let's get a 5. Who give 5? Uh-oh. Malfunction.
Malfunction is right.
You need to get some clips and hold that up.
Yes, I do.
Or thumbtacks or something.
Yep.
But who give a $5 bid on the push? Let's get it going. Who get a 5? Let's get a 5. Who give 5?
These are expensive purses.
Yeah, oops, yeah. Let's do a $5 bid. Let's get a 5. Let's get it going. Come on, come on. There's 17 people watching.
Thank you for watching.
Gotta need a $5 bid to get her going. five, five, five.
That's a really nice purse, y'all. You're gonna miss out. You ain't gonna get that for $5 and nowhere else.
Give a $5 bid before I go take a nap. We've got five. Okay.
We've got 5 looking for 6, folks. 5 looking for 6.
Michael's in for 5, looking for the $6. Who give a 6, 6, 6.
No,
We
it's
got a
worth
5.
a lot more.
Yes, it is. We got a $5 bid looking for 6. Who's going to be our other bidder? Let's bring it in. Come on. We got 5 looking for 6. It'll get crazier because I'm dead tired, people. Come on. 5 looking for 6. I've been up for 18 hours. Let's do a 5 looking for 6.
We've got 5 going once. Now's the time to jump in.
Hurry up before she closes it out. We got 5 going for 6.
Michael's going to steal this purse.
Yeah, he is. His wife's going to be happy.
His wife or Ainsley? His
I
friend.
don't know. I don't know. One or the other.
Yep. We've got 5 going 2 times. Or his daughter.
I was going to say, or his daughter.
Yep.
Last call. 5 going for 6.
All right, Mike. It's yours. Thank you.
And remember, folks, there's at least a 20-second lag. Hey, Chad, are you listening or what down there? I see you.
Let's try these cups. Plastic cups. There's 12 of them in the package. Brand new. Looking for a $3 start bid.
Get a 3. Let's get a $3 bid on the cups. Oh, Crystal.
Oh, what?
Read your message.
No. Oh. Mike, I have a Tommy Hilfiger backpack purse that I really like. But thank you. I appreciate it. I will accept it.
People giving stuff away tonight on the Bill of Rights Network.
Sweet. Well, thank you. It is super cute. I will definitely use it on my ladies' night out.
Looking for that $3 bid. Let's get a 3, 3, 3. Come on, 3. Looking for a $3 bid. Everybody's watching. It's free to bid.
Well, I guess I'll bid. I got a birthday party coming up.
Yeah, that was loud. Looking for $3 bid.
I'm giving 3.
Oh, you're giving 3. Well, we're
Yep.
looking for 4. We got 3 in-house looking for 4. 3 in-house looking for 4. 3, 3 looking for 4. And nobody's bidding. Going once. $3 bid looking for 4.
I'm losing money on this sale.
I know you are. Everybody's watching, nobody bidding.
That's right.
That ain't good.
That's all right. I got some cups for Zamian's birthday party.
That's all right. Second call. Last one. 3 looking for 4. Make her pay for them. 3 looking for 4. So.
I've already set some other stuff aside today that I had to pay for.
Yeah, you're going broke.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll be right back.
Okay. LuLaRoe.
LuLaRoe. LuLaRoe.
Size medium. LuLaRoe size medium.
That don't mean nothing to me.
I think they call this a Sarah, but I'm not sure. I can't. It's not telling.
Oh.
But anyways, it's a dress or a long shirt. LuLaRoe size medium. Looking for a $3 bidder.
Let's get a $3 bid on the LuLaRoe. How about a $3 bid? Who's out there for 3? Who give me $3? Come on, let's get it going. Or you're going to hear crickets on the microphone. You're going to hear them in a little bit because I'm dead tired.
Go to bed.
I'm
Me
going to
too.
bed here in a little bit.
I'm worried about you.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Okay.
I made it through that last show. I'll be fine.
Yep. Looking for a $3 bid on the LuLaRoe size medium. And the crickets, they are a chirping.
That's right.
We'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to go lay down. You got it? Or
Yes,
you need
sir.
help?
I got it. Don't worry.
Okay. Chad, can you hear me? He's away from his computer, I think.
That's okay.
Okay.
I better wait on this other LuLaRoe till after.
Well, it's going to be another week before I go, Crystal. So you guys are going to see me all the way up.
Oh, you're not going yet?
No. Lafayette, Louisiana is flooded where the funeral and burial is going to be.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay, so you're not leaving in the morning?
Nope.
Okay. Mossy Oak, size medium. Looking for a $3 start bid. Mossy Oak, long sleeve, size medium. Looking for $3. Who'll give me 3? Who'll give me 3? I almost need a little bitty clothing rack right there.
Right. If you need help, Chad.
Okay.
So
Mossy Oak, size medium. Kalia, what are you bidding on? Because Kalia's got a $3 bid, but I don't know what she's bidding on.
Kalia.
We've got a delay, I'm sure.
I'm
I think
sure we
YouTube
do.
has a huge delay.
Okay. Let me add to the stream. Chad, if you can hear me, click your camera off and leave your mic on. Now,
Kalia, what are you bidding on? Are you bidding on the Mossy Oak?
now, Chad, you're in the stream with us.
Okay. It's
All
yours, Kalia.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. You see the chat room over here, right?
Yep.
I'll get you a bag started.
Okay. If you see a bid in there or money come up in there, you tell Crystal the name and everything on it. Okay.
No problem. No problem at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if means there's such a bad lag on YouTube, if you would place your bid and put the name of the item with it so I know what you're bidding on, that would be amazing. Kalia, you got the top for $3.
Take a nap, Carl.
Right? Anybody else? Anybody interested in the Mossy Oak? I'm hearing crickets.
Kalia said the LuLaRoe top is what she was bidding on.
I got it. She's got it.
All right. Just making sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your help tonight.
Oh, no problem.
All right. This next one, Missouri, the show me state. Size medium. Missouri, the show me state. Hoodie. Size medium. Looking for a $5 bidder now. Who will give me $5 for the show me state hoodie?
Crystal, I'm not seeing anything different than the gray mossy oak shirt you had a second ago.
All right. I've been having some problems with that lately. Let me fix this problem.
I see you now.
Okay. That's why I have to. Okay. I'll hold the shirt
There we
up.
go.
Again. Let me hold it up again. It's a hoodie. Yeah, my camera keeps. I don't know what's going on with my camera. It keeps freezing up. I don't know if it's the computer or if it's the camera. So there's the Missouri Show Me State hoodie. I'm looking for a $5 bid.
There's your long sleeves with pockets.
Yeah, nice and warm. Looking for a $5 bid on the hoodie. Who will give me 5 on the hoodie? Chad's joining me tonight. He's the voice from beyond while Carl gets a nap. Make sure to tune in after the world record is over. We are going to possibly be starting a new show. And it's going to be all of us that helped with the world record basically just chit-chatting, talking to y'all, talking to each other about current events or what's going on in our lives or what have you. Because you guys are getting to know us in this really long live stream. So, all right, no takers on the Missouri top. Wow. Might end up buying that for my son. I don't know if he needs any hoodies or not. Okay. Here's a really nice one. Hopefully we can get a bid on it. This is a men's extra large. That's really cool. It's got the crosses and the skull and the wings. Okay. I'm looking for a $2 bid to start. Men's size extra large. Looking for a $2 bidder. Who will give me 2 for the shirt? Men's extra large. Who will give me 2? I promise not every one of my shows is this slow. We usually have a little bit more buying going on.
It's Tuesday night. I think everybody's taking a nap right now for some reason.
Right, yeah. Well, we had that big fundraiser.
Right.
And, so we may have burned everybody out with that. Or maybe they just don't need clothes. Jeremy just woke up from a nap. I feel you, Gina. I feel you.
Me too, Gina.
We're gonna have a sale coming up. We're gonna have a sale for Gina coming up. I believe it's the 28th. And yeah, it's the 28th. So, all right, going once. Going twice. I'm surprised Clayton's not on here buying some of this men's medium stuff for his husband. So, is Ashley back yet?
I haven't seen Ashley.
Okay. All right, next I have a really pretty silver purse.
There you go, Gina.
There's your really pretty purse. Oh, look at that. There's a crown on the front. Super cute. Looking for a $5 bid to start. Who will give me 5 on the purse? Who will give me 5 on the purse? Yeah, if you wasn't broke, you'd snatch the purses in a heartbeat. I feel you. I'm looking for a $5 bidder now. The last item is not sold. I think I asked for either $2 bid on it. It was a men's extra large. Looking for 5 on the purse. It's a shiny silver. It's really pretty. Great for a girl's night out.
Anybody?
Nobody. Dang. I feel bad because my consignor, she used to be selling quite a bit for her. All right. I've got a men's large camo long sleeve shirt. Men's large camo long sleeve shirt. And I'm looking for a $2 bidder.
It's almost hunting season.
Yeah. Looking for $2. Who will give me $2 to start? No takers. $2 shirt. There we go. Thank you, Kalia. We've got 2 looking for 3. 2 looking for 3. Who will give me 3? Kalia's in at 2. We're looking for 3.
You got to go up one, Christine. $3, or got to go up to 3, Christine. Kalia got it at 2.
Yeah, your mom's ahead of you on that. Oh, man, I was choking on a pee earlier. Went down the wrong pipe. Oh, that was bad.
That's okay, Crystal. I choke on water half the time, so.
Me too. I'm telling you, I'm a mess.
I understand. All right, I know what you mean.
I came to the shop this morning. Yeah, I'm talking because there's nobody bidding. I'm looking for 3. Came to the shop this morning. The front door handle isn't supposed to be locked because we don't have a key for it. Just the deadbolt, and the front door key was locked. The handle was. So I went around to the side and got in and locked the side door behind me, and went out the front door. I went out the front door to go get my bag and my cash box and stuff. And the darn thing locked me back out.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So, all right. Looks like Kalia gets it. Thank you, Kalia. All right. Mossy oak, size large, in ladies. Mossy oak, size large. I'm looking for a $3 bid. Chad, can you hold down the fort for a minute? I gotta use the bathroom. If somebody bids, just click on it, put it on the screen.
I can't do that, I don't think.
You can't do that? You don't have access to the StreamYard?
No, I don't have that. I just have the regular door access. So.
All right, just tell them. Hey.
Yeah, I'll hold it down though.
All right, we're looking for a $3 bid to start.
$3. $3 for a large camo shirt. Mossy oak. Anybody? $3 for a mossy oak camo shirt. They usually run $20 and up at least. I said $2. I think I meant $3. No, ma'am. I think
Okay,
everybody.
Crickets chirping.
God, that was a nice shirt too.
It was. All right, I have a Stitch Disney Ohana, and it's fox fur, and it's a size 4 to 6 in ladies. Size 4 to 6, and I'm looking to start it at $1. Who give me $1?
That looks warm too.
It does. Keep you warm on them nice cold nights. Lost a couple viewers while I was in the potty.
Oh, I was trying to talk a little bit,
We
but
got them back. We got some of them back.
okay.
Alrighty. Who will give me $1 for Stitch? Lady size medium. Not your size. I have something your size now that you're watching. This is a men's extra large. And we were asking $2. Let me know if you want it. I also, does Ryan need hoodies? I have an item that I hope will get people squirming, because we really need to get some activity. Size large, milk chocolate, Reese's hoodie. Size large, Reese's hoodie. Looking for a $5 bid. Who will give me $5 for the large Reese's hoodie? I need a stand there, honey. You want it? And Ryan does. Okay. And Mike wants the silver purse.
Well, that's great. It's like a hoodie with pockets and everything.
Yeah. And then it is shiny. Okay. Do I have a bag for Mike? I do not. I was getting ready to make one. He told me that purse was for me. Nope, your M does. Dose. Okay, Mike's got a purse. We've got a $5 bid on the Reese's. Looking for 6. 5 looking for 6.
I think renewed, reused, and repurposed. Is that Kalia?
Oh, no.
She got the 5 first.
Kalia got the 5 first, or did
No,
Michael get the 5 first? Because
5 first on the Reese's, renewed, reused, and repurposed.
all right, that's my husband.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're looking for a $6 bid. Sorry, Kalia. Got 5 looking for 6 on Reese's. 5 looking for 6. And I've got the purse in a bag for you, Mike.
Kalia got 6 on the Reese's shirt.
All right, got 6 looking for 7. 6, looking for 7. Kalia has the high bid. Kalia's in at 6. Who's in for 7?
Looks like your husband got 7.
All right. I got 7 and I'm looking for 8. 7, looking for 8.
Kalia, are you good for 8?
In at 7. We're looking for 8. I knew this would get some bidding going. My husband's a Reese's nut. Remember, every item that you purchase other than the fundraiser does not count. Every item purchased this month is an entry into the 5-gallon bucket of Reese's. Or if it's one of my shippers that wins, then I'll have to give them a gift card. Kalia's out. Going once. 5 or 7. Sorry, going twice. Oh, my Lanta. It's been a long week and a half.
I can tell it has been, especially for you.
Yeah. All right, $7. Winner. Chicken dinner. I got a box started for us. There ain't no bag to it. All right, y'all. I got another purse. This one's really cute. Got some frillies on the front. I'm looking for a $2 bid. Looking for a $2 starting bid. The sack. That's what it says. So give me $2 for the little purse.
$2, anyone?
You're welcome. Looking for a $2 bidder on the purse.
Candace Love gives 2.
Candace. Got 2 looking for 3, folks. 2 looking for 3. How's the weather down there?
Here in Florida?
Yep.
It's humid and about 75.
Ugh. 2 looking for 3. 2 looking for 3. Not going to play around with it. I've got 2 going once. Two going twice. Thank you, Candace. You're the winner.
Thank you, Candace.
All right. Let's try a wallet. Brown on the inside. The studded cross on the front. I'm looking for a $3 bidder. On the cross blank wallets. Looking for a $3 bidder. Who will give me 3? Who will give me 3?
Debbie gives you 3.
I've got 3 and I'm looking for 4 on the wallet. 3 looking for 4. Not your
style, huh? Sorry, I'm not trying to talk over you, Crystal.
You're fine. You're fine. I actually almost took this off before the sale and paid for it. Not even gonna lie. 3 looking for 4.
It's not really my style either, just to be honest with you.
But I'd already pulled a couple of items aside and figured if something doesn't get a bid on it that I like, then I might, buy it. 3 going once. Now's the time to jump in, folks. Yeah, it's usually not this quiet. Tuesdays are quieter than Saturdays.
Yeah, okay.
Crystal. 3 going twice.
Bernice has 4.
4 from Bernice Eaton. I've got 4 looking for 5. 4 looking for 5. Bernice has the high bid at 4. And I'm looking for 5. Who will give me 5? I've got 4 and I'm looking for 5. I've got
Debbie
5.
goes 5.
All right. Now we got an auction going on here.
There we go. Yeah.
5 looking for 6, folks. 5 looking for 6. Debbie has the high bid at 5 and we're looking for 6. As you can see, it stays closed. I don't think it's really missing any gems either, which is nice for one of those used wallets with the cross bling on them.
Bernice is out.
And Bernice is out. I've got 5 going once. Now's the time to jump in, folks, because I'm not going to play around with it. And I know there's a lag. I've got 5 going 2 times. Debbie Derrickson, it is yours for 5. Thank you very much. Let me get you a bag started. Don't forget about the bag sale at the Git'n Place thrift store in Mon in Bethany, Missouri. Fill a bag this size with clothing, shoes, ties, scarves, bras, socks, hats. Fill a bag for $3 this week only. Let's see.
Congratulations, Debbie.
All right, I've got some cologne here. Haiku. I know nothing about it. It's a full bottle, or pretty well full bottle. And it smells all right. It's not nasty by any means.
How do you spell that?
No. I've smelled some colognes and perfumes and stuff on here before. And oh my God, it's like some of them, I know some people like that kind of stuff, but I've gagged. I'm looking for a $2 bid to start.
How do you spell that? The name of that cologne?
Haiku. Are you looking it up? It's
yeah.
from Avon.
Bernice just said it was from Avon. So, or I'm sorry, Karen did.
Yep. I'm looking for a $2 bid to start.
Karen says $2.
I've got 2 and I'm looking for 3. 2 looking for 3. Karen must know what it's worth. Yep. Well, we got 2 and we're looking for 3. Yeah, you're right. You're right, honey. Some smell like ASS. It's not 9 o'clock yet.
April says it's one of her favorites. So
Oh, right on. We'll bid on it.
exactly.
Come on, I'll ship it. 2 looking for 3.
Looks like it's about $20 brand new, and $2 is a good deal, or $3 if you want to beat Karen. But
Right.
and that's their base price. So
Right. I'll wrap it up. I've got these new bubble wrap bags, so she has some already. I've got 2 and I'm looking for 3, folks. 2 looking for 3. Don't forget bingo tonight. Or not tonight, sorry. Bingo Friday night at 8 p.m.
and Friday is the 17th, if you don't know.
Okay, bingo at 8
And you're
p.m.
right, Jeremy.
We have a lot of Avon bottles here in the store. But anyway, yep, you get your cards paid for before Thursday. That way I can get everybody's all the prizes and stuff, because I don't want to do it last minute. I've got
$3.
I've got 3 and I'm looking for 4. 3 looking for 4. And we've got 20 viewers.
That's always good.
Yeah. I've got 3 looking for 4. I've got
Karen
4.
says 4.
Karen's in at 4. Clea, are you in at 5? Karen's in at 4 and we're looking for 5. We did get 20 viewers for just a second there. But the 9 o'clock rule actually started with my show. I don't know if you've heard about the 9 o'clock rule.
No, it's 9:21 here though. So
Well, it's 8:21 here. The 9 o'clock rule is kids are usually in bed by 9 o'clock.
oh, okay.
So
Mine goes to bed at 9. So Clea says she's out. So
Karen Harding gets it.
Karen gets it. Congratulations, Karen.
And that's $4. I'll just put it in your bag that you left here. Okay. Let's see what else we can bid on. How about a backpack? School started recently. And this is a Nike backpack. It does have a little bit of spots right here at the bottom and a little spot right here. But I'll tell you, Fast Orange will take that out. Nice backpack. It's pink and dark pink in color. Okay. Heavy duty. Great for a high schooler. Looking for a $5 bid. And there's another spot there. Let's start it at 3. Looking for $3 on the Nike backpack. It does have spots on it throughout, but it's not like terrible. You can still use it. It's still very functional. Take some Fast Orange to it. It'll get them right out. Looking for a $3 bid.
How much do you charge for shipping, Crystal?
Whatever the shipping cost is.
Okay.
Well,
I figured that, but
shipping's kind of ridiculous. I mean, if I could try and get it in if it fits at ship's box, great.
right.
Some things won't fit. I usually, if it won't fit in a flat rate box or it's not really super light, I'll go FedEx. And
All
FedEx,
right.
It averages around $30 for most of my people. So keep talking. I have a makeup bag. I have a jewelry box, but it's probably too big to ship. You'd be paying some hefty shipping on it.
April says her medium-sized boxes have been around $30. Is that to buy or to ship?
To ship.
Okay.
Yeah, I went up during the pandemic and never come back down. You're right.
Yeah, I agree.
Who will give me 3 for the Nike bag? Who will give me 3?
I know from experience, if you have kids in school, they always need an extra backpack. So
Always. I've got several extra backpacks at my house.
me too. You could put a lot of makeup in that, April.
I've got some smaller bags though coming up. And I don't look like anybody wants it. So we'll move on. Ain't gonna waste people's time. Okay, LuLaRoe. Size extra small. New with tags. And this is a Sarah. Size extra small, new with tags. It is a Sarah. And we're going to start her out at $5. Looking for a $5 bid on the brand new with tags Sarah. Who will give me 5? I may not be getting bids here, but at least I'm getting bids on the Albany Square auction.
That's always good.
Yeah. Who will give me 5 for the extra small Sarah? New with tags. I hear the Sarahs are really popular on the LuLaRoe. The leggings are even more popular.
I wouldn't know much about that, just to be honest. So
Their leggings are so comfy. I was like, okay, when LuLaRoe first started getting real big and stuff, I'm like, these people would be, trying to add me to their LuLaRoe groups. And I'm like, please quit adding me to your LuLaRoe groups. I don't want nothing to do with leggings or any of that. And now I wear leggings all the time. Yes, I'm one of them. Okay, we'll move on. All right. Men's extra large. World Gym. Men's extra large. Looking for a $2 bid to start. Dust. There. Men's extra large. Looking for a $2 bidder now. Who give me 2?
$2 extra large World Gym shirt.
I've got more clothing coming up of different sizes. I've got a really nice puzzle coming up. I've got wallets coming up. And some other items. I'm sorry, April. That's not my fault. I mean, it is, but it isn't. You chose to stay there. I love ring bombs too. I just can't afford it. I was buying one every month, and I had to stop.
Candace says 2 on the gym shirt.
Okay, I've got 2 looking for 3. 2 looking for 3.
And no, I've never watched that documentary, Candace.
Me neither. 2 looking for 3 on the shirt. I've got 2 going once. 2 going twice. And sold.
Thank you and congratulations, Candace.
All right, next up, I have a pair of clippers by Oscar. Let's start her out at $1.
A pair of what?
Clippers. Hair clippers.
Oh, clippers.
Yep, looking for $1. Who? Give me $1 on the clippers. Nothing special about them. Looking for $1. Who? Give me $1 for the clippers by Oster.
They're Oscars?
Oster. O-S-T.
Oster. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I should have said Oster. That's a name brand, so.
Yeah. And I hear the crickets.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't even hear the frogs out here tonight.
Yeah. Ribbit. All right.
Debbie said $1 on the clippers.
All right. They're yours. Not playing around. All right. I got a wallet. Looking for $1 to start it. Nice little wallet there. Little clutch. Whatever you want to call it. And I'm looking for $1 to start. Ooh, give me $1. Kind of a tan color. Looking for $1 on the wallet. Yeah, I saw your pictures. Oh, and 10 more you need to fizz. I wanted to do that deal and I just couldn't afford it. All right, moving on.
You better be careful putting down all them numbers, April. We'll put you down for a bid.
All right, this is a different type. It's a little purse. Put your wallet or put your driver's license in here. It's like a wallet purse, basically. Put all your credit cards, checkbook, change. Okay, even got a spot in the back for your cigarettes or whatever. Looking for $1. Looking for $1. Start bid.
I believe you, April. I'm sure you bid a lot here too.
She does. She does. Aw, Clayton left me a gift. Awesome. Cute, but nobody wants that one either. All right, we'll move on. I'm going to show you a few more bidding items and then we'll go on to the $2 flash sale. Size large. Number 7, Danica and Kirkpatrick. We're looking for a $3 bid to start. Looking for a $3 bid on the size large Danica shirt. Hi, Ashley. Looking for a $3 bidder. Who'll give me 3? Nobody into racing? Who'll give me a $3 bid for Danica? Size large.
Could put that up as NASCAR memorabilia.
Right?
I don't want kids anymore.
Oh, sorry. That's my wife coming in saying she doesn't want kids anymore.
I'm running
Oh,
away.
okay.
You can have them.
All right, we'll move on. Hi, Chad's wife. All right. Banana. I think I said that right. Size extra large.
That's cool.
Banana.
Is
Size
long.
extra large. Minion shirt. Looking for a $3 bid. Who'll give me 3 for the Minions? I've got 3 looking for 4. 3 looking for 4. Gina's got the high bid at 3, and we're looking for 4. Who will give me 4? Gina's got 3, and we're looking for 4.
Someone to lock on the fridge.
3 looking for 4. 3 looking for 4. On the extra large, banana with the Minions. Kind of a cute shirt. Three looking for 4. 3 going once. Now's the time to jump in, folks. Three going 2 times. Looks like Gina's going to steal this shirt.
Yeah. Well, she said the Danica shirt was too small, so you stepped up a size, so
All right,
she's
winner
going to take it.
for $3. Thank you, Gina.
So I think it's got one piece of one of them.
All right, I got a handkerchief. Reindeer Ranch, Rantoul, Illinois. Looking for $1 to start. Looking for $1 bid on the handkerchief. Who will give me $1 for the hanky? Or you can use it for a do-rag, or you can hang it on your wall, or
And according to the stores, it's Christmas time already, so
right. Yeah, it's no.
Candace is $1.
Get it right. It's Happy Hallow Thanksmas. Looking for 2. I got $1 and I'm looking for 2. Candace has the high bid. Got one looking for two. One looking for two. Who'll give me two? Make sure to come check us out at the Git'n place at 1700 Main Street in Bethany, Missouri. We now have Halloween inflatables in. Going once. I've got dollar going twice, and I'm looking for two. Hi, Katie. Oh, yeah, we have a lot of Christmas inflatables this year to sell. Well, I don't know. Some of them might end up in my yard. I have an old Victorian home, and I love decorating it for Christmas. All right, Candace, it's yours. Thank you.
I need more plugs outside for inflatables.
Right. I've got several plugins outside. And I
got one. And right now, my one is running my pool and my porch. So
we didn't set up our pool this year.
We don't ever take ours down here. So
okay, this is a 1,000 piece puzzle. This is a little bit nicer than most of the puzzles I usually have on here. And I'm looking for a $2 bid.
There you go.
Do give me a $2 starting bid. I'm going to turn the camera a little. That's a pretty puzzle.
Well, we know where all the Christmas inflatables will be going this year.
Right? Who will give me a $2 opening bid on the 1,000 piece puzzle? It's worth it. It's beautiful. Kind of got that fairy vibe to it. I mean, not kinda. It is. It's a fairy.
Wow, those are expensive puzzles, by the way. Those are about $40 puzzles.
Holy Toledo, Batman.
Yep. The cheapest one I see is $31.
Y'all better get to bidding. I'm looking for a $2 bidder on the puzzle that's worth at least $30. Even the box is nice and thick. Nobody wants to put together puzzles.
I guess not. The cheapest one I see from that company is $31, and the most expensive one I see is about $70. Or not the most expensive. That's just on a quick search. Is it open, Candace asked?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's open.
But it's all in the bag, so the box is open. Oh, no, it's in a Ziploc. I'm sorry.
Oh, missing 1.5 pieces because of the dog. Oh, that just lowered the value.
Kalia says $2.
All right. I've got two looking for three. You could probably make that piece, those pieces. Two looking for three. Thanks for letting me know, or saying that, Candace, so that I could look inside. I've got $2 going once. Now's the time to jump in. Really not going to take too much more time with this one. That bummed me out. Got this really expensive, cool puzzle that I'm hyping up, and then there's a piece and a half missing.
Can draw it in now.
Right.
Or print it. Scan the cover, print it, and then.
All right, Kalia, it's yours. $2. Thank you. Okay. Got another purse or bag, whatever you want to call it. It's even got a little doily inside that I will throw in with it, or one of those shawls that go over your head, whatever you want to call it. I'm looking for $1 to start it. Looking for $1 bidder now. No takers. Who give me $1? It's a cute little bag. And the crickets there are chirping. Moving on. All right. Disney Princess fleece blanket, toddler size. Looking for a $2 bid to start. Who'll give me $2 for the fleece blanket?
That one looks like it's even got all the older Disney princesses on it.
Yeah, Belle and Cinderella and
Snow White.
Looking for a $2 bid. Oh no, April. I am so sorry. That's terrible. Looking for a $2 bid on the blankets. It's blanket season's coming up.
You need a blanket to wrap her in, April?
All her kids are boys. All right, we'll move on.
Yeah, I knew that. She told me that earlier. So I'll be right back, Crystal.
That's fine. I got this.
I got to go kiss my kids. Good night.
Of course. Absolutely. All right. Got another purse. The biggin. Got a really nice big strap there. Nice and big inside, as you can see. Put some bricks in there. I'm looking for a $3 bid to open her up. Who will give me 3? Who'll give me $3 for the purse? I think it very well might be the last purse of the night. Other than the little tote bag and the makeup bag. Who'll give me $3 for the purse? Looking for a $3 bidder now. Who'll give me 3? Who'll give me 3? Looking for a $3 bidder now. And the crickets are chirping again. We'll move on. Not going to waste your time. Last item to bid on until after the next flash sale. We're going to do one more bidding item, and then we'll do the $2 flash sale. This is a size large. Men's size large, long sleeved with looks like dragon snakes. Men's size large, looking for a $2 bidder. Who'll give me $2. Oh, my camera froze. It don't matches any of your dresses. Haha. Yes, I know my camera froze, guys. I'm getting ready to fix that right now. Looking for a 3. Did I say? Yeah. Looking for a $2 bidder. Men's large. That's an awesome looking shirt. And I'm looking for a $2 bidder now. Thank you to everybody that's watching. We've got one on Bill of Rights TV. We have one on HTX Renegade Radio. We have 2 on Bill of Rights Network, 2 on Born TV, and 11 on Crystal's Live Auctions and Buy It Now Facebook group. It is a men's large. And I've got 2 from April. No, wait, Karen had 2. Sorry, April. Karen had 2 first. I've got 2 and I'm looking for 3. 2 looking for 3. Karen Harding has the high bid.
All right, I'm back.
That's fine. Sorry, Karen beat you in on that, April. I'm looking for a $3 bid. I've got 2 and I'm looking for 3. Karen Harding has the high bid. I've got 3 from April and I'm looking for 4. 3 looking for 4. April has the high bid. 3 looking for 4. Karen, are you in or are you out? I've got 3 and I'm looking for 4. Kalia, you're a step behind. I've got 3 from April Mueller and I'm looking for 4. I've got 4 from Kalia and I'm looking for 5. 4 looking for 5. We've got an auction going on here now. I've got 4 and I'm looking for 5. Oh, I didn't. Karen's comment was not there. It's playing with us again. Because Kalia's comment was there first. Even though Karen's is on top, this has done it to me before.
Well, April says 5 anyway. So.
Yep, April said 5 anyway. I've got 5 and I'm looking for 6. 5 looking for 6.
Karen says 5. Karen, you have to go to 6.
Yep, we've got 5 and we're looking for 6. April Mueller has the high bid. There must be a lag somewhere.
Yeah, I bet I was going to say the same thing. I bet YouTube has less of a lag.
Kalia's out. Sometimes YouTube has a really bad lag, worse than Facebook when I'm doing this. They didn't used to, and they've caught on to what I'm doing. I've got 6. Karen Harding gave us 6. We're looking for 7. The battle's between Karen and April. I've got 6 and I'm looking for 7, folks. 6 looking for 7. Karen's in at 6. April, are you in at 7? Yeah, the Facebook and YouTube don't like me. I've got $10 bid from April. Woo!
Dang, April.
I've got 10 and I'm looking for 11. She really wants this one. 10 looking for 11.
You must like dragons, April.
10 looking for 11. And Karen Harding's out. I've got $10 going once. Now's the time to jump in, folks. I don't think anybody's going to beat her on that. I've got 10 going twice. April's the winner. Thank you very much. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, flash sale, $2 each, coming up. folks, here we go. Say the name, item number or the item name. First person to say that gets the item. First item up, Arizona size large. It's a pocket tee. It's camo, Arizona size large. That is $2, and it is item number 148. Next up, ladies, size large. It's one of them like Shepia.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Crystal, but it just now put that camo shirt you showed a few seconds ago up on Facebook. So
Okay. All right. Ladies size large, $2. It's a vest. Item number 101. Size extra large. It's thin, lightweight, kind of a denim material, button-up shirt. And again, that is a size extra large. It is by Aeropostale. $2. Number 102. Have another button-up shirt coming up by Izod. It's a size large. Size large by Izod. Button up. Item 133. Oh, you can look like a banana in this shirt. Venezia, size large, sweatshirt. Venezia, size large, sweatshirt. Yellow in color. Item 145 for $2. This is a kid's size large. Love, laugh, smile sweatshirt. Kids, little girls, size large for $2. Item 114. This is a bag full of hair bows and flowers and all sorts of headbands for little babies or little girls. You get it for $2, and that's item 181. Let's show one more item, and then we'll check in with you guys. This is size, looks like 6B. Size 6B. Slide on shoes. Nice condition for $2. Item 180.
Kalia says 181.
Okay. Thank you. Any other takers? Last call. Give it a minute because of the lag. And we're moving on. A lot of nice stuff tonight.
Thank you, Kalia.
All right. Next up, number 128. Girls, size 12 months. Super cute little pair of jeans. Girls, size 12 months for $2. Item 128. All right, I would say probably little boys or girls, probably gender neutral. size 0 to 3 month jeans. Super cute. Item 164. Next up, stretch medium short by Croft and Barrow. Nice pair of black stretchy pants with pockets. Great if you're starting to work in the fast food industry. There's plenty of them jobs out there right now. Item 127. Okay, we have a hooded shirt, fleece, nice and warm for your little one. Size 18 months. And it's hooded, like I said. Item number 141. Little girls, hooded jacket, size 3T. Isn't that cute? Got a butterfly on it. Zips up in the front. Hooded jacket, size 3T in girls. Ashley, number 115. Ladies, size medium by Arizona. Isn't that cute? I believe it's a one piece. It is. It's a little romper, I believe they call it. Ladies size medium. Number 158 or 128, sorry, 128. All right, I've got another button up. Ladies, medium, 810. Ladies, medium, 810 button up for $2. 3/4 sleeves. Item 169. I have Old Navy, size small. It says Southport Bullies. Size small, Southport Bullies by Old Navy. Item 104. Any takers? $128. Thank you, Kalia. Any other takers? Last call. And we're moving on. Next up, Old Navy. It says Pixie. I'm looking for a size 14. They're stretchy. Got, again, a nice pair of black pants to wear to work. Old Navy size 14 Pixie. Item 168. Avia, size large, nice thin t-shirt, comfy, breathable, ladies size large. Go with them pants there that I just had up there. Item number 119. Next up, I have a pool stick bag for $2. Pool stick bag, item 188. Right, this is super cute. It's a hooded jacket, but it's short sleeve. Limited to, it's a XXXL in kids. limited to XXXL in kids. It does have you can see there's some discoloration here. Maybe a little bleach would help with that. Or again, some fast orange for $2. Item number 189. I have another pair of black slacks. They zip up on the side. They're by Dress Barn. They're size 14. They're not stretchy. That is item 166. Pair of Riders. Black. Size 14 medium. Black jeans, size 14 medium, Riders. That is item 108. These are a pair of gray stretchy pants, size large, 12-14. They do have some pockets in the front. Size large, 12-14 stretchy pants. Item 167 for $2. Any takers?
Those stretchy pants look like they could be scrubs even.
Yeah. 128 was the romper. Okay. I will trade those.
Sorry, Clea and Crystal. I wasn't sure if that was a question or a statement.
I'm guessing she's wanting the romper instead of the jeans. So I will fix that. I thought when I was on the table, it was the kids' jeans. But
well, your flash sale thing is kind of blocking what the numbers are, to be honest with you. If you want to move your camera down some.
Yeah, you can't even see the numbers from here. I mean, you might have. Yep, you're welcome anytime. All right, we'll move on. No other takers. This is a pretty dead sale tonight. But I understand times are tough for all of us. And it might just not be the right size or what somebody's looking for. When you do consignments, you're kind of, you got to show what they send. And so, all right, next up. Size extra large by Izod. Size extra large by Izod. That is item number 174. 174 is the Izod shirt. I have, somebody was looking for bigger clothes. This is a 2X by Dress Barn. 2X, it's really cute. Dress Barn shirt. Poofy. Item 132. It was a lot more fun when my husband helped. Boys, size 14, 16. I guess a girl could wear it too. But size 14, 16, lightweight hoodie for $2.
That could be a boy or girl.
Yeah, that's gender neutral.
Yeah.
Item 144. Really, this lot is something for everybody. A little bit of everything tonight. Oh, that tag is gone.
Clayton said he'll take 144.
Okay.
April also did. So
who said it first?
Clayton's popped up first.
Okay. This does not have a size tag, so I'm going to guess. I would say it's a ladies large. Maybe a 1X. It might be a 1X or extra large. Let's just say extra large to be safe. Okay. Ruffle shirt. Item 184. All right, let me get you a bag started, Clayton.
Sorry, April.
Okay. Moving on. Let's do all those together. All right. Size 3 months. Little boys. Cute little monster sleeper. The feet stick out of it, actually. There's no actual footies. Look at that. The cute little monster ears in the hood. Absolutely adorable for $2. That is item 178. Child of Mine, 0 to 3 months, 2-piece outfit. Little brother, got the shirt and the shorts for $2. That's item 146. Ladies size small, pink and black, striped dress. Ladies size small. Number 147. And ladies small, size extra small, Old Navy, spaghetti strap tank. That is item 183. Any takers? No takers. We'll keep going. Remember, if I've already started picking up, please tell me and you decide on something. Please tell me the description of the item instead of the number, or with the number. Got a few more $2 items left. Size 10, 12, and I'd say in girls. It might be in adults, I'm not sure. Size 10, 12, happy capris. Number 142. Little boys, these are nice and warm and insulated. 24 months. They've got that really thick stuff inside. They're adjustable waist. Nice thick jeans. Item 176. All right, I've got some scrubs for all of you who just enjoy wearing scrubs or are nurses. This is a size medium by Scrub Star. Stretchy. Got the drawstring.
You said it's a medium?
Yep. Item 138. Men, size medium, 3840. Men, size medium, t-shirt. Number 187. Lady or gender neutral, size small, scrub pants, drawstring, 182. Size small, scrub top to go with those short or those pants. Size small, scrub top.
$4 for a set of scrubs. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Number 120. Yeah, these are $2 a piece. And these are Cherokee. Size small. So I've got 2 available of number 120. We'll put it that way because there's 2 of them. I actually have 3 available of number 120. So if you want 120, tell me you want 120 and how many. I've got 3 available. Because they're all the same. Whew, it's warm in here. Size large. Looks a little bit bigger than a large though. Vowel surf. It says large, but I'd say it's an extra large or a 2X almost.
That's beach large.
Number 186.
I made that up, by the way.
Got a couple more items. I've got a pair of black slacks. Oh. The size tag is missing. Pair of black slacks. Size tag's missing. They look like a little bit larger size. Maybe like an extra large. That'll be number 165. And my last $2 flash sale item of the night. Extra large, size 14. I'd say in girls. Turtleneck or mock neck, actually. It's got a pocket, but it's fleece. Sweatshirt. Number 129. Any takers? I'm going to point that fan in here because I'm roasting. Whew. Bet somebody turned the air conditioner down again. Hang on. It is too hot for that thing to be down. Whew. Any takers? No takers at all. All right, we'll move on. Y'all's missing out tonight. Some great deals. Trying to make things cheap so people can afford it. Definitely. Oh. All right, let's do some more bidding items. Thank you to everybody that's watching still. Appreciate you greatly. All right. 2-stall engine house. looks like it's never been put together, maybe. 2-stall engine house, includes decal signs, is what it says on the box, but I'm not seeing them. Yep, they're in there. Open bid. Let's start out at $1. Looking for $1.
That's like a train engine house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I suggest you put the picture up closer? Just to show it.
I can try.
Okay. It's hard to see. It's got a reflection on it.
My camera cord is kind of short. Is that better? Is that better? Or do I need
I'm sorry. I accidentally muted again. I didn't mean put the camera up closer next to her. Put it closer to the camera or something at first because I couldn't see it at first. So
yeah. I was going to say, if I need to turn the light away from it, I can.
No, that's better.
Okay. Looking for $1. Who give me $1? Everybody's still out there. Thank you for all the reactions tonight. I know those aren't all mine, but between everybody's, all the shows.
Well, somebody says $1.
I got $1. What the heck?
Says make offer on the sticker, so.
I know. I need to. He's spending money on that. But he likes stuff like that.
I was going to say, you've got a man that likes models.
Yes, he does. He's a collectible. It's a model of a train house. I've got $1 looking for $2. $1 looking for $2. Who give me $2? Thanks for joining the group. Okay. $1 going once. $1 going twice. So, I ain't making no money off this show. All right. All right. Next item up for bids. Another wallet. This is a nice wallet. Good size, lots of pockets. Let's start her out at $1. Who give me $1?
Okay.
Let me
You're starting to get freezing up a little bit, Crystal. It's on there now, but
who give me $1?
That should be good.
Yeah. Hi, Donna. Oh man, April, I'm sorry. I'm looking for $1 starting bid on the wallet. Hold all your credit cards and your money and your license and whatever else you want it to hold, that a wallet to hold. I've got a wallet in my purse, but I use my phone case. I bought a wallet phone case. I love it. But it don't hold a whole lot. Looking for $1, folks. And I see the crickets are chirping again. Got another wallet to show you. Looking for $1. It's by Guess. It's the cheetah print. I've got a Guess wallet and I'm looking for $1. Looking for $1 opening bid. You can tell it's been used, of course. You'll give me $1 for the Guess wallet. I love my wallet phone case. So September 25th, we will be doing the rest of the items that you guys saw on the tables from the Pay It Forward fundraiser. It's just going to be items. It's going to be a regular sale like we're doing right now. But it's just going to be the rest of those items, and the money goes to Pay It Forward. The Pay It Forward program with Karen Harding. So we're moving on. Last wallet, I believe. And it's a change purse. And I believe it looks like it's leather, maybe. Not sure. But it's a little change purse. You can hook on a strap here or whatever you want to hook on. You know what? I know my sign up there says bidding item. First person to say change purse gets it for $1. Just tell me change purse. All right, next up, I have a lunch bag. It is from Justice. I'll show you the inside first. Nice on the inside. And here's the outside. It's got a J on it. You can tell it's been used, but not terribly bad. Gently used. Nice Justice with the letter J lunch bag. Let's start that out at $3. Who will give me 3? Looking for a $3 bid. Looking for $3 for the lunch bag. It's Justice. Remember, I'm up to, within reason, offers on bids to start out. But the crickets, they're a chirping. All right, we'll move on. All right, coffee thermos. Looking for $1 to start? Who will give me $1 to start out the coffee thermos? All right. I'm going to tell you a name, tell you a price. You tell me if you want it. You tell me the name of the game. The name of the game is the name of the item. iPhone 8 cases, 3 available, $3 each. Flash sale. Brand new in the package. iPhone 8 Plus. Brand new cases. They're all the same. $3 each. Flash sale. Next up, I've got a picture of a pig on the farm. Picture of a pig on the farm. $1 flash sale. First person to say they want it gets it. Then I have Mardi Gras beads. $1 each. Just tell me which one you want. Green and white shamrock. Green Miller Lite shamrock. Purple Miller Lite. These are $1 a piece. You know what you do with the Mardi Gras beads? It's after 9. Coors Light. Silver. I have a green Shamrock Miller Lite. It's different than the first one. And then I just have some purple, green, and gold, and green. And I'll take $1 for the 4 of them, for these 4, without the charms. So just tell me no charms. I've got a puzzle, Visual Echo 3D puzzle. Looks like it's never been opened. $2 flash sale. I've got a Great White CD for $1. I've got some.
Kalia said no charms, $1. I don't.
Who, Chad?
Kalia.
Thank you. Okay, cable rails. You can see they retail for $22.60. So I'm going to say $5 on that.
Crystal said puzzle.
April sister. Okay, I'll set these aside. And I have a Rockwell 5-piece. And it says it's for wood. Universal fit system. Not exactly sure what it is. So I'm saying.
What did it say again?
It's Rockwell 5-piece, and it's universal fit system, and it's for wood. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces in the set. And I'm going to say probably $5 for that.
Wow, April. Sorry to hear that.
Oh man, those poor babies. They all get it. Okay. I've got a Missouri Lottery clear tote bag. Missouri Lottery clear tote bag for $2. I've got a little organizer for $1. Here's the bag I was telling you about, April. It's actually a Scentsy tote bag. We'll take $2 for it, and it would work perfect for your makeup bag. So any takers on any of those items?
Kalia, April's posted on YouTube.
Or you can go on the Discord channel, and then you can see everything we're seeing. You'll take... Okay. Thanks, April. Anybody else? TKS. I'm guessing that means thanks.
I think she's saying thanks for letting her know about how to see April stuff.
Yeah.
Right, Kalia?
All right. I'm packing it away. All right. I've got a bidding item. The rest of tonight is bidding item. Oh no, I've got the dollar flash sale still to do. We're going to run past 10 o'clock. That's okay, because that way Carl can get some rest. Got a few bidding items. Or I've got a bidding item. Because I want to keep things separated. All right. Big hook crochet. Hooks only crochet. Jackets, wraps, and more. It's a book set. I'm looking for a $2 opening bid. Who give me $2 opening bid for the books? Who give me $2 for the crocheting books? Any bidders? I know it's late on a Tuesday night. Don't go away. We got the dollar flash sale coming up next. No takers. All right. You know what that means. It's time for the dollar flash sale. Let's do it. Mystery bag. Miscellaneous. Flash sale. Item 139. Can you see everything okay, or do I need to move the camera back? I probably need to move the camera back. Okay. Roll of black ribbon. Perfect for Halloween coming up. Item 131. Stop. Why? Little girls' hair ties. Hair bows. For $1. Item 175. Zebra. Little makeup bag. Pencil bag. Whatever you want to call it. Item 121. Little flowered bag. You can use for change. You can use it.
You've got one for 131. J. Deanne, is that how you say it?
J. Diane.
Diane. Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm sorry.
Number 177 for the flower bag. So Diane wants the black. 131. Thanks, Diane. I'm tripping over bags here. We've got our Halloween decorations in the store, Diane. Hope you like, and I hope you enjoy your eyeballs.
Kalia said 179 too, Crystal.
Okay.
April said 121.
April. What did Kalia say?
179.
There is no 179. 139.
139, Kalia?
This is 139 here. 175 here. And 177 here. This is April's little zebra print.
Kalia said the first one.
Okay, the mystery bag. Thank you. All right, I'll move these over. 175, the hair ties. And 177, the gray with the black flowers bag are still available. Okay, ladies. Time and True, size extra large, 16-18. T-shirt, nice, comfy, lightweight material. That is item 152. I've got a couple of brand new packages of wrapping paper. That is item number 179. I've got Winnie the Pooh wrapping paper and another wrapping paper. So 2 more packages of wrapping paper. Item 182. I've got 2 packages of pink flamingo wall decorations, brand new. That's 180.
Debbie says she wants 179.
Okay. And I have a windsock. A windsock. Item 181.
Kalia wants 182 as well.
Debbie wants 179. Kalia wants 182. Thank you. Moving on. Okay, I've got a little lunch bag. Nice inside. Blue with purple and pink. Has some Velcro on the back there. That's item 114. Got another bag, another little bag, cheetah print. Number 145. And another little case here. Got a couple little pouches, great for couponing probably. That'll be 133. Okay, this has got like birthday candles. Got birthday candles lot. And you get the plastic container too. That is 148. I'm just keeping going because it's going so slow that. Okay, a couple pairs of gloves. Black and dark blue. Item 105. Apples of Gold. It's a book. Item 101. Okay, choice. Koozie. Red or blue. Item 158. All right. Let's do last call. Any takers?
April said 133 if I hadn't called that one out yet.
Okay. Thank you, April. Anybody else? All right, we will move on. Uh-oh. I'm dropping stuff. Ugh.
You okay, Crystal?
Yeah.
Katie wanted to see if she could see the windsock again.
Who?
Katie?
Give me just a minute, Katie. I had to reach behind it. Windsock. I'll set that aside.
I just had to look it up, but it says the Apples of Gold book was written in 1962 and is 366 devotions for women to refresh your spirit.
Oh, cool. I'm having to use every box that she sent to pack back up. Well, I've got a box of my own of stuff I bought. But all right, moving on. Little girls. Looks like 18 months. Oh no, that's one of those sleeping things. I can't see a 0 to 3 months. Little girls. 169. Boys 14, 16, rock band. I'm sorry, I can't sell these. They're dry rotted. Old Navy, 12 to 18 months, new with tags. Believe it, yeah. Oh no, new with, or gently used with thrift store tags. 12 to 18 months. That'll be item 104. Sleeveless, size extra large, 16, 18 in boys. That'll be item number 128. Baby girls, newborn. Baby girls, newborn. Sleeper, $1. Item 115. Ladies, extra large, 15, 17. Has a pocket. Lightweight material. 3/4 sleeves. Item 141. Baby girls. Newborn. Sleeper. Super cute. Item 127. Sorry, 127.
J. Diane wants 144.
There is no 144.
I think it's the gray shirt right in front of your hand, isn't it? I mean 141. I'm sorry. Did I say 144? I'm sorry.
You did.
That was me.
Okay.
Sorry,
problem.
Diane.
Thanks, Diane. Uh-oh. Hang on. I got to get on here and edit. Let's see. Remove. Remove. Let's see. This one. Remove. Warriors for America. Give me just a minute, guys. BB's Down Home Cooking. If you can't find me, come back. I'll get you right back in. Okay. So, Bill of Rights Network. BB's. The Git'n Place. Stop. HTX. All right. For those of you who lost us, I'm sorry. Man, I want my cookies. I should have them tomorrow fresh so that they can get shipped out. So, all right. Sorry about that, guys. I had to edit my stuff because I was losing some of my places that we have to do every 8 hours. Facebook shuts you down after 8 hours. Newborn. Isn't that cute? These are only $1, y'all. Got grandkids coming, kids coming, or baby dolls. Hi. Newborn. super cute. That's item 166. The princess has arrived. This is also newborn. Number 108. This is a here's a newborn pair of pants. And I think this is the shirt that might go with it. Item
Candace is saying no sound. Can everybody hear us?
7. Hang on. Let me see what's going on.
Barbara said she's taking a nap, April.
Testing. Let me go to audio. Audio. Can you hear me? Chad?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can hear you. I was trying to unmute
Okay.
unmute mine. Michael said he can hear you.
Okay, everybody can hear me. If you can't hear me, back out, come back in. I know that doesn't help because you can't hear me, but let's move on. For those of you who can hear me, newborn, you make me happy. This stupid fly, every day, long sleeved. That is so cute. And that is number 189. Lots of newborn clothes today. I got white onesie. I'm going to sell these as a lot. Second white onesie. That looked like a preemie and then a newborn. Okay, I'll sell those two. Item 119 for $1. 2 for $1 there. Newborn. Born to shine. And dream come true. And this is a preemie. Get those two for $1, number 188. This does not have a size in it. I would guess it's a boy's 14, 16. But the tag is faded. That is item 168. This is a size large 14. Size large 14 dry fit shirt. That is number 144. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you?
April wants 168.
Size extra large Scooby-Doo sleep shorts. Item 1.
Did you hear me, Crystal?
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, I'm making sure.
Yep, no worries.
You know how it is with "Can you hear me now?" stuff. So
Can you hear me now? Shirt. $1. All right. I'm going to stop right there and see if anybody else wants any of this before we move on. Last call. Any takers? And the crickets, they're chirping. I'm surprised nobody wanted Scooby-Doo. Sorry, you guys are seeing my bottom. All right. Now I got some baby boys' clothes. Newborn. Tank top. Maybe you're having a baby next summer. But we'll add a onesie in with that one. 0 to 3 months. Little stud muffin. Item 183. New to the crew, onesie. I guess I ought to rate the size. 0 to 3 months. Number 174. Mickey Mouse, 6 to 9 months. Super cute. Item 132. Boys, size small. Old Navy Surf Shop. Number 184. Boys, newborn. Super cute little onesie. Number 146. Newborn. Mommy's little rookie. Long sleeve. Number 178. Cute since day one. Newborn. Onesie. Number 165. I need a nap. It's exhausting being this awesome. Newborn. Number 129. Grandpa's little sidekick. That's cute. 6 to 9 months. Number 186. Sleep sack. Newborn. I'm sorry, I can't sell that. Batman. Newborn. And I'll throw in a pair of shorts, even though they don't go with it. Number 120. I got a pair of gray pants. Newborn. I'll throw them in with 165. And anybody even need baby clothes this little? Because if not, I'm not going to show anymore because nobody seems interested in any of these baby clothes at all. Like, nobody's even bought one. All right.
I should wake Barbara up and get her in here.
Yeah. Yeah, she was wanting to see the baby clothes. All right. $1. Pair of necklaces. Number 182. Crochet Booties book. Number 187. I'll make Barbara a sweet deal. on these baby boy clothes. I may have to get with her privately tomorrow.
Well, she told me she was taking a nap right now, but would probably be on later. So
Yeah. So that's fine. I may get a hold of her later.
and it seems like you, her, Carl, all of y'all need naps every once in a while, as much as y'all are working.
Right? Bad thing is my work's hit or miss. Don't know if I'm going to make anything or not. You know what I mean? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
It's the name of the business. All right. I have a few more items to show you guys if you're interested. Let's see how many people's watching. I've still got 15. Sorry. People keep calling me. It's all right. All right. I've got a few items to show. And we're going to bid on them. All right. Okay. So Crystal made a boo-boo. The other day when we had the fundraiser, the bake sale, I thought I had everybody's stuff when I went to Hamilton to drop off. Well, this bag with baked goods in it was hiding underneath my shipper's items. So it didn't get to Hamilton. So the people in Hamilton, I told them in 2 weeks I would rebake their baked goods so they'd have fresh. Okay. But I have these that I need to get rid of. I need it for local pickup only. And I need you to pick up probably by tomorrow so that it's good enough. You know, I mean, it's not bad or nothing. But I want you guys to be able to have time to enjoy it. Okay? So I've got 2 items I'm going to have you bid on. Okay? Ignore the name on the top. This is a loaf of banana bread. And to get rid of it, I'm going to start the bidding out at $1. So if you want to bid on this loaf of banana bread, let's start it out at $1. Who give me $1? And I will be giving this money to pay it forward, just so y'all know, on the baked goods. Looking for $1 on the banana bread. This was made Saturday. It's still good though. Then I need to know who all is buying bingo cards this week also. So think about that. Anybody, all of my shippers can play bingo as well. I've got $1 from Diane. Got $1 looking for 2. $1 looking for 2 on the banana bread. Anybody wanting to play bingo, it's $5 to play 2 cards, $10 to play 6 cards. I use the money to buy prizes. There's no cash given away. It's all like gift cards to like Walmart, Taco Bell, etc., or like little gifts. I will make sure that all the gifts are shippable. If I have shippers, you want 5 in bingo. Okay. Gotcha, Jennifer. I'll write you down. Karen Harding wants bingo, and I think she placed $10 worth. Yep. Debbie Derrickson, 5 in bingo. Thank you. We play in messenger rooms, but I might like have a second system or share the screen over to StreamYard just so that my bingo people know to fill up some StreamYard time for the 400 hours. You don't have to have your camera on as long as I can hear you. And as long as when you call your numbers, I can see your card. I will need your camera on for that. Don't have to show your face, though. All right. Looks like Diane gets the banana bread. All right. All right. Put that on the shelf for you. Actually, that should fit in your bag. All right, my last item of the night. I've got a couple more items after this. Is a pineapple upside down cake. There is actually pineapples underneath. Okay. So let's start the bidding out at $1. I just want rid of it. Who give me $1 for the pineapple upside down cake? And yeah, Debbie, I will be making you fresh in 2 weeks or about a week and a half. I've got $1 from Katie. Got $1 looking for two. $1 looking for two on the pineapple upside down cake.
Diane has 2.
All right. I got 2 looking for 3. 2 looking for 3.
Katie upped it by 1 to 3.
All right. I got 3 looking for 4. 3 looking for 4.
Diane's got 4.
All right. I've got 4 looking for 5. They want this cake.
Yeah, they do.
I've got 5.
My wife said she did too, so.
5 looking for 6. 5 looking for 6. Well, that I could probably find a container and actually ship that. Not for this specific cake, but I would make a fresh one. I've got 6 looking for 7, and Katie's out. 6 going once. Now's the time to jump in. I've got $6 going twice. Diane gets them. Diane's getting all the sweets. Yeah, I know. You got those banana breads. I told them that there was food that needed to be shipped. I have got to get that out in the morning. Luckily, banana bread holds a little bit longer than everything. Or if you want, I can make you fresh. But I meant to get that shipped out Monday morning. I will do that tomorrow, April. First thing. Well, not first thing. I have a psychiatrist appointment. And then I'll have 45 minutes to get your items shipped out. And then, or so. And then then I have to get chill coffee for an appointment. I might work on shipping when I'm done here. Okay. All right. I got a couple more items to show you. Brand new in the plastic. Unicorn backpack. New with tags. I'm looking for a $6 bid to start. Who will give me $6? I bought it for my daughter, and I ended up getting a different one that I liked better for her. While I was in the process of purchasing this one. So I'm just trying to get my money back on it. I'm looking for a $6 bidder now. That's a cute little pink unicorn backpack. Brand new with tags in the plastic. I'm looking for a $6 bidder now. Looks like I got to put it on my store shelf. Alrighty. Perfectly fine. All right. Last but not least. If anybody wants to see leather jackets tonight, let me know. Otherwise, I won't show them. And this will be the last item. But if you want to see the leather jackets, then by all means, I will have no problem showing them. Okay. This is a queen, I believe. Turn it over. Oh, this isn't a sheet. This is a blanket. Okay. Yeah, but it's a queen size TikTok blanket. It's thin, lightweight. Isn't that cool? My niece was into TikTok real heavy. Anyway, I'm looking to start that out at an $8 bid. Looking for an $8 bid on the TikTok blanket.
Jennifer says 8.
All right. I've got 8 looking for 9. 8 looking for 9 on the TikTok blanket. Eight looking for 9. I've got 8. Now I'm looking for 9. Who will give me 9 for the TikTok blanket? I mean, it'll definitely keep you warm. And it's cool. $8 looking for 9 on the TikTok blanket. I'm taking a little bit more time with this one because it's kind of a higher end item. 8 looking for 9. 8 looking for 9. Eight going once. $8 going once on the TikTok blanket. $8 going 2 times. All right, Jennifer gets it. Oh, I'm sure she will. I bet she's a TikTok queen. You're welcome. All right. Was anybody wanting to see the leather jacket, or is there anything else that you guys be interested in looking at tonight? If not, I think we're going to work on wrapping it up.
Katie was asking what sizes of leather jackets you had, Crystal.
Let me look. I think they're large or extra large. Size. So this one has the size in it. Size. Large. They're large. Both of them. I have a coffee maker, a lamp that I can show. I still have the coffee maker and lamp from last week. I still have the kids' table and chairs from last week. I still have the light fixture from last week. I don't know about the kitty box. I've got lots of stuff from last week's consignment left over. So, but anyway, I really appreciate you all coming in tonight and watching the show. Let's do a giveaway. Yes, I said let's do a giveaway. Okay. Now, I'm going to pick one of the number cards out of the pile that I used for the flash sale. Okay. And whatever number that is the number that you all need to guess. Okay. So I'm blindly picking a number. I have to share. All right. So we're giving away a prize. I have my number. I have my number. Hello. Guess my number. And I'll tell you one thing, it's between 100 and 200. And go. First person to get my number wins a prize. Let's see who was paying attention tonight. Candace got it. Congratulations, Candace. 127 was my number. Let me go get the prize. All right, your prize tonight is a brand new sewing kit. Woohoo! Yay! It's got the sewing bag, the scissors, the tomato thing, the needles, the safety pins, the little cutter, the yarn. So, and it's got a couple other tools over here as well. So, Candace Love, congratulations. You are the winner. You are very welcome. Awesome. I'm glad you'll use it. All right. Thank you guys for watching the Crystal's Live Auctions and Buy It Now show. Sponsored by the Git'n Place Thrift Store, a Bill of Rights Network production. Let's see. And being part of the 400-hour record-breaking live stream. Good night. Good night. I appreciate each and every one of you. I ain't time to rest yet. Sheltering. We got a show to run still. I'll be here for a little while. I'm gonna try and get some shipping boxes packed, and if I can get to my boxes. And good night, Debbie. And so I could get some shipping out first thing in the morning after my son's appointment. And so that's what I'm going to be doing. Oh, yeah. You should, April. You should. You should definitely fizz your ring bombs on the show. Okay, Candace. All right. Just come by the store. If I'm not here, Michael will be. So, but I appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah, April, if you want to come on and fizz your ring bombs, I'm all for that. So, I appreciate you guys. My consigner appreciates you guys. We will be live Saturday night this week. I am sorry. I have been terrible. I do not have a theme planned for Saturday night. So if you guys have any theme ideas for Saturday night's sale, I'm all ears. Otherwise, I will just do leftovers from whatever doesn't sell on the local auction groups that I have posted, because I've got a lot of really, really nice, clothing, mostly plus size. There is some like ladies, average ladies clothing, but there's plus size clothing, and there's other items as well. So I can do that Saturday. Or you guys can pick a theme and I can go around and get things. So, okay. Not a problem. You prepare, and I'm going to miscellaneous mania. Yeah, and I thought about, because we're having the bag sale this week, I thought about doing surprise bag flash sales or surprise bag auctions. We do like a grab bag of like kitchen items, grab bag of one certain size of clothing, all nice stuff, of course. Grab bag of a certain size of shoes, grab bag of knickknacks, grab bag of home decor, stuff, grab bag of school supplies, office supplies, stuff like that. I thought about doing something like that. If anybody would be interested, if they think that would be, mystery bags, they'd be mystery bags. So you wouldn't know what you'd get, but I could, kind of put an approximate, I could tell you how I can write down how many pieces is in the bag, stuff like that. If that's something that you guys would be interested in. So I've got a private chat message. Is anyone else on here tonight?
That was for me.
Yeah. I am on here right now. If you need to go do something, I totally understand.
No, that's okay. I was just thinking if you needed to go do something, then somebody else with the power could.
Right. I am going to Jennifer. That's what you'd like to do. Okay. I think I might do that. I might spend the rest of the week when I'm up here working, putting together grab bags for Saturday night, grab bag miscellaneous, grab bag mania, or what have you. And it won't just be all grab bags, but I think it would be do great to have a mystery bag auction. So I think that's something. Who else is wanting bingo cards? Wanting to play bingo Friday night? It's a lot of fun. We do it in messenger rooms. You don't have to have your camera on the whole time. You can be muted. In fact, I prefer you be muted unless you want to say something or you have you know have a bingo. So plus size clothing would be great. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think I will show leftovers that I have from the stuff of my sister's that she sent me, and I will do some grab bags. I think I think that'll be a um really good fun thing to do this weekend. And you never know what you're going to get, but I will make sure it's all nice stuff. I'm not going to, and then if you want, the way we'll do it is you bid on your bag, and then after you win the bag, then I can reveal what's in the bag. That would be fun. So it would be a live reveal as well as the mystery bag, but you can't know what's in your bag until you've paid for it or until you've bid on, till you want it. So I think that's going to be fun. I think I am so doing that. Pick up the cards from your store. Yes. Yeah. Or I could take a screen, or I could take a picture of them and send them to you in Messenger, and you could print them out on your own computer. And the best way to do it is now, if you want cards from me, I am changing things up on how I do that. I am loaning out laminated cards, so you can use a dry erase marker on them, and then you can either hang on to those cards for the next time you play, or you could trade them in for different cards the next time you play. So that's how we're doing that. This is some kind of Donald Trump crap. Hello. Look what we got today, Chad. We got our first troll of the night on Twitter.
Yeah, I was seeing that. It looks like it's from Instagram, or is that Twitch?
That's Twitch.
I'm not on Twitch, so
I got this. And I'm not going to accidentally block Barb. Oops.
Yeah, don't block Barb.
I can't block nobody. Did he take away my blocking privileges?
You didn't say he was going to.
I think he took away my blocking privileges. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, you're in the wrong room, buddy.
Yep. Oh, Carl, I love you, but you took away my blocking privileges. Yeah, I can't block nobody. That sucks. Oh well.
Too much time on his hands.
Yeah, we'll just ignore it and call it good. So, till Carl gets up, and then Carl can deal with it. All because I accidentally blocked Barb. I didn't mean to. I was trying to block trolls, and I lost my blocking privileges. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Carl was like, I'm going to make sure nobody can do it. I wonder if everybody else did too. So they couldn't block him.
Everybody lost their blocking privileges because of me. Whoops. My bad. Sorry. I like the block button. I like blocking people, not my friends or people that we like on here, but people I don't like.
Well, I hate to give him the attention, but I'm still wondering how bingo is Donald Trump crap.
I know.
Unless they're talking about from one of the other groups or something like that, but
Right. Well, because the thing is the Bill of Rights Network. So
Oh, that's got to be some kind of, I mean, Bill of Rights. Who would have? Donald Trump must have wrote that too, huh?
I know.
Sorry, I don't mind if you join. If I don't know if
No,
your
come
show's
on.
over. But,
My show's over. My show's
yeah,
over.
Bill of Rights. Who would have thought Donald Trump? Well, I guess it's as good as anything else they blame him for.
1776. Donald Trump's been alive since 1776.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So people kill me, man.
Right? You're killing me, Smalls.
Yeah, exactly. And I say groundhog, so
right. That's great. Nothing more to say too.
I don't know. I have fun with trolls sometimes, so I'd be
I
like,
know.
I'd be like Vincent or Cameron or something like that. So.
Right. Well, I don't know how long you've been watching the shows, but a while back, like a couple of months back, Cameron and Carl were on one of the shows, and I want to say it was The Ranch, but Carl got a scam phone call during the show. So they put it on speaker, and it's after 9. So they started fucking with this guy hard. Right there on the air during the Second Amendment Ranch.
I could believe that. I could definitely believe that. Well, I haven't talked to Cameron too much. Tonight was the first time that I was even on with Cameron, and Carl kept me on before the show started while he was telling Cameron about Ruger coming in.
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Hey, Chad, I'm putting you in the background, or a backstage so that he could do a show, So, but I haven't talked to Cameron that much. So, and I haven't really talked to TDC or Simple Man that much, except for in chat. And then I've been around for about 2 weeks to a month, maybe. I'm still a newbie as far as everything goes. I just been on here a lot, so
yeah.
I got side door access, I guess you would say, instead of back door.
Right.
So that's why I can't put the comments and stuff on, but I can see all of them and everything. So.
Right. Yeah, I get it. Been there.
But Barbara kind of showed me about it, and it was like, oh, cool. So.
Right. So, let me see. I think the first time, or maybe the second time I met TDC and Simple Man on, talking like we are, was they were on the show, and it was the time I threw the pie in Carl's face. And they made fun of me because I did not literally shove it in his face. I just kind of placed it in his face. Well, he told me, okay, I was planning on just giving it to him, and he told me, he's like, please, don't be, you got to be easy on me. I've got some, teeth issues and other issues. And so I was afraid of hurting him, so, and this pie was so soupy because it was hot and the air conditioner didn't work at BB's, and so this pie was just like soup. And so I literally just kind of I tried throwing it in his face, but I'm like, I just kind of placed it in his face, and they made fun of me so bad that his wife got to put a pie in his face like a few weeks later. And she made sure Patriot Pete. Oh, right on.
Carl's told me about Patriot Pete, Michael.
Yeah. But I'll have to hear the story about Patriot Pete. But
he likes to come in different forms. So
I see. Said the blind.
He tries to sneak in a lot. So
Yeah, well, I can't block him. I lost the power to block after I blocked Barbara.
I think he tries to sneak in on the shows a lot of what some of it is too. So
Yeah. Right on. Right on. But anyways, yeah, so Simple Man and TDC made fun of me, and his wife literally just like slammed him with the second pie, and it was a full, it was a firm pie. It was set up.
oh man.
So he was cleaning pie out of his nose for like weeks. But all these other kids or all these other people were doing these crazy challenges, like Larson eating the stinky fish.
Oh,
And
did he? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
he pickled herring.
The stinky fish is from Sweden or Norway.
Yeah.
That is, and it's a delicacy up there, so it's not supposed to be in cans, really. Like you get it, like we get it. And have you ever watched any of those stinky fish challenges?
No.
Oh, if you want to see something crazy, watch some of those stinky fish challenges.
I watched Larson do it, and that was bad enough because he couldn't. He barely took a bite, and he was throwing up.
Yes,
like, it's illegal to open that in his apartment. He had to eat it outside.
So those people are opening the can.
Oh, my wife's saying, yeah, they open the can and start throwing it up because is what it is it's that, like I said, it's actually a delicacy up there because they ferment it, and it's like fermented fish pretty much.
Yes.
And they'll go and ferment it in like the ground almost, but it's covered in ice. So they're actually fermenting it maybe in a bucket in the snow, fermenting it. So it's like a delicacy where he's from.
Yeah.
Supposedly, but you'll see people, if you ever look up videos of that, they'll go put the can opener in the can and it squirts when you put it in the can.
Ew.
So it'll squirt liquid from that fish everywhere. And then the smell of it is, I've never seen videos of people that are supposed to be so tough. It'd be like Bo doing that and be gagging and about to throw up just from opening the can. So, I mean, that's how bad that stuff supposedly smells.
Right.
So,
yeah, Luke was supposed to eat 4 lemons, rinds and all. And I think he only got through 2 of them. And Cameron had to drink jalapeno juice, a whole jar of it.
He's from Texas. That shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that was nothing to him. No, the dog food was where he ran into problems. Did you watch that episode?
No.
Oh man, you missed out on so much fun.
Oh, okay, I have. I've never even met Bo or seen Bo or nothing like that. So it's kind of just me hearing about a friend in a sense. So,
well, that guy that was on earlier, his twin brother.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, that was. I got on here and I'm like, oh my god, that's Bo. That looks just like
Cameron.
Bo.
So
yeah, I'm just like, wow.
I've seen his pictures, so yeah, it looked just like him from his pictures. So
oh yeah, he looks just like Bo. I mean, it's a spit image, and if you didn't know that it was his twin, you'd think it was him.
I could only imagine how they would have felt if he would have just shown up to the viewing and the funeral and before they knew about him. So
right, exactly. I guess they're 99.9%
identical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Well, anyway, so back in July, I believe it was, we had a pet care fundraiser. And we raised money to help from Norway. We used...
this is Surströmming. I think it's a lot worse than lutefisk.
Yeah. Yeah, the Surströmming is what he ate. But anyway, so this was like the night of the pie in the face that I put in Carl's face. I said that we were doing a fundraiser for pets in July. And so anyways, so Cameron's like, if you make $1,000, I'll eat a level cup of dry dog food on the show. I'm like, game on. and we made over $1,000.
Oh, really?
So yes, we did. We did. And well, the fundraiser this last Saturday night made over 1,500. I'll tell you that.
That's good. I didn't
Oh,
know it was
yeah.
that much, but
Yeah. But anyways, so I made I think it was 1,000 and so, just it wasn't quite 1,100, but anyway, he ate this level cup of dog food on the air during the Second Amendment Ranch, and by the time he got through about, I would say, 3/4 of the cup of dog food, I was like, stop, you've had enough, stop. Because he was so sick. He was barfing on, off camera. Oh, I felt so bad because that stuff expands in your stomach and weighs down your stomach. And he's like, I mean, I guess the good thing that came out of it was that he no longer buys that dog food for his dogs. He actually, is very, very picky about what he feeds his dogs now.
hopefully he doesn't taste what he's feeding his dogs now. So
he mentioned he might. Oh Lord. Yeah, it was bad. He was sick for like 2 or 3 days afterwards. I felt so bad. I sent him banana bread because I felt so bad. But I actually have the video on here of me putting the pie in in Carl's face, which I'll show here in a couple minutes. And then
I know Barbara's the one that lives close to me, but I don't know how she'd feel about me shoving a pie in her face. So.
So another challenge that we did for the fundraiser that we threw the pie in Carl's face for, and I'm trying to remember what fundraiser that was for. But I can't remember what fundraiser that was for. But anyways, Batman, who I don't think you've met yet, Brandon, the big guy.
No, I hadn't met him yet.
I don't think you've met him. His name is Brandon. He's, a bigger guy. And we call him Batman on here, on this thing, when he gets on and comments and stuff. So anyways, he said if we made $1,000 at that fundraiser in June, that he would go and wear a dress and walk around the square here in Bethany and go into all the businesses and shake the business owners' hands. And he did it. He did it. We've done some amazing things with fundraising. We raised in April, I think. We raised $4,000 for my dad to buy a house.
Wow.
Yes. So, so my dad danced around in a tutu as his, challenge because he was living in a crappy trailer. The hot water heater didn't work. The landlord wouldn't do anything, work on it, nothing. The roof was crappy. It was kind of leaning to one side a little bit. It's just, he was, tired of not owning. Oh, look at all this.
No,
that's
me. That's me. I was sending the links to Kaloa about some of the videos on YouTube about the Stinky Fish Challenge. So that was me. Okay. I just responded to her comment. So I don't know why it says Facebook user instead of my name, but
right, because you're in my private group. That's why.
Oh, okay.
So, anyways, yeah. So he walked around the square in a dress. I have it on my video camera. But here's the video where I threw the pie in Carl's face, just for a good laugh. Well, I said it in his face.
Okay, folks, are you ready?
It's soupy.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's kind of warm and soupy, so we better do this quick. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, are you ready? Let's do this. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah, I might have made fun of you for seeing that too. You might have been, when he said, "Are you ready?" Just as soon as you said, "Are you ready?" Just,
Right. I should have, but
as long as they were recording it, but
right. Well, it was live. We were live on the Second Amendment Ranch. So that's why we were facing the other way.
right.
It's because we were trying to show it on the live stream. So Cameron was on there and Simple Man, I believe, was on there. And I don't know if TDC was on there that night or not. I can't remember. I think they both were on there though. And so they watched the whole thing go down and I caught some hell for that.
Well, sounds like his wife made up for it. So
Right. It was so much fun. It was. This has been just a really crazy year for everybody, but there's been a lot of great friendships made throughout all this, and the Bill of Rights Network is honestly, other than as far as this year, my auction group and the Bill of Rights Network and us getting our shop open is probably the best things that's come out of this year.
Well, that's great.
So, it is. So
I thought about trying to open up a shop like that, but I don't ever think I could make any money out of it. So I'm not much of a business pusher as far as stuff goes. I'm more of a helper or supportive.
Yeah. This is really the store itself is more my husband's baby. This is the store itself and all that. That's kind of his dream. He done 90% of all of that. And then the auction group is mine. Now, when we started doing the auction group, I actually, like I said, I've had this actual site, the private group for a long time, but I never really used it. And then last December, I changed it to, I was involved with another group and they started doing some live sales. And I'm like, well, that's a kind of the cool idea. And I said, well, I don't want to step on your toes and I will not sell on your days. But
Right.
I kind of like to do that too. And I said, but the reason I had actually started it was because one of the businesses here in town, TJ's Wholesales, had caught on fire on December 9th of 2020. And my husband and two of my children were in the building when it caught fire. Wow. Literally, if it would have been a second longer, after my husband grabbed my baby, if my baby would have been there any longer, he wouldn't be with me.
That's one of those gifts from God,
Yeah, definitely, because they caught it on camera. Literally, my husband grabbed my son, ran. It was like a slow motion video. Literally, you see him come in, grab the baby, take 2 steps, and the furnace blows out purple smoke or purple flames right there where my baby was standing before my husband had grabbed him.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, scary stuff. The furnace had caught fire. Not the actual furnace. I mean, the furnace did catch fire, but it was the up in the, ductwork. Yeah,
the ductwork caught on fire. Okay.
Yeah, it caught on fire, and they didn't know it because it was at the back of the store. Well, my son was back there my oldest son was back there doing his schoolwork and watching the baby, and in the back where the furnaces were. And, my husband was up front helping get their store organized. And they, next thing you know, there's customers coming in saying that there's a fire. Yelling, and so they're all in there yelling, fire, fire, fire. Well, then you see the store owner run in, turn off the breakers, and then run back out. You see there's another child there, and I think he was like 3 or 4. And you see somebody grab him up. You see my husband swoop in, turn off the gas, and grab my son and take the 2 steps before it blew.
Wow.
And, yeah. So, I mean, it was me seeing that video just totally.
The video makes it even worse sometimes watching it. So
yeah.
Because right then you're thinking all in the moment, I guess you'd say. So
I was literally only like 2 blocks away as a crow flies. I was working for my father-in-law in his apartment cleaning, and I was in the bathroom cleaning, and all of a sudden I started hearing sirens. And then my phone rings, and I picked up the phone, and it was my husband, and there were sirens in the background. And I'm like, he doesn't call unless he needs something or it's something important. I mean, sometimes he'll call to talk, but not very often, especially while we're working. And I picked up the phone, and he said, the store caught on fire. And I could hear the sirens in the background. I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah, you're only 2 blocks away. So
right. I dropped everything, got in the car, and went up there. And yeah, it was crazy. I've got pictures of the damage on my TikTok account. And it's just, yeah, that was a crazy experience. But anyways, so they had all this product that they had to get rid of. That was still good.
That's good.
So we did live sales. That's how I started this. I started doing live sales. I didn't get any money out of it from them. And I made them tons of money. Tons of money. They had great nights. They were, I mean, the page started off really strong with selling their stuff and helping them out after the fire. I was having sales 2 and 3 days a week, helping them out and trying to get stuff cleaned out. And it went really, really well. And then after they were done with their cleaning out and stuff, I decided I wanted to start doing this on my own, for myself.
Right.
And that was right. And right around the time I decided I wanted to start doing it for myself was the time I had to walk away from a client that I had been working for 2.5 years because they things kind of got bad. And I'll just leave it like that.
I understand. I understand that.
You get close to people, and then, it really hurts when things go bad.
Yeah. I understand.
I had to walk away. And so anyway, I decided that, I was done work. I had a couple other people I was working for the next couple months off and on. But by the time April hit, I was done working for other people. I still have my job, but I don't have any clients.
Right.
And I have one lady that if she called me and said, hey, I need you, and I was available, I'd go to her. I'd work for her,
What kind of work did you do?
And she's in our group. But in home care, I'm a CNA. I worked through the pandemic.
That's what my wife does too. So
yeah. I mean, I loved it.
She works for a company, but that's what my wife does too. So
I still am employed by the company, but I I'm just this started taking between this and opening the shop and the kids and everything else. This started taking up all my time,
I
and
believe it. I believe that. Oh,
and I just decided I'm done. I need to just work for myself, and so that's what I've been doing, and we're scraping by. I'm not going to say the stimuluses didn't help because they did.
I agree. I agree.
Um, I hate that we've had to rely on some of that, to help us,
Yes.
get on our feet. But
I feel the same way with my family, so I know what you mean.
But I'm not going to turn it down. So
I'm not going to turn it down either.
right.
In fact, I was thinking that during your auction today. I was like, well, the child tax credit thing should be coming in today, so
right.
so hopefully some people will buy some stuff. So it's just
right, exactly. So,
it's
yeah.
only Tuesday though, so
yeah, it's only Tuesday. Hopefully it'll be here tomorrow. We had a better day at the shop today. I mean, last week was really slow. It's like the first week of the month goes well, and then the second week of the month is really super slow, and then the third week around the 15th it picks up, and then the next week it's really slow again. So
yeah.
I mean, money's getting tight, the bills are piling up for everybody. This store is not yet completely paying for itself, so we're not even making any profit as far as the store. So we rely on my auctions to pay the bills. Well, like tonight's auction, it's a 50-50. So I only get half of what we made, and then I bought some stuff, which I shouldn't have, but I did. But
Looked like somebody you were related to might have bought a couple of things too, but
my husband, yes. But like I said, we only had to pay half price for those things. So,
right.
Whatever I spent, it's only half. I didn't realize that TikTok thing was a blanket. I thought it was a flat sheet. And when I pulled it up, I'm like, oh my God, this is a blanket. I should have started it out a little higher, honestly.
Well,
waited, but that's okay.
Yeah. I don't TikTok much, so I'm not a big TikTok fan, but I know I'm one of the few ones even on this group that doesn't watch TikTok. So
I didn't actually start getting into TikTok much until this last, not even full year, honestly. I think it was right around the same time that TJ's had their fire is when I started actually watching TikTok a little bit more. I don't get on it near as much as I get on Facebook. There's April. I don't.
Say, where do you see April at?
She's right there.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, I was listening to your story.
Yeah, but I don't get on TikTok there as much as I get on Facebook. So, but I do like to watch some of the videos, and that's how I've done my advertising, because TikTok helps me put my videos together for my advertising. So I've got several that I've done that's just advertising, and I've done other videos too, but most of my if you go on my page, most of my page is advertising.
That's understandable.
So between Canva and TikTok,
a lot of people use Canva.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I use Magisto to make a lot of my videos.
Oh, right on. I've never heard of that one.
Well, it's not free, so I have to pay for it.
See, I can't afford to pay for none of that.
Yeah, but it does videos with filters and music, and then the main reason you pay for it is because it gives you music rights for the videos. Yeah. They have a ton of filters to use. And you can make really long videos, up to like 10, 12 minutes long. I have my ring bombs and my water.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not all fancy because I'm not a rep for it. Totaling up your totals.
Yeah. 38, 45, 52, 56, 75. 85. Yes. So, oh yeah, 95.
Wow, those are some old comments. Weird.
Drama book is enough.
Yeah, I don't. I used to have a TikTok, but then they came out a while ago when Trump was president and said that government workers couldn't use TikTok or have it on their phone because there was technology from China in there. And so my husband was active duty Navy at the time, so we had to remove TikTok from our stuff.
Might have been a good idea for for that kind of stuff. I don't know. Me and Barbara are definitely going to have to work on our lighting because I know both of us look crazy with the lighting we have. So, and y'all look normal. So,
well, right now I'm in my living room, so
I'm on the back porch, so you can kind of tell the lighting I got right now. For maybe it's our webcam. So,
I'm just using my phone right now. I do have a light. It's not on because it's not charged right now, but I have one of the stand with the lights on it.
Oh yeah. I'm using my laptop camera, so I don't ever use it. Usually, if I'm on FaceTime or something like that, I usually use my phone. But I wasn't sure how the data would go with how much it would suck up off my phone. So
yeah. Well, StreamYard doesn't do a whole lot. It's not much different from like using Zoom or something else like that.
Mm-hmm. Carl was telling me that I needed to stay wired in if I was doing broadcasts and stuff, but I don't really have a way to stay wired in without having a TV going in the background and everything else. So
yeah, I mean, if you're like the sole person doing it, so like I have my own StreamYard because I have my own YouTube channel and Facebook page. I haven't actually gotten a show on here because I just can't be consistent. Like I have with all of my kids and all their medical stuff and everything like that.
Yeah,
it's really hard. So my Facebook page is called ET1 Richard Muller and Family, and I started it when he retired. Because it was he retired last year during the COVID nonsense, and we had to have his retirement ceremony done online because we couldn't have more than 10 people in the room at a time. That was the Navy policy.
Where are you at?
Right now, I'm in Idaho, but back then we were in Virginia.
Oh, I remember you telling us that.
Yeah. But that was Navy policy. That wasn't Virginia policy. That was
right.
Yeah. And so we had this whole thing planned where his family was going to come out, and we had rented a beach house, and we're going to have this big retirement ceremony, and have like a week's vacation, all this fun stuff. And we had to cancel the beach house. We had to cancel all of our plans and then do the retirement ceremony online. I think we were like one of the first ones to do it online. And so like other people took our platform that we did and like borrowed from it. After that.
Well,
and
I guess y'all were originals, so
yeah, it's still on YouTube. His retirement ceremony is still on YouTube. But I created that page, and then I created a separate YouTube channel called Muller Family 7 Show. And I started doing educational videos on autism and ADHD and mental health disorders, disruptive mood dysregulation disorders.
I know you said you had 3 boys. How many
7.
of them? You have 7 boys.
Yeah.
Wow. I remember you talking about it. I was one of the ones in the backstage while I think it was you and Crystal and somebody else was talking. And how many of them have autism or ADHD? 5 have autism?
And 6 have ADHD.
Wow. My son hasn't been diagnosed yet, but now he's been diagnosed as of this week of having ADHD. And I can't imagine having that many kids with ADHD, much less autism. My son told us today, he kept on going in the fridge today because he wanted to eat a stick of butter. He's 7. He told us that his teacher gave him a stick of butter for a snack, and that's why he wanted some more butter, was because his teacher supposedly gave him, and it's like, Austin, I know you're full of baloney. Don't tell me that. Yeah. And we've already had other problems with him too, but now we're finally being able to try to get him on some medicine to help him out because he's in a special class or he's sent to another school here where I live in a behavioral class, but I could only imagine having to deal with that. I think you were the one I think we were talking to, and we were talking about, I was only in the comments then and talking about how there's no normal autism, I think it was you and Crystal talking. So,
yep. That's true. There is a spectrum disorder, and there's so many ranges of how it affects people. And then there's mild to severe. And if you actually watch my videos that I did, you might. I explain it pretty decently, but they're only 15-minute videos.
That's a huge
and the biggest thing that I had was when we moved to Idaho is that there's a lot of misunderstanding of mental health and autism and ADHD. We literally had a teacher tell us that ADHD wasn't real. We just need to discipline our child more.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what? If I disciplined my child if I spanked my child, when I spank my kid, he turns around and says, that didn't hurt.
Right.
So it's like, and I mean, it hurts my hand to spank him sometimes. And it's like, he turns around and says, that didn't hurt. And it was like, how much more do you want me to discipline him? Actually lock him in the closet, because that's what it would take to get him to chill out the way you're talking about. I mean, the way that to be honest with you, I'm 42. Whenever I was in school, everybody was diagnosed with ADHD.
Yeah.
So I might be able to see how some teachers might think that, but they're just having my daughter and my son. Stuff like that is not always have to do with the parents' fault. Which is something that I used to believe in, and say, well, it's the parents' fault. They need to do more discipline to their kid. But after having my son and my daughter, it's like, no, it's kids are totally different and have different
Yes.
Well,
problems.
the
They all have different problems in a way. That's kind of saying it bluntly, but as far as trying to say about ADHD versus some kid that you're trying to say doesn't get disciplined enough. Some kids, doesn't matter how much you discipline them, their brain works differently.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing is that they've learned that the frontal lobe is slowed down in kids with ADHD. So what happens is their actions and movements and such are going faster in the brain than the frontal lobe that controls your thinking process.
Yeah.
And so that's why they use stimulants to treat ADHD, because what happens with a stimulant is it stimulates the frontal lobe to be more in step with the rest of the brain so that you can actually think better before you act.
Well,
you have more control.
That's one of those things, and it's one of those just things that I like to believe is even kids with autism especially have some kind of special talent that they would excel through the roof at.
Yep.
There's something hidden in there that the rest of us don't understand, in a sense. I guess it's kind of like, I hate to compare it to a TV show, but like that, what was it? The Big Bang Theory, where Sheldon,
yeah,
was like autistic or whatever was considered wrong with him. And he didn't understand regular everyday life, but he excelled at everything else, or,
science.
Yeah. Or you hear Mozart or something like that,
Yeah.
I mean, that
they do tend to have one particular special skill, and they also have extremely good memory.
Right.
Yeah. So Elijah, my oldest, his memory is insane. He can, when he was, when he was 2 years old, he could quote half an hour word for word of the movie Finding Nemo.
I can believe that,
Yeah.
It's just you have to get that trigger in them for them to want to, they might not be able to remember what you said 5 minutes ago, but they can remember the whole movie Finding Nemo. So, you have to find those triggers to get them, and it might not be behavioral triggers, and even though those are the harder triggers, I guess, to get them to understand,
Yeah. He was diagnosed with autism. My oldest was diagnosed at 3 years old, and he's 15 now. And he's also the one that has a feeding tube.
Has a what?
A feeding tube.
Oh, okay. My wife
understood.
She's sitting out here, but I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't sure if you were around when I was talking to Barbara about. No, I was talking to Vincent and Barbara about him. He was born with a heart defect and almost died at birth, and was on ECMO and had open heart surgery and had complications and had to be resuscitated multiple times. And he was the one that
goes in my family. So
and he was diagnosed with autism at 3, and then we immediately started behavioral therapy with him. And I think he discontinued that when he was 10. So, but I knew what to do with when my other kids were diagnosed because my oldest had already had it. So behaviors are better treated when you get early intervention and with intense therapies.
Right. And after your first one, you knew what to look for, or knew how to handle it, and knew what to look for, even though it might be totally different. So
yeah. And all of my kids are different.
I believe that.
They all have their own quirks. They all have their own likes. Elijah's the lower functioning of my kids. Most of mine are high functioning. You wouldn't know it unless you were around them long enough to notice that they didn't look you in the eye, that they kind of were a little awkward and understand some things, stuff like that. The ADHD is the hardest part because they're so hyper and all over the place all the time.
I know what you mean. When I was talking to Carl earlier, my son found a can of Raid bug spray behind my porch or beside my bench that you see behind it. And you probably can't really see it, but often this little corner over here is a trampoline, and my son's over here jumping on the trampoline, spraying bugs with a can of Raid roach spray. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Carl, hold on a second."
Yes, I could tell you some stories, man. Stuff my kids have done. Oh, man.
Or like saying that his teacher gave him a stick of butter for lunch, so he wanted some more butter to eat for lunch. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nehemiah, the one that's got COVID right now, when he was, 2.5 years old? 3? I don't know, somewhere about that time. He was young. He was taking a nap, and he got up while I was asleep and everybody else was asleep, and climbed over the baby gate, went into the bathroom, turned on the sink, plugged the sink, played in the water for a little bit, and then went back to bed and left the water running.
Your box is almost ready.
Yay!
Oh my goodness.
We woke up to a flooded house. Literally the entire hallway, bedroom, his bedroom.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
God.
Your stuff from tonight is not in this box because I just
Okay.
now realized. So it'll be in the next shipment.
Okay. Sounds good. So the same kid, different house, decided to get up in the middle of the night, again, when we were all sleeping. And he was much older at this time, maybe 8 years old. And he got into our cabinet that had art supplies in it
Oh goodness.
and took a bottle of glitter and just started jumping up and down all over the place, spraying glitter everywhere.
That sounds like something my son would do.
We were still finding glitter when we moved out of the house.
I could imagine.
Like,
That's one of those things that you find over. It doesn't matter how hard you try to get rid of it. You know, you still find it. So
yeah. So I buy.
I have to restart your box.
My box or
Yep.
Oh, okay. So
Because
Abijah,
I forgot things.
I'm sorry. Abijah, actually, have you seen those kids' toothpaste containers that are plastic, hard plastic, and they're like watermelon, like the Act ones? You know what I'm talking about?
oh yeah, yeah.
They're hard plastic. They're not the moldable ones, and they're made
Right.
for kids. He flushed one of those down the toilet.
Heart shape one.
It was.
right.
It got so
Large
stuck.
toothpaste containers for kids. My wife was
you guys
asking,
are
flush
gonna
what
be
down the
here-
toilet?
Sorry. You guys are gonna be here for a few minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and shut the computer down and pack it up and go home, and then I will come back on to watch your ring reveal.
Can you do
Okay.
that? Can you do that without cutting the feed?
Yes, because Carl still has a computer running.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay. I'm
So
just making sure.
Yep. We're good. I'm gonna go. Like I said, I'm gonna go home, and I'm going to set the computer back up. I was trying to start shipping, but I'm obviously too tired to start shipping because I totally screwed up the first box. So
Okay.
I have to totally
I'm sorry.
redo it well. And then that water gun, it's gonna take a really big box because that water gun is like forever long. So
You need to buy the pull stick holder that you were talking about. The water gun would fit in it. You could buy it, and then
I either that or I take the water gun by itself and just wrap it in brown shipping paper and
your shipment
That
has been
way-
flagged.
Yeah, right.
So,
But anyway, so this hard plastic toothpaste container he flushed down the toilet, we couldn't get it out. and we had the plumber come and everything. We had to throw the toilet away and buy a new toilet. There was no way of getting it out. It was stuck for good. We literally had to throw the toilet away and buy a new toilet.
Mind you, after I'd already gotten the damn thing outside, it fell out.
Yeah, it was a mess. What else are some crazy things they've done? Oh my gosh. Jeremiah, he took a permanent marker and he decided a black permanent marker. And again, this was 3:00 in the morning. And he decided he wanted to color himself.
Yep, my son has done that before. I don't know how old yours was when he did that, but my son has done that before.
He had both arms completely covered in black permanent marker.
And I needed to go to school.
Yeah, and he had to go to school like that.
Well, about 3 years ago, my son was 4 or 5, and me and my wife, he'd fall asleep with us in bed because that's the only way he would go to sleep. So me and my wife are in bed. He fell asleep. He didn't want to go to sleep, but we finally got him to sleep. And so me and my wife go to sleep, and about 3:00 in the morning, my mother-in-law's still up, and the sheriff's department's knocking on the door.
Oh, no.
And my wife gets up, and we're like, what in the world is the sheriff's department doing here? And evidently, my son had snuck out of bed, took my mother-in-law's car keys, and he's 4 or 5 at this time, went and tried to get into the car, and couldn't get into the car, so he buried the keys in the dirt and walked across the street to the gas station because he wanted a slushie.
Oh my gosh.
And luckily, we live in a pretty nice community. The lady that had stopped there was like, what are you doing? What are you doing over here? Where's your parents at? And he was pointing over to our house across the street. And so she called the sheriff's department, which I don't blame her at all. So then the sheriff's department came over to our house, brought him back. And luckily he showed the sheriff's officer where he buried the keys at in the yard. And, they, come in and questioned everybody for about an hour and was like, how did you get the door open? Because we had dead bolts and everything else. And he just drug a chair over there, showed the sheriff's department how he got all the doors unlocked. And they were like, if this happens again, we're calling Child Protective Services. And I was like, well, I don't blame you. Thank you for not doing it this time. But yeah, he went all the way across the street and stood in front of the door in his underwear or diaper wanting a slushie, and it was like, do you get mad at them for doing that, or are you happy that nothing happened to them? So
yeah, and see, I think that's ridiculous. Like, you do everything you can as a parent, and stuff happens that you have no control over.
I agree.
There's nothing you could have done any differently.
We went and put motion or alarms on the doors to where if you open the door, an alarm would go off, and then we went and put deadbolts or chain locks on there way up at the top, so even if he was in a chair he couldn't reach it. So that's what we had to do then. So
yeah, but how would you know before it happened that's what you do?
It's one of those things that, like I was talking about with, well, your kid acts bad, you need to discipline him more. Well, sometimes that's the same kind of discipline doesn't work with all kids, so and I can totally see that in your case.
Yeah, kids on the spectrum that do the stuff like that, it's called eloping. That's the term for it, and it's very, very common. It's very common for kids on the spectrum to find their way out of a home, to find their way away from their parents, to disappear. Nobody knows where they are, and they're very smart and sneaky about doing it.
Right.
Yeah, and they have a name for it. They've developed products for it. It's so common, and I don't think it's right to really attack parents who are just doing the best they can.
No, I don't either. And to be honest with you, 10 years ago, I've got 2 kids, so I'm not near as up as high as you are. And I don't know if I could handle having 7 kids. I
don't know. I can't either.
Mine are 7 and 8. And 10 years ago, I might have been like, well, you just need to discipline them more. But after having kids and being around kids, because I've always been around kids. My family grew up as a big family in a small area. So it was like my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, my uncle, we all lived on the same plot of land. And then the same thing was with my best friend that lived like a quarter mile away from me. So it was, you know, him, his sister, because I was the oldest out of my family for 5 kids, and he was the youngest out of his family for 5 kids. So his sisters and stuff were having kids and stuff while we were still young and teenagers and stuff like that. So we were always around kids. Yeah. And then, you know, I moved to Florida like 20 years ago, and I was still had not as much around family kids, but you know, once you're over 20, a lot of your friends are going to have kids, you know? So, you know, I was always around kids, so I could usually reason with them pretty good, but, I forget where I was going with this, but.
Well, that's why I started my channel, just to do some education, because in Virginia, a lot of people are already educated. It's a high concentration of special needs kids, and the schools work really well with them. But out here, I mean, I have people that still make references to autism and Rain Man.
What?
Yeah. Rain Man.
Oh, Rain Man. I thought you said Brain Man. And
no,
I didn't even think about Rain Man. It's been so long since I've seen that. So.
Yeah. And people just don't understand it. Like, they totally don't get it. And it's frustrating. So that's why I started doing those videos. There are probably a lot better ones out there. But I just share.
I've never had a family member with autism, but unless you have to deal with that kind of stuff, and I'm saying that from talking about epilepsy, people still do not understand it. No matter how much, unless you have something like that, then you don't understand it, because even like epilepsy, people think epilepsy all the same. Oh, you're walking around, fall on the floor, having seizures, you know, and me, my wife's, and my son's epilepsies, all 3, we have completely different types of epilepsy or seizures. So it all gets thrown in. If you have epilepsy or seizures, it all gets thrown in the same type of bucket, you know, kind of like autism does. So it's all supposed to be the same, you know, they're all the same, you know, so that's how. And then I watch a lot of stuff. Florida is pretty big about autism here. So, you know, you're going to have autism events all the time for charities and for hospitals and, you know, everything else. There's always some promotion going on for autism here, you know, so.
Yeah, not here.
And I didn't realize that until I moved to Florida, because in Central Texas, we didn't have that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, Texas, and unfortunately, like, some of the more Republican districts are less educated on special needs. Well,
I love Texas and all, but that's stuff that I think they should be more educated about, you know.
Yeah, same with Idaho.
And I'm a Republican and everything else, conservative, whatever you want to call it, you know.
Yeah, me too.
But that's some stuff that I definitely think they should be more educated about, or be more willing to educate themselves about, open to it, you know, instead of just, because that's another one of them things where they rate mental illness as all the same thing, you know.
Yeah. And I think like it's unfortunate, because I'm also conservative. I'm also a Republican, but the only things that I just say that I've noticed that, because Texas is like one of the only areas, there's a couple of states that we couldn't move to when my husband retired, because they don't have a program for children.
Right.
For, you know, behavioral therapies and stuff like that, or Medicaid that can cover autism and the medical supplies that my tube-fed son needs. And Texas doesn't have a program like that, so we couldn't even.
That's sad. That's really sad to me.
Yeah.
You know, although here's something that I hope my wife doesn't hit me for mentioning this, ex-girlfriend of mine, but her kids both have ADHD, and she gets medical funding for it. And she even gets disability checks for them for having ADHD. And I've never heard of that before. So for ADHD at least.
Yeah, that's kind of different. Normally for disability, it has to be like a intellectual disability. ADHD is not an intellectual disability. It's a mental health disorder. But ADHD can be severe enough that it impacts your ability to function properly. But I haven't heard of that for disability.
A $500 a month check for each of her kids for having ADHD, she told me.
So the only thing I can think of is SSI, which is Social Security disability for children. But you can only qualify for that. It's based on your income and your assets. So,
well, I don't think she works or has a house or has any assets. So,
then that's probably what she's getting. Then she's probably getting SSI.
She might be, but I've never lived in a house without income. So, except for whenever I'm out of work, and it's still considered too much income for stuff like that. So, even if you were on unemployment, last time I was on unemployment was about 6 years ago. So maybe 5. So.
Yeah, we had to apply. They want you to apply for SSI if you have a disabled child, because even if they know they're going to deny it, because when they become an adult and they move out on their own and they have their own income and they already have on file that they verify that they have a disability, it's easier for them to get SSI payments or Social Security disability as an adult. So
that's kind of interesting because they wouldn't diagnose my son with ADHD until recently, because they were talking about how his medical record would follow him around with ADHD if they diagnosed him too early.
I've never heard anything like that either.
That's what they told. That's what the doctors and the schools told us here in Florida. So
they just don't want to do it.
That might be it. Well, I don't know. Some of his teachers, I'm sure, in the school, because my son would drive them crazy at school.
Yeah.
Oh, my wife just told me the neurologist is who said they couldn't diagnose him until he was 7.
No, that is not true. Look, my youngest was diagnosed with ADHD at 3 years old. You can diagnose at 3. Now, the only thing that you might have a doctor say is that we may not medicate until the age of 6, because most of the medications are FDA approved for 6 and over.
Right. They wouldn't even diagnose him.
Yeah, that's not right. No, so I'll tell you they're wrong on that, because you can be diagnosed just like with autism. Like I've had people say, well, you can't diagnose autism until the age of 3. They can diagnose autism now at the age of 18 months.
I didn't know that either. So even living with so much autism around me, or autism, this is totally the wrong word for it, because I can't think of a better word. I guess information would be a better word, but propaganda, because they talk about a lot of autism here. Hello, Denise, by the way.
Yeah,
but
I missed you tonight. You're on the show, Denise.
But yeah, I didn't even know you could diagnose with autism that early. So,
well, and with ADHD, so I went to college. I was going to college to get my degree in psychology. So one of the things about ADHD is, and with autism, is the earlier the diagnosis, the better the treatment, the better the outcome. So if you wait to diagnose, then you're not providing proper treatment at a reasonable amount of time to actually change the outcome, or may have a better outcome.
Welcome back, Crystal.
Yep.
I wish I could get from home to work that quick. Luckily, I don't have to go to work, so I can work from home. So
it's literally 2 blocks from my house.
Those are all cousins, Denise?
Hi, Denise.
But so my youngest, Nehemiah, has severe ADHD, and he was on a medicine called Risperdal for violent tendencies at the age of 3.
Oh, yeah, that you got to watch that medication too.
Yeah. Well, this was a while ago, because Nehemiah is 13 now. But
oh, my oldest son has tried so many different medications.
My wife just said she didn't ever think they'd give a kid that young that medicine. So she knows more about meds than I do. So
they give Risperdal to extremely violent or aggressive children.
she worked at the state mental hospital, one of the state main state mental hospitals here in Florida. So she knows more about all those medicines than I do. So
My third child, Micah, has disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, and he had his first mental health hospitalization at the age of 5.
Wow.
And he was put on Risperdal as an antipsychotic.
Wow.
Yeah. But he's 12 now, and Nehemiah is 13 now. So that was a while ago.
I mean, I don't know. I have different feelings about a lot of stuff like that because my youngest brother, I can't tell you how old he is right now, but he's in his lower 30s. He was born in 84, so I guess in his upper 30s. That makes me feel old. But he had ADHD real bad, and he did not behave at school at all, but my great-grandmother was taking care of him at that time, and he knew he could get away with everything too. And then my mom married my stepdad, and my stepdad just came down on him like a hammer. And now he's somewhat behaving, 30 years later, but that's what it took to get him straight, was somebody coming down on him like a hammer and not putting up with because he got so used to being treated specially, in a sense, because he had, not just because him, I was the only one that come up with no learning disabilities like that besides my youngest sister. And because all 3 of my brothers had dyslexia and supposedly ADHD. So, but my youngest brother was the one that had the most problems with ADHD. And then once he started growing up, my stepdad come down on him with punishment. And he was kind of one of them scary ones but me and him got along because I was like 16 or 17 whenever my mom and him got together. So he was more like, I won't be your father, but I'll be your friend. So now I say he's my dad. So my kids don't know that he's not their grandfather. So
yeah, Micah's actually been hospitalized twice since then, and then he's been in residential treatment as well.
How old is Micah?
He's 12 now.
So how long did he have to be in residential?
3 months. So
we're honestly considering some residential treatment for my oldest, but I don't know.
I can tell you that it wasn't helpful.
That's.
I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. Like it wasn't helpful. I wouldn't do it again.
Right. I'm thinking more like a, boot camp style, like on their farm or whatever.
Yeah.
Where they have to, take care of horses and learn, and it's in a strict environment. One of those places that, actually helps with behaviors.
So one of the things that I found that worked the best with Micah, because we pretty much had tried everything, the biggest difference is kind of what Larson was saying the other day, is that having multiple positive adult interactions in their lives that speak positively into their lives. Residential treatment for us was frustrating because we were forced into it. We didn't have a choice because Micah committed a felony, and it was either send him to residential treatment or we would get in trouble as parents.
Right.
Okay.
Wow.
It was not necessarily like what we wanted per se.
Right. No,
but,
and that's what I'm worried about, is that he might get in trouble or something, and
yeah, but the thing is that it was a whole bunch of art therapy and pet therapy and parent-child therapy and play therapy and changing medication, which honestly the only thing he really needed was a change in medication.
Yeah.
Because he had outgrown the meds that he was on and he just needed a change in meds. But anyway, it still didn't really change behavior, in my opinion. I think but when we moved to Idaho, he got into this program called CBRS, which is community-based services, where he meets one-on-one with another adult outside of mom and dad, and they do stuff in the community.
I think that stuff makes a difference.
What Ryan was supposed to do,
It
honestly,
does.
he was supposed to have an RBT that did those things with him.
What's an RBT?
I cannot remember what the initial stand for.
Oh,
but
my wife just said registered behavioral technician.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She said she's not sure or not, but that's what she was thinking it was. So
Right, I believe
It's one of
so.
my rings.
It's somebody that works underneath the.
That's one.
Ooh, pretty.
Yeah. I don't have anything I can blow it up like Dawn can, but
Right.
that's one of the
that's good enough. I can see it then.
Yeah. But yeah, that is really good. And we also got him in jujitsu. And the thing with jujitsu is there's multiple adults working with the children. So
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that with your you couldn't remember the name. Your sister popped in. So
yeah. So that's the biggest thing is like the more positive adults that speak into them and encourage them to behave, but not just behave, but encourage their talents.
yes, yes. Here's what I've noticed as an adult with being around children like that is they not only need to be an adult to teach them how to do stuff, but they need to respect the adult. And then if the adult tells them something, the adult, of course, you have to earn respect, especially from a kid like that.
Yeah.
So you earn that respect from that kid. And then if you tell that kid something and they don't agree with it, they might fight back with you, but they still respect you enough to appreciate your opinion or your idea. And then you, even though they might get mad, you might be able to come back and talk to them after they calm down and explain to them why you say that, you know, or why this is the thing. But if like doing stuff in the community or something, you know, like for example, with my son, he really respects my best friend. So he actually gets upset. I like that. If my best friend gets mad at him, you know, he won't leave. He'll listen to him a lot of times more than he'll listen to me, you know,
Yeah.
just because it's an adult that he respects and he knows he can figure out stuff with, you know. So and he knows that my friend will show him how to do stuff or show him why something works and might be able to word it better than I can. And it's not his dad, it's his friend, you know. So it's not his parent. I mean, I guess it's kind of like an expanded version of your mom telling you how pretty you are versus a boy or a girl telling you how pretty you are, you know.
Yeah. And studies have shown that the more positive interactions with adults a child has, the more successful they'll be in life.
Right.
And so even though Mike has done some crazy stuff, and he will need to take medication because just that's not going to fix the issue. He's got psychosis. He's heard things. He sees things. There are some psychological stuff going on. But as far as actually changing his behavior, that made the biggest difference for Micah. And that was my personal experience. I don't know that it will work for everybody. Like you said, everybody's different. Everybody needs different things. So,
well, you can't deal with everything with medicine in a sense. So,
right, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what we tell him. That's what his doctor tells him. That's what his therapist tells him. And oh, I didn't see that one. Sorry.
That's okay. This one's really big.
Oh,
it's kind of bluish color.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
But anyways, We tell him that, the medicine isn't supposed to magically just make you better. It's to
Right.
help you, but you have to make those decisions and those choices yourself to do what you know is right.
Yep. The medicine just
He
kind of
knows
helps
that it's
you.
wrong. He
It-
knows.
Yeah. Oh man. And it's something that have to be monitored forever, like you'll need dose changes and med changes, as he grows up too.
I know all about that. So
Mhm.
Disruptive mood dysregulation is similar to childhood bipolar,
right.
if you were wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you freeze up or falling asleep there, Crystal? Okay, there's your ass.
Sorry, it's about that time of night.
No, I understand.
That's fine.
I have to get up around 6 in the
I
morning.
actually have to go. I don't know how popular it'd be on here, but I actually have to go to a doctor's appointment in the morning to see about getting my medical marijuana card. So
Fun.
Did you know that you can't do that in Idaho?
you can't do it in Texas either. Florida's wide open with medical marijuana.
Yeah, they don't even allow medical marijuana here. You can't even you can't even be standing next to someone who has it in their pocket.
Oh wow.
Sounds like Texas. That sounds like Texas to me.
Yeah.
But no, my son's psychiatrist we have an appointment at 7:45 in the morning with him, but it's virtual, so that's not a big deal. And
Well,
then,
go ahead.
And then my middle son has a dentist appointment in Chillicothe at 11:15. So
Carl said he was going to give me the access to the thing, and he didn't. So otherwise, I could probably. I mean, I'm here. It's earlier for me. It's only 11 for me.
right.
So, and I'm around.
Yeah. Oh, I need a shower.
If something happens, though, this one's kind of interesting. This ring. Let's see if I can get it close enough.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of a yellow color. Yeah. It says, I haven't been reading them, but Colorado topaz, rhodium plating. So that's at retail $94.
Uh-huh.
I have 5 more rings to go through.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Because I got the 10, so I've showed you guys 5. I got 5 more to go through.
Wow.
That one. Lots of jewelry for me.
Uh-huh.
Let's see, which way does it go? Anyway. So I got into all that because I was telling you why I have my own channel.
That's okay. This is the most I've ever been online in my life as far as chatting or Facebook or live broadcasting or channels or anything. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've never been online. Or I've been online this much, but not actually talking to people and stuff, except for comments or talking to friends or something. So this is new to me in a sense. And with the world record going for the time and stuff, it was just like, okay, well, let me join in. So
yeah, it's pretty cool. I know Carl because Denise that was in the chat. I don't know if did she leave? She may have left. Denise is my cousin.
Oh, okay.
And it's kind of a long story with how we're related too. But anyway, I met Carl through Denise. So, but anyway, Denise, I met a long time ago when I was a kid, and my dad found out he was adopted when he was about 35 years old. And his mother, his true mother that he never knew was his mother, was Denise's grandmother.
Wow.
So that's how I met Denise, because my dad's real mom had 3 other sons besides my dad. And one of them was Jimmy, and Jimmy is Denise's dad. And both Jimmy and Lula, which is her name, were already passed away. So like Denise was the next living relative that we were able to find related to my dad's mom. And then I didn't hear from her for a long time. And I started doing the research looking for my dad's real father, which we still don't know who it is. And I've done DNA and a lot of genealogy research and just a lot of research and trying to figure out who it is. But I reconnected with Denise and then found out she was a paranormal investigator and that she was working at the Sally House at the time, doing tours and stuff in Kansas. And she had her own paranormal radio show. So I started listening to her. And then that's when I found out about her paranormal group, which Carl runs, the CCP or CPT, right, or however you say it, the paranormal group that Carl does. And so then I started watching his shows, and then it led to all this other stuff.
Well, I've never been too much into the paranormal investigating stuff just because of what I did as a kid. And I don't know if you were online the other night Crystal might have been online the other night. You might have been online the other night. Whenever we were talking about the worst things we did as a kid.
Yeah.
And one of them was when I grew up in Waco or outside of Waco, we had one of the most haunted cemeteries in Texas. I don't know. I don't think she's looking at the camera right now. So.
She's sleeping. All right. She's curious to know.
She's waving. She's still there, but
okay.
Supposedly, and this is one of those things that I don't know if you just heard it or saw it just because it's what you wanted to see or what. But at our cemetery, I lived behind a cemetery, and it had a gravel road going around it, and there was a place where, you know how they have the concrete little slabs that the headstones will sit inside for the thin, tall, oval topped ones. And there was one in the middle of the gravel road that you could tell there used to be a headstone there, but there was the road going across it now. Mm-hmm. And if you stood over it during a full moon or something like that, you could hear the baby knocking on the headstone or whatever. You could hear the baby knocking. You could see the father up in the tree above it, and you could hear the mother crying from the fence. So that became a legend, and it was like, you know, we did that when we were a kid. Well, Waco has Baylor University in it. So all these Baylor students would always come out to try this little thing out. And when they were out there, I had a friend that was about 6'6" and weighed probably 250 pounds back in high school. So when they would come out there, we were already hanging out at the cemetery. So when they would come out there, my friend would grab a tree and start shaking the tree, making them think something was going on. And then it was dark. So we would go running through the cemetery. So they would see some shadow running through the cemetery and start making all kinds of noise and then go lock them inside the cemetery with the gate.
Terrible.
So, yeah, that's what happens when you're bored living out in the country. So So then after all that, it started becoming the most haunted cemetery in Texas, which isn't anymore since we haven't lived there in 20 years, because they'd be like, we see apparitions running around everywhere and we hear noises from the woods, which if you lived out there, it's kind of like me living out where I live at now. You're going to hear noises from the woods, no matter if it's a raccoon making the noises or a person or a spirit or anything else. So
you're a skeptic.
I am sort of a skeptic, but like we lived in me, my best friend, and another best friend of mine lived in my great-grandparents' house, and my grandfather had passed away. Now, we had a back room that was way in the back that hardly anybody went into, and you could feel something spooky in that room all the time. If you were in that room, you could feel something spooky. And anytime you went back there, the light was on. And you could turn off the light, go back in there a day later, and that light was on again, and nobody had touched that light. And then there was also a kitchen drawer in my family built the house, and it was quite quick that my family built the house. So we had kitchen drawers that were real hard to open and shut. And we were all in the kitchen one time, and this drawer just slid open. And it was one of them that you had to use both hands to pull open. And this drawer just like rolled open like it was a brand new house. Yeah. And there was all kinds of stuff like that happened around that house. So.
Okay. So then you've had your own personal experience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've had lots of experiences.
It's not like I don't believe, but I am a skeptic. But I've had my own experiences to where, it's kind of like, well, watching TV or something, they're like, did you hear that noise? Did you hear that noise? And they're out in the middle of a cemetery, and it's like,
could be anything.
I hear that noise when I'm outside at my house, and the cemetery used to be where we hung out at,
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was literally right behind my house. So,
we lived in a base housing, and one of the houses we lived on base in Virginia was definitely active spiritually. And because of my kids, I had a lot of workers. So I had behavioral therapists, nurses, and a lot of different people in my house all the time. And so at this one point, one of my nurses, she was sitting in the living room, and she suddenly jumped up out of her seat and went running down my hallway and into Elijah's bedroom. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So I followed her, and she said, I swear I saw a little boy come running in this room. I know I saw a little boy, and there's nobody there. So I'm just like, okay, but she just swore up and down she saw this little boy. Well, several days later, I was sitting in the living room, and I saw what I thought was one of my kids running across the gate down the hallway. So I got up and I said, hey, go back to bed. You're supposed to be napping. Didn't hear anything, no response. So I got up and I went in, checked on my kids, and they're both sound asleep.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah,
okay. So then I told my husband about it. So one morning he gets up and he's going to work, and he freezes when he gets inside the doorway to our bedroom, and he's just steps back in, and he's like, nope. And I was like, what? He's like, there's a little boy standing by our trash can. that just disappeared. Yeah.
Well, I will say I am a skeptic, but the main reason I would say I'm a skeptic is from watching, because my mother-in-law loves to watch these paranormal shows. Pretty. And then a lot of the stuff on the paranormal shows I see is way too dramatic for what, I agree with. So, it's kind of like sitting outside where I am right now. Did you hear that? Yeah, I heard that. Where's the,
Yeah. They're dramatized. A lot of them are. If you listen to Denise's show, you'll see where she talks about it. Most real people that have abilities, because Denise is a psychic medium, people who have real abilities and can see things, they get so irritated with those shows because they're so.
I can believe that.
Fake.
I mean, I'm into the weather a lot. I watch a lot of the weather and follow a lot of the weather, and it's kind of like me watching the Weather Channel whenever I see them talking about a hurricane hitting. It's kind of like, really, this is what you're at. No wonder people don't listen whenever you tell them to evacuate, because you're making out a tropical storm is the same strength as a Category 4 hurricane. So, so it's kind of the same way, I guess you would say, because, I mean, my best friend, I'll talk about my best friend a lot. I'm 42. I've known him 39 years. So me and him have shared a lot of time together. He lives here in Florida now. We grew up next door to each other in Texas. He's one of them that would scare people in the cemetery. You know, even though it was almost like the people in the cemetery knew us, so they didn't mess with us any, you know. So we were like the guardians of the cemetery almost. I know that, and it was an old cemetery too. So it was back from Civil War era, settling Texas era cemetery. So it was an old cemetery. So, and I know one time we drove cars back when we were 14 and 15 and stuff, and we'd drive down our gravel roads, and he will swear to his death that he was coming around a corner and my brother was coming around a corner at the same time, and they ended up hitting each other, and they were both going really fast, and something whispered in his ear, "Joe, slow down." So he slowed down, and otherwise he might have been dead if he didn't slow down. And the other two people, my brother and our other friend that was in the car with my brother, they're both dead now. So,
wow, crazy. Yeah, I mean, I have so many stories too, and I've heard a lot of people's stories as well. But I have I actually have a file on Google, and I shared it with Carl, and I don't think he's ever taken the time to look at it, but I have a supernatural photo file because I have video cameras in my home, and they're there all the time, recording 24/7, and I have caught actual stuff, a full body apparition on my camera. Looks like an actual person standing there, no kidding. And people will probably claim it's, photoshopped or whatever, but it's my camera, it's my video. Like, I took it.
I'm still listening. I'm going to step off the camera for a second, but I'm still here. I can still hear you. So
okay. But I also caught video of a light beam that other people have caught images of on cameras. They kind of look like a swirling, almost worm-like light creature. And I caught that on one of my cameras as well. I've caught orbs and actual faces. There's like a little face of a little boy that shows up next to one of my kids' beds.
And see, that's the kind of stuff that I think a lot of autistic kids, their spectrum might go beyond what a normal person's spectrum would go beyond, because I don't even know how to that really has no explanation. It's just my personal thoughts on what I've seen. I guess this is a bad example, but the Sixth Sense, for instance,
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a dramatic perspective of it, but it's just kind of, you're not, an autistic person might not be tuned into the regular world all the way. So their tuning can go outside of what our tuning would go,
Yeah. So my son, Ezra, he can see and hear things like Denise can. And he's one on the spectrum, but he actually will go to the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist will ask him almost every time, "So how's it going seeing ghosts?" He's like, "They're there." He's like, "Are they bothering you?" He's like, "No, not really." But yeah, he can see those things.
My son will come up with stuff like that a lot of times, and sometimes I don't know if he's kidding or if he's serious, because I'll ask him questions and he'll have a whole story to back up everything he says like that. So
yeah, well, I actually I can sense them. I sometimes can see them.
I can sense them. I'll say that. And like I said, I'm a skeptic with paranormal stuff like that, kind of like I am with UFOs, I guess you'd say. It's not like I don't. I try to prove it logically, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
But it's not like I don't believe it's there. Yeah, I know it's there, So, I mean, I really don't know how to. I mean,
No, I
Carl
understand
told
what
me
you're
that he's
saying.
in it to debunk it in a sense.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I would be. But Carl was also telling me he's seen stuff that he has no way to explain. So, and I'm the same way, you know.
I just don't know what they are. Like, that's kind of my skepticism. Like, are
Right.
they actually the spirits of dead people, or are they spiritual beings from another dimension? Are they
That's
demons?
exactly what I was going to say. Is it from another
Are they
dimension?
angels?
Is it an angel? Is it
Yeah.
I'm not I think it's Catholicism that believes in purgatory and stuff like that. Is it somebody stuck in this world, or this, you know,
Yep.
is it you know, exactly what is it? You know, or even like I said, the sixth sense. If it's somebody that doesn't realize they're dead and needs to finish some stuff before they
Move
go
on.
on to the next world, you know.
Yeah.
Is it
And
a
that
time
I'm the same
traveler
way.
or something, you know?
I don't really understand fully. I know they're demons because I've experienced them, but I've also experienced what I would call an angel. But that's just me. I actually I was physically attacked, what I call a demon, when I was 13 years old. And physically meaning that I was physically harmed by a spiritual entity that choked me. And sounded like a freaking monster with heavy breathing and super heavy. But they slammed a door into the wall and then grabbed me by the throat and choked me. I mean, there was nothing there. Like, it was a spiritual being that physically did it to me.
Yeah. I mean,
I call that demonic. Personally,
well,
that was a demon.
my most demonic experience would be with one of the friends I had that was in that car that's dead now, that had epilepsy. And if you know about epilepsy, a lot of times you have an aura before you have the seizure. And it'd be one of those things that if you talk to people that didn't know about epilepsy, they would say he was faking a seizure, but he had a demon inside him almost, and would be like the demon, and it was like, hold my hand. He'd beg you to hold his hand while he was having a seizure, and it would come out with all kinds of stuff. When he was having a seizure, he would start speaking in crazy tongues and start, you know, talking about how the demons are taking over. You know, don't let the demons take me. Don't let the demons take me, you know, but except for it wasn't that calm. And he'd be saying all kinds of stuff, and then he'd come out of it about 5 minutes later and be like, what just happened? And I mean, if you held his hand, he would break your hand. So it was like, do not hold his hand while he's having a seizure. And I mean, it was scary. I mean, it was something you'd see off Ghostbusters or something like that, you know. That's just the best thing I can think of right now. But I mean, it was scary, and all the stuff that it'd be like, you know, he didn't talk like that at all normally, you know. It would be either deep and then he actually died from having a seizure. He had a heart attack while having a seizure. So, I mean, it was scary just listening to him. And I mean, people tell me when I have seizures, it's scary too, because I sound like I'm going to die. But I mean, he had seizures that made you think that, I mean, it was really like he was fighting off demons when he had a seizure. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, I don't even know how to explain it, because that's one of those things that's lived on through our friends, you know, group. That's like, yeah, man, it was scary when you didn't want to be around him. It was scary to be around him from having a seizure, and not because he was having a seizure, but just the kind of stuff he would say while he was having a seizure, or do while he was. I mean, it wouldn't be like he'd punch you in the face or nothing like that, but
yeah,
you know,
those do have similarities with demonic possession. So I did a paper on demon possession for college, and
that's what it was kind of like.
One of the things that stands out specifically with with actual scientists and psychologists who have studied demon possession in mental illness, because some people believe some mental illness is demonic, is they said that the people who had actual demonic possession, in their opinions, they would speak in a language that they didn't know or never learned. They would have extraordinary strength that was unhuman.
That's how he was.
And sometimes they could do things that were inhumanly possible, like levitate or bend metal or do other things like that a human normally couldn't do.
He never levitated, but I bet you I could tell from holding his hand that I bet you he could have bent metal. I mean,
yeah.
And I mean, he was kind of crazy, but he was more crazy like 6-year-old wanting to wrestle with you, only he was 18 and strong. So, he'd be like, hey man, that actually hurt, stop doing that. And,
Yeah.
I mean, my best friend I was talking about, they got into a fight at school and he hit my best friend or something. And then my best friend picked him up and threw him across the schoolyard and he landed on his face and we called him Sparky because he broke his front tooth, or called him Chip or Sparky because he broke his front tooth. They both got suspended from school. And then that day, my friend called him up, or our friend called my best friend up and was like, hey man, you want to hang out tonight? You want to spend the night since we're both out of school? I mean, it wasn't like he held grudges or anything. So, I mean, and then he comes up in my mind all the time too, which makes me wonder if some paranormal stuff is popping in about how he'll just pop into my mind sometimes. So without even thinking about him. So
yeah, my personal experience too with like hearing spirits is that it sounds like your own voice. It sounds like you're talking to yourself when a spirit, at least for me
Really?
anyway, when a spirit talks to me, it sounds like my own thoughts. But I know it's not my thought. That makes sense.
I would say when I hear things like that, I hear it like my own thoughts, but as soon as I hear the thought, it makes me think of the person that I'm hearing that thought from, in a sense, and it wouldn't be something that I would be thinking,
Right.
It wouldn't be part of my normal train of thought. But one thing with me is I have epilepsy and take those epileptic drugs. So I have really, really crazy dreams that would be, if people would think I was demonic if I told everybody my dreams I have. So,
well, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of epilepsy, like what type of seizure do you have?
I have usually the grand mal in my sleep.
Okay.
So
my oldest had absence seizures.
right. My wife has though, and my son had. That's the kind my son mainly has, and it's usually when he has a fever. But yeah, that's the kind my son has. So that's the kind I had whenever I was really young. I outgrew it, got into a car wreck, and then it came back, and I started having nocturnal grand mal seizures. So, and then I have absence seizures. I used to have some. They weren't called absence seizures. I forget what it's called, but you're still totally conscious, but it's like your brain was wiped, and anything would set it off. A song, thinking of a song, thinking of a place you were, anything would set it off, and it would wipe your brain pretty much. So I couldn't remember. I couldn't even have told you what my name was if I would have, but I could still keep driving or something. Basic motor skills would still keep up, but I'd have to pull over somewhere and actually try to look up where I was going or something, and they'd only last for a few minutes. But
wow. Yeah, I had a friend that I was good friends with who, hopefully we are still good friends, but she has severe epilepsy, and she has about 13 different types of seizures.
Yeah, I'm lucky I don't have that.
I learned a heck of a lot about epilepsy with her and all the different kinds of seizures. She had like electrical type seizures where it would feel like she had electricity go through her body. She had simple partial, complex partial. She had ones where she would hear and sense and smell things that weren't there. She would be talking and freeze in the middle of a sentence and then start right back up where she left off.
Yeah.
She had the ones where you were conscious but had a single jerk. I forget what they call that.
Yes, and see, that's another problem. My wife had not a single jerk, but my wife was having those one night, and I called an ambulance for her because I couldn't even take her to the hospital because she couldn't quit jerking, but she could talk and everything. And they said she was faking her seizures. So,
yeah, I hate that doctors do that. I don't understand it, so you're faking it.
yeah,
It
you're
irritates
conscious
the
and
crap out of me.
responsive, so you must be faking your seizure. And it's like, that's kind of what I was saying about, speaking of brains going blank, with the autism, is just because it doesn't fit into what the profile says on a single line doesn't mean that, you know, they're not all the
Yep.
same, pretty much,
Yep.
you know.
Very, very true. It's, yeah. Well, I saw it with her, and I don't remember what they called it. I think maybe just tonic, or
I don't remember. I can never remember because I see all that. I know what you're talking about, but I think the grand malls are tonic-clonic seizures, and then they have like different names for each one, and some of them
this one
cross
was.
lines with other ones. And
So yeah, I think one tonic-clonic is like the stiffening and the shaking, and the one that she had was just the stiffening, not the shaking.
right,
Yeah.
well,
I don't know what they call those. But.
when I was younger, I had a girlfriend, and she had never seen me have one before, and I was having a full, grand mal seizure, and she got on top of me, straddled me, and started shaking me.
Oh.
And she said that I picked her up and threw her across the room with one hand, and then she got back on top of me, and I started shaking me again. And then she said I opened up my eyes and looked like I was about to kill her and punched her in the face and was like, "Get off of me, you effing bitch." And
wow.
when I come out of it, she was like, "You have one hell of a hook." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "Do not ever touch me if I'm having a seizure." So that was why I started telling everybody I had epilepsy that I worked around, or friends or girlfriends. I don't have that anymore, but I've been married for 9 years now. So,
she's probably like, you better not have a girlfriend.
yeah, exactly. She went to bed now, but
oh, okay. Get yourself in trouble.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't have no girlfriends now.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Any girlfriend I have now is a friend that's a girl or a female. So
yeah. So my angel story was in the same house where I saw a little boy. I was having nightmares where I was being attacked by a black dog, which some people will say that the black dogs were the hellhounds, like you hear about in the movies and stuff like that. They're associated with witchcraft. But and I still think to this day that my neighbors were witches. And I think that may have been why there was so much spiritual activity where we were at. But anyway, I was being attacked in my dream by these black dogs. And I woke up terrified and praying. And one night after that, it was like maybe the very next night, I had a dream where I felt the presence of God. And it's really, really hard to explain to somebody who hasn't experienced it, but it was like a love and warmth that is beyond comprehension. It was like getting a spiritual hug. It felt through my whole body. It was a warmth and peace that I didn't ever want to leave. Like, that's the only way that I can describe it. But I felt the presence of God. And when I opened my eyes, I saw an army of angels that were standing around my bed. They were about 7 or 8 feet tall, standing wing to wing, and they were surrounding my bed.
Hey, Crystal. The other Crystal.
My sister, Crystal.
I think so.
Hey. Yep. Hey, Crystal. So she probably has heard that story, but I also had a prophetic dream that night. Not one that I shared publicly. I did share some dreams. So I have dreams too. And I keep a dream journal, and some of them have come true. And it's the very first one that ever came true terrified the crap out of me. Scared me to death because it was so accurate. I didn't know what to do with it, and I almost thought it could be demonic. That's how do you explain that? But I'll tell you in a second. So that dream, I was only 15. And the dream bothered me so bad that I wrote it down in the journal. I still have the journal. I actually have a picture of it in my dream folder that I have online because I've put all of my stuff together from when I was a kid to now. So all of my handwritten dreams, all of my journals of dreams, and my electronic copies of my journals of dreams are all in one place. So I was 15. The dream I had was that I was standing outside in the dark and I was seeing a car accident. So I didn't see the accident occur. I was seeing the aftermath of this car accident. And there was specific details of 13 miles out of town. And it was 1 o'clock in the morning. And then I was standing in a hospital where I saw this guy that was familiar to me, but I couldn't see his face. And then there was this woman or girl, and she had died. But somehow I knew that this girl was associated with my high school. And so that, it wasn't a hugely detailed, dream, but there was very specific details. So 13 miles out of town, 1 o'clock in the morning, a girl died, and they were associated with my high school. Bothered me so bad, and I freaked out. I even told the principal of my school. Okay, that's how bad this dream bothered me. And I wrote it down. I also had a speech class, and I did my speech on my dream. It was videotaped and everything. He told me, if this dream comes true, we're going to have to sit down and have a conversation. Essentially what he told me. Well, 6 months later, 6 whole months later, my best friend's sister was killed in a car accident. Exactly 13 miles out of town, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
My dreams are a little bit more crazy than that, but I should keep a dream journal because I could write a Stephen King novel with some of my dreams that I have. So
you should write them down.
I should write them down. I really could. And I've told my best friend, which him and my wife are about the only ones I share my dreams with. And because he's like, man, you're a freak, dude. Where do you come up with this stuff at? Or where have you ever seen this? Because people try to say your dreams are like interpretations from your life or whatever, or representation. And it's like, I've told him some of that stuff before. And he's like, you need to quit watching so much of those crazy TV shows and stuff like that,
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, it's not what would I have seen that would have come up with that,
Yeah. So I tend to tell my husband my dreams if I think they're significant, because I remember almost all of my dreams. But if I think they have meaning, I'll tell somebody, especially if I don't get a chance to write it down. But if I don't write it down, I can't go back and prove it.
Right.
And I've dreamed about tornadoes before they've happened. I dreamed about tsunamis before they've happened. I dreamed about what's going on right now.
It's usually in other locations. I don't dream about it in the location that it happens, but I'll dream about, and which kind of sounds vague, like, oh, well, anybody could say that they dreamed about a tsunami and then it happens a month later or happens a week later, So.
Yeah, but tsunamis are rare, though.
Yeah.
So it's not as common to dream about it. But normally mine will occur the day before or the week of.
Right.
So the last tsunami that happened, I actually dreamed about it. And what my dream was about a whale, actually, that was underneath the sidewalk in a city. Yeah. And there ended up being a tsunami that occurred. But I also have dreamed about what was So starting in 2019, I started having a series of dreams about Australia. Now, I have not shared this with anybody, okay, except for my husband and my dream journal. So I had a series of dreams about Australia. No clue why. Now I know why. With all the stuff that's going on in Australia.
Yeah.
There's no way I could have known about lockdowns and camps and all that. There's no way I could have known any of that in 2019.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I wish I wrote down all my dreams. When I try to write them down, they seem to get distorted. When I try to actually put them into interpretation to voice or to writing or something like that, they seem to get it's hard to talk. It's hard to describe them, I guess you would say, without reread. When I reread stuff that I write down like that, it's not it's not the. I guess if I would have taken more literature classes and writing and stuff, maybe I would be able to interpret it better or to write it down better. But
yeah, that's the thing too with my dreams when I write them down is that there's so much more detail than to what I wrote. And a lot of times going back and reading it will replay it. So I think one of my dreams I wrote down was about this. It was about a high school and this mother who had a young child with her, and she was crying because her kid had gotten run over. And I can say that in a dream, and I can say, okay, my dream journal, I can tell you exactly what I said. But what I see in my head is I see a tall, slender woman with dark brown hair. Her child and her are both wearing winter coats with big boots on. And the kid is about, 8 years old. And they've got, or maybe between 5 and 8 years old. And they have dark brown hair and they're wearing a beanie cap. And like, I can tell you specific details.
Right.
The counter was this high and this secretary was on this side. And, I'm not going to write all that down.
No, yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm saying is if you were describing everything from that, like me talking about it is even a little bit less or a little bit different because I can say a paragraph in 5 seconds, but if I was to write that down, it would take me 2 pages to write down the details of that dream,
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot of mine, I don't know how to really say this once again, and especially if I was writing down, a lot of mine might be sexual, but I'm not having anything sexual to do with it. It might be just stuff that I was walking through a building, and like I remember one that I had that was really freaking me out was going someplace, and it was actually in China, and I went there. And I was in a building, and the building was actually a Chinese training camp, but they would send Americans there to do certain things. Like, as what I was going for was a quit smoking class, and you gave them like $180 check, and it was supposed to be like just a regular quit smoking class, but they'd send you to China where smoking was banned or where you didn't have access to anything like that. And I was walking around this building, and they were like, do not go outside the building past dark because that's when they start the sharpshooting training. And while I was walking through there, it was filled with Americans that were there for training camps in a sense. And it was like, I don't know if you remember them or not, but the medical or the makeup tackle boxes pretty much that were called caboodles. I don't know if you remember them or not, but
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But there was another group there that was there for people who were obsessed with makeup or the way they looked. And then there was also one there for women that thought they were overweight to make them feel better about themselves. And then I remember walking around, and I started meeting all these people in this building, and they were like, oh, they're the newbies. And they were like, how long are you here for? And I was like, 2 weeks. And they were like, oh, you're a newbie then. You'll get 5th string food line. And I remember walking all around this building, and you would see these kitchens where they were just shaving meat off of whatever animal they could find and piling it on the floor, and each string would get their own meal pretty much of whatever meat they could find. And then I remember walking further into it, and this guy was like, let me show you the ropes here. So he brought me into this nightclub part that was supposed to be like a sexual nightclub. And he was like, telling me, it was like, don't let them get by with just giving you one. Let them give you more than one. He was like, this is how they get you to stay. And then I remember walking into another part, and there's this little room, and it was full of women that were getting condoms. And I was like, what are y'all doing in there? And they were like, we're getting condoms. I'm like, why are you in here being a prostitute? And they're like, she was like, no, I have to do it for free. It was like, this is how they get you to stay. And it was like, every room I went into that had all these attractions in it was like, this is how they get you to stay.
Interesting.
And it was like really weird on how that whole dreamline went, because it was like every room you walked into was either a training room or a feeding room or an attraction room, I guess you'd say, because it wasn't all sexual. It might have been some other stuff, but a lot of it was sexual, and it was like I wasn't being sexual in it. So, it's just more like observing, and it almost be like, this is how they get you to turn on to the dark side almost,
Kind of sounds like what they do in Hollywood.
Yeah, kind of like Hollywood,
Yeah.
It was like, this is how they get you to stay,
And even with China, because China is really deeply involved in Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, and it was kind of like it was like we didn't know we were getting sent to China. And I remember this basket full of, and it was all written checks in the room that we were staying in. It was like 20 or 30 people per room, and you all had cots and everything. And you had to put your check in the room, in the little pencil bin or whatever you want to call it. And it was like, this is how they get you to stay. And it was just kind of weird how that dream worked out,
It sounds like you might have more meaning to your dreams than you realize. I always found like those things that tell you dream interpretations are so inaccurate. At least with my own interpretations. They do have meaning, but not what those books normally say.
Yeah, not what the books normally say. I'll agree that the dreams have meaning, but not what the books normally say. So
yeah, they're not normally accurate, at least in my opinion, or my own experience.
And so a lot of the stuff might come from my own experience, I'll have to say. But the meaning of the dream and the experience my brain relates it to are totally different than what would ever happen,
Yeah.
Even if I'm dreaming about a place in Texas or in Florida or something like that, the place, it only feels like that in my dream because I've been there before, and maybe my brain doesn't have a place to. My brain has a empty brick or empty block where that place is,
And I found that with people too. So like I found out with some people that I dream about, it's not actually about that person, but someone who represents that position.
Maybe.
So like I'll dream about a high school friend, and it has nothing to do with my high school friend. It just has to do with the position of friend or somebody in high school. It's not actually about that person. Or I'll dream about my husband, but it's not about my husband. It's about another married man.
Yeah. I mean, and see, if you wrote that down and said it, that would sound totally bad. That it wasn't about I wasn't dreaming about my husband, but another married man, So,
well, I was dreaming about another person who was married, but I found out later who it was. But that's a whole other thing.
I can't say I found a lot of my dreams to come true. Some of them, yes, but some of them, and it might be something and I've seen it happen a few times before, that I'll tell my wife about something that I dreamed about, and then we'll look on the news a couple of days later, and it happened happened somewhere, you know.
Yep. Well, that's what happened to Crystal. I don't know if she's still in the chat or not, but she she freaked me out. She's like, I dreamed about Micah and he got left in the car. And she's like, is he okay? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, Micah's not young enough to, he's old enough to get out of a car. He's 12. Yeah, he's 12. And so the next day I got up out of bed and I turned on the computer. And the very first news story that showed up on my feed was 1-year-old left in a hot car in Dallas, Texas. I was like, whoa, what
That's
just
where I
happened
have
there?
problems with stuff like that a lot of times, because a lot, like in Jacksonville, if I dream about something crazy and I see it happen here in Jacksonville, it's not unusual to see crazy stuff happen in Jacksonville. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like saying baby left in a hot car. And if you look around, there's babies left in hot cars that die all the time. So, you know, that's where did I see this in a dream, or, you know, predict this or see this happening before it happened, or, hello, Philly.
Yeah.
And hey, Crystal.
I don't know that happens that often, but I mean, it does happen, but not like every day. I don't know the statistics for kids left in cars, but
Well,
I'll have
down
to
there in the
look into
South,
that.
it seems to happen a lot more. Walmart has notices up there, instead of "Don't forget your bag underneath your basket," or "Don't forget to look underneath the basket whenever you leave," to when you walk in, it says, "Make sure you didn't leave your kid. Don't forget your kid in the hot car," which is sad, but, you know,
Yeah, that is
I don't
sad.
see how you could ever forget your kid in the hot car. And then they come down on those laws crazy here. So even if you leave your dog in a car, you're likely to get put in jail with your car towed and the window busted out. So
Yeah. I think this one that happened could have been prevented, but I think a lot of them could have been prevented.
pretty much all of them with kids in hot cars could have been prevented, in my opinion. So unless your
Yeah.
kid climbed in the car and shut himself in the car or something like that, which I could see my kid doing, you know, but I'd also see him breaking a window to get out if he was about to die too. So
Yeah, true. But anyway, I've definitely one of these times I might share some of the dreams, but the one I told you that was prophetic was kind of a personal one. But actually, when I had the experience with God and the angels, Jesus actually showed up in my dream.
wow.
At the end of my dream. And what's funny is that when I first told people my dream back then, I didn't know what it meant. Now, I think that was back in 2012. Now I know what it means. Took a long time for me to know what it means because it was very symbolic, not literal. So like the first dream I told you about the car accident was very literal. Very detailed,
Right.
you know, like this is exactly what's going to happen. But this particular dream, let's see if I can remember it. I was in a van with my family, my husband, and some of my kids, because I didn't have 7 kids at the time. And we were going to church. The van turned and was parked on the edge of a cliff. And when my husband and my oldest got out, they were hanging off the cliff. So my husband was holding on to my oldest, hanging off of the cliff. I walked over and was freaking out, obviously, but we were able to get Elijah up, and then my husband almost fell, and at the last second, he was able to come up off the cliff. Then we were in the church, and in the church, I was standing in like the foyer of the church, and I was just watching these events happen. So there was a wedding and a children's show and some other stuff that just was going on, but I wasn't in it. I was just watching it. And then I was in what looked like a warehouse full of bags that were hanging from the ceiling. And these bags were, I don't know how to, it kind of looked like a butcher shop. one of those places where they butcher cows and stuff.
Yeah.
But there were long lines of bags hanging in this warehouse, and they were black and white. And for some reason, I felt like I needed to find a person that was living in these bags. So I started running through and just hitting multiple bags, white and black, trying to find anybody that was living. And I only found like 1 or 2 people. Then when I came back to the front of the warehouse, these teenagers started coming out from behind the bags and was pointing at me saying, "You're not allowed to do that. You can't do that. You can't say that." And I was like, why? I'm not breaking any laws. I'm not doing anything wrong. And then I was like, you don't have the authority to tell me that I can't do that. And then I heard a loud voice say, "Kneel, because your master is coming." And I turned around and Jesus was standing there in this warehouse. And I kneeled. And what was odd was that he was naked. I know this sounds weird, but
that's what I was saying about the sexual stuff that has nothing to do with.
Yeah, it's not sexual at all, but he was naked. And then he said something to me, and I don't remember what he said. All I know is I said I was sorry, and he said he forgave me. And then I was standing up outside of the church in the parking lot where it all began. And I was carrying 2 baby baskets. So I had 2 baby car seats with babies in them. And I was getting into a car to leave. So that was the entirety of the dream. But now I know what it means. The first part of the dream, I won't go into details, but there were some things with my husband and my oldest where, I could have lost them, but we didn't. So they were saved almost at the last second. The other part of the dream with the church is I left the church. I basically became inactive in the church. I completely left the church. I'm no longer going to church. I'm still not going back to church. That's a whole nother issue.
But yeah, I understand.
I didn't leave Christianity. I left organized religion.
Yes.
I'll just put it that way.
I totally understand what you're saying with that.
So that was me just observing it. And that's what it was. From 2012 up until about 2016, I was learning and observing. And God poured a lot of truth into me because I asked for truth. Revealed more than I expected, but that's what I asked for. But after that, the warehouse is still kind of fuzzy to me. But I think that that was me looking for truth. That was me trying to find the answers. And like I said, for about 4 years, that's what I was doing. I was researching and looking into what was truth, what was real. Jesus appearing to me naked, I think, was revelation. The naked means revealing. So it was like he was telling me, I forgive you for the things that you've done. I'm going to reveal to you the truth now. And then at the very end of the dream, with me leaving and carrying the 2 baby car seats, I had 2 more children after that dream. And it also represents double blessing, which he totally is doing right now because of all the hardships that we've been through in the past. Like we've been doubly blessed. It doesn't make sense to me. I understand it now. I didn't then. But that was what I woke up to, feeling God's presence and the angels, the army of angels around my bed after that point.
I hate to sound too personal, but is the husband from have you had the same husband throughout all this?
Yes.
Okay. I was just curious, Yeah.
My husband and I are high school sweethearts. We married right out of high school. And then this year we celebrated 19 years.
Wow.
But it wasn't easy.
No. I've only been married for close to 9 years, and it hadn't been easy. So you know, and I've only got 2 kids and one of them with problems. So, and,
Yeah.
that's one of those things that I've learned not to ask God, karma, Jesus, complain about anything in a way, because it's kind of like if you add like, I don't even know how to explain it. It was kind of like, you know, I guess it's kind of like asking from a genie bottle, and you want to, some of the memes you see to where it's like, I want to be totally attracted to men. So it turns a woman into a Mustang or a Camaro or something like that, you know, golf bag or something. Cause it's kind of like whenever I've asked or complained about stuff in my life, it's kind of like, oh yeah, I get what I wanted, but it might not be what I really was wanting, you know. It's kind of like, you know, I don't want to have to pay rent anymore, so you end up homeless. You know, okay, well, you got what you asked for. You didn't want to be, you know, homeless, or you didn't want to pay rent anymore, so now you're homeless, you know, in a sense, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
and then you might grow from that and be like, okay, well, I'm going to appreciate things from now on, you know, and I guess that's kind of my glass half full type stuff with, I have epilepsy, but I should have died in a car wreck, you know, so, I mean, my dream recently wasn't near as involved as your dream with Jesus and stuff, but I had a dream last week where I was going around and my mom called me and was like, "Are you in trouble with the police?" And I'm like, "No." And she was like, "Well, an officer just come by my house and said they're looking for Chad Candy from Middleburg, Florida." And I asked him what, you know, she asked him what it was, and they just said, "Will you just tell him that we're out there?" And then I was over at a friend's house in my dream. I was over at my friend's house, and I was asleep in the back, and I heard somebody knock on the door, and they asked if they knew Chad Candy. And they were like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Will you just tell him that we're watching him?" And it was like 4 or 5 parts in that dream that they did that. Well, I've shared it more on here with people than I have with even, except I've only shared this last part that really did happen with my family and my best friend and people on here, honestly, you know, which I don't usually do. But last Wednesday, I was waiting at the bus stop to pick up my daughter, and a car pulled in. Well, I'm like, you know, I live out kind of in the country, so it's like people don't just pull in your driveway here. And whenever my daughter got to the bus stop, I told her to go inside, and I walked up to the car, and I was like, "Can I help you?" And she's like, "We're from the Department of Child and Family Services. We've got some allegations against you." And, you know, so it's kind of like, and then I'll tell you, hold on just a second. I'll tell you what they showed up for. It has to do with my son's behavior. But they had actually been calling my friends and looking on my Facebook and everything, watching me because of child abuse is what they suspected, because they said evidently my son told the therapist that I beat him with a metal ruler and made him eat his own poop, which I've never done anywhere close to anything like that, you know. And so now they've got a child investigation case opened on me and watching me. So the police are watching me, you know, because of stuff like that, you know. So it's kind of like, you know, that might be like a predictive thing, but nothing like you were talking about by any means. But, you know.
Yeah. We've had our fair share of CPS involvement. I actually have post-traumatic stress disorder and PTSD, officially diagnosed because of CPS.
I could believe that. You know, PTSD is another one of those things that I think is like autism or ADHD and stuff like that, that I think's got too wide of spectrum on what all relates to it, you know, all the stuff thrown into the, you know, because your PTSD wouldn't be the same as some veteran afraid to go out of his house because he's afraid of getting bombed, you know, or any loud, you know, a firecracker goes off and, you know, or just flips the switch, you know, in a sense for, you know.
Well, it was so bad that I would have panic attacks just when somebody rang my doorbell.
Yeah, I could believe that.
But I installed cameras. I still do. So I have cameras in my home now that record 24/7 because it protects us.
Because of what?
Protects us from from false allegation. I mean, for goodness sakes, I have 7 kids with special needs. As a special needs mom, I'm in special needs groups. Every single parent that has a special needs kid has dealt with CPS. Every single one of them. Because people don't understand the disability, they don't understand the behavior, and it's easy to make accusations towards the parents.
Well, and then all the laws now and everything, they were supposed to, because honestly, whenever I lived in Texas, right before I moved to Florida, I did meth. I did meth for about 2 years altogether, about a half year socially, about a year constantly, and about a half year socially. And then I moved to Florida because you can find it anywhere here. And I didn't want to go to look for it. I didn't want the friendship base that did it or anything else. That was way before I had kids. Well, I told them about that because they were all questioning me if I'd abused my children and everything else, or if I grew up in an abusive household and everything. And I was like, well, my parents did meth. My dad died in prison after getting arrested for meth and burglary. My mom did meth, and, you know, I did it for about a year. So then they were going to come back and start drug testing me for substance abuse problems because I admitted to them that I'd done it in the past. So
are you still dealing with that right now? Or is it over?
CPS, they haven't showed back up.
Okay. I was going to tell you, I can give you some advice from my own experience because I haven't just dealt with them one time. I've dealt with them more times than I want to even say I've dealt with them. I'm going to tell you right now, don't talk to them without a lawyer, ever, because they will twist your words and they will use it against you.
Well, I learned damn sure not to tell them the whole truth about stuff like that, for sure, because like I said, I've got an appointment on Wednesday to go, or tomorrow, to start trying to get my medical marijuana card because that helps out a whole lot with my epilepsy. Yeah. And so I would test positive for weed, but not test positive for meth. And my brothers had to deal with them a lot too. So, because he actually went to prison for, what's it called? It's whenever you're with a girl that's too young for you, pretty much.
Okay.
Whatever kind of rape that is. My brother's kind of slow. He was 15 dating a 17, or he was 17 dating a 15-year-old. And whenever he turned 18, her parents filed rape charges on him.
Yeah.
So he got sent to prison for about 5 years for that. So now he had to deal with child stuff after he got remarried, for CPS coming after that. I like I said, my brother's the one that I was talking about. That's the one that I talked about my stepdad actually not beating him, but getting him into shape. So he'd be even twice, 3, 4, 5 times as bad now than he would have been if my stepdad hadn't intervened into his life and stuff. But yeah, he was telling me all kinds of stuff about how to deal with child protective services and everything like that. So, but I messed up by telling them the truth anyway. So
they use leading questions.
Yeah.
So they want you to say certain things, and they do it by leading questions. And
they do it with kids too.
They do, and that's why they They should never talk to your kids without an advocate, and they should never talk to you without a lawyer. So if you don't have a lawyer, you need one now, because they know how to instruct you to answer their questions so that you don't fall into their trap of leading questions.
Right. And I should have known better back then, even then, because I'm very good with stuff like that, to be honest with you. And I've learned my lesson before about telling people like that the truth, not necessarily Child Protective Services, but, you know, telling people the truth, I'll say, you know.
Well, you have to understand where their point of view. So, you know, you have these young people who are working for Child Protective Services that don't have children. They never had children. And they're basing their opinion of parenting off of what they learned in a college book. Well, we already know that colleges are super liberal.
Yeah.
Right. And so they push this idea that, like, if you even speak negatively to a child, you're abusive. I mean, they really have a different worldview. So even though you may understand something a certain way, they're not looking at it in the same light that you are.
No, I totally agree. I 100% agree. In fact, after that meeting, I was thinking I should have asked them if they have any kids, you know?
Yeah.
And she was young. She looked like she was in her early 20s. So I doubt she, you know, and it looked like a career woman. So I doubt she had any kids, or if she did, they were young and not to that age to where, you know, they even acted like that. So,
well, that's the thing, though, because they're basing their ideas on parenting out of a textbook, which is just, it's not realistic.
No, it's not. No. I
I've
don't
taken
care how
those
many,
classes.
I don't care how many
say.
books you grew up reading or read about parenting. I can say the experience I had growing up around children of all ages all the time is 1,000 times more useful in parenting than anything you would read from a book.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
definitely.
I mean, everything, you know, it was like, okay, well, the book says you're supposed to punish them for this. Well, that doesn't always work out like, you know, go tell them to stand in the corner. Yeah, you go tell my son to go stand in the corner and see if he actually does, you know.
Or the idea that you always tell your children yes and you never tell them no.
Right. You know, and I'm sorry, but all that stuff just, I guess it's kind of like the memes you see of, you know, the timeout generation didn't work, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see all the young people now rioting and making really, I mean, they don't even know what gender they are. I mean,
yeah, that's just stupid. And then you want people to be able to allow their children to have sex changes or decide their gender at the age of 6 or 7.
Well, those are the people that are working for CPS.
Yeah.
Those are the people that are judging you on how you raise your children. That's why you need to have somebody that's an expert in the law to be an advocate for you. We had a very good lawyer that helped us get out of what could have been some really bad situations. It could have ended my husband's Navy career. I mean, we could have lost our kids forever.
I mean,
they didn't care. They actually committed perjury on 2 separate occasions. They flat out lied on court affidavits to try to obtain one an arrest warrant and one custody.
Was that in Virginia?
Lied. Mm-hmm. They flat out lied, and our lawyer actually charged them with perjury.
Good.
Because and the fact that they did it twice over a 7-year period just tells me that that's normal practice. It's normal practice for them to lie on court papers to get what they want. Sadly.
Well, hopefully I don't hear from them again. They were supposed to, like I said, well, I don't know how much you know, how much drugs you've done or how much you know about drugs. But
I've never done any drugs.
Okay, I have done a few drugs from 22 below. It wasn't like it was marijuana is about the only thing I did constantly. besides the meth period I told you about.
Yeah.
And but stuff like cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines, they're all out of your system in about a week. Marijuana stays in your system for a month, basically. So the reason why they were telling me they wanted to come back for a drug test last week was because that would give them time to where if I was doing meth, it would still be in my system when they tested me, because it really only lasts, marijuana or methamphetamines and cocaine last about 3 days from what I've been told. So, and I'm not sure about heroin, you know.
Yeah.
Or opiates. I won't say heroin, but opiates.
I have no idea.
What's that? Yeah, I have no
I have
idea.
no idea.
I've been prescribed dope. Well, you know, they talk about the big pill problem. Well, about 15 years ago, I didn't have insurance. I couldn't afford to go to the doctor. So I went to the cheap clinic, which was run by the hospital, and it was like $50 a visit, no matter what I went for. I could go for a backache. I could go for stomach cramps. I went because I'd been working on my truck and my fingers started going numb. And I was wanting to make sure it would come back at some point, you know. No matter what I went for, that doctor prescribed me 3 Vicodin a day, 3 Xanax a day, and 3 Flexeril, which is a muscle relaxer a day.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't take one of these a day and stay awake. And if I take one at night, then I don't want to get up in the morning because it knocks me out so much. And he was putting me on 3 of each of these a day.
Wow.
And it was like, y'all talk about, you know, big pharma calls and all this. It looks more like the doctors are just trying to get you out of the office as quick as possible, which is what we were talking about earlier. So yeah. I could see why the pill problem come up. You know, of course, I was never into any of that kind of stuff, especially after I moved to Florida. It was kind of like I didn't even drink beer until I moved in with my mother-in-law 7 years ago. And now she lives with us because she would argue with me about anything possible. She'd argue with me about. So,
yep. Yeah, I never did drugs, not even marijuana. So,
marijuana, I will say marijuana helped me out in my life a lot. I know that sounds, you know, like, oh, well, beer helps me deal with stuff, but I used to be so introverted. Everything would offend me as far as personally, not like, you know, not like if I saw something on TV that I didn't like, it would offend me. But if you told me like, you know, damn, Chad, you're ugly, it'd be like it would be like a depressing heartbreaker thing for me, no matter who you were, you know? Mm-hmm. So as I took stuff way too personal whenever it came to just about anything. And I would take it personal. Like, even if I read books about body language and about all kinds of stuff, just because I felt so, you know, I'd want to, if you weren't listening to me, I'd want to be able to tell from your body language whether or not you were attracted to me or not. So that's how much I cared about how other people felt. And smoking weed made me feel much, much less. I cared much less about what other people thought of me and much more about what I thought of me, you know. And then it helped with my epilepsy. I have always been a night owl, so it helped me sleep more. You know, it helped me relax. And then with seizures, it helps with that too, which stress and lack of sleep are a main 2 causes of seizures. So, you know, it helps with that too. So,
yeah, I mean, I know
weed's the only thing I'd promote. So, of drugs like that. So,
yeah, I know some children even take marijuana for seizures.
Yeah. Amazon or Netflix had a movie called Seized on, a movie called Seized. And it was talking about with one child, it stopped him from having 50 seizures a day to having 1 a month, but then it showed another child to where it didn't help her at all. So, you know.
Yeah. The only thing with that in young children is that it has been known to cause like more psychosis issues, and
it's been shown to cause slower brain development in younger kids too. So
Yeah. So it does have some downsides, but I mean, if you're having seizures so much that you can't even function,
yeah,
you know, it's no different really than taking freaking lab created medication.
I'd rather take weed for a lot of stuff, or I think it would help a lot of stuff more than lab, especially with mental illnesses and stuff like the PTSD, for example. You know.
All right. Good night, Chris. Hope you feel better.
Good night, Chris.
Yeah, the drug issue is kind of a touchy one for our family because right now my brother is doing drugs.
What is he doing, if you don't mind me asking?
Meth and marijuana and opioids. But he's attempted suicide more than once. He's been in mental health hospitals more than once. And he's 18.
Wow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'd have never thought about suicide since I started smoking weed, to be honest with you. Except for when I will say when I did meth, I did just because it felt like it was eating my body away. It was all downhill. And I can kind of see how his addiction might feed that, because it's kind of like, well, in a way you don't think about how it's going to affect the others that actually care for you, because in a way you feel like nobody else does care for you.
Yeah.
Because they don't feel sorry for you, or they feel sorry for you, but they're not like, here, let me give you a hug. You know, they're like, you need to get your shit straight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot that I don't know because I am the oldest of 5, like you were saying, which is kind of funny, but there's a huge age gap, obviously, because my
How old are
brother's
you?
I'm 37.
Okay, I think I remember you saying that because you were the youngest out of everybody in the chat room that one night, or in the group talk that one night. So.
Yeah, so I don't know my brother. I mean, not because I don't want to. It's just I was married before he was even born.
Well, I can tell you what, just from talking to my younger brother and my best friend's nephews, which are about the same age as my younger brother and your younger brother. And when they get onto a lot of that kind of stuff, or a lot of tracks like that, they know you're going to, what they consider would be lecturing them.
They think I will. Yeah.
Yeah, they think that, Yeah. And I mean, honestly, that's how, I tell my brother, well, my mom has I started a chat group on Facebook called The Kids for me and my mom and my brothers and sisters, or brothers and sister. And he got mad at my mom and dropped from the group. And it was over something crazy. He was supposed to come down, and he lives about 50 miles from my parents. He is supposed to come down to my parents' house for Father's Day and bring a brisket. And then he called like 3 hours before he was supposed to be there and said he wasn't going to be able to make it.
Mm.
And my mom was like, hey, you said you were going to be here. You're supposed to bring the brisket. What are you doing? And it was something crazy that he had to go do, like go to a meeting like this, for example, except for it was something like going out with friends or something like that. And my mom got extremely mad at him. And so he quit talking to her because she got mad at him about something like that. And he doesn't do drugs that I know of anymore. And I mean, he's done all kinds of things like that. And after a while, it's just kind of hard to feel any kind of sorry for him or any kind of sympathy for them whenever it's just them doing the same thing over and over again that gets them in trouble. And it sounds easy, especially I noticed you don't smoke, so you don't do any drugs. I doubt you drink any, if at all.
I drink.
Oh, you drink?
I drink.
Okay. Well, it sounds easy to say, just quit that stuff,
Yeah.
but I was able to just quit meth when I moved to Florida, but you still want that sympathy in a sense. But whenever you get into hard drugs like that, family loses sympathy, friends lose sympathy. The only sympathy you get is from other friends doing the same dumb shit you are,
Yeah. It's kind of frustrating because I have so much going on with my own family, like my kids, that I can't really be there for him. There's just no way.
But that's not something that you should. I mean, it's something that I understand. Me telling you shouldn't feel bad about that isn't going to make you not feel bad about that, But you do have so much stuff. You have to look at it from an outside view of your personal self, in a sense, to where you do have that much going on, to where you don't have time to deal with that stuff, especially if it's somebody that doesn't want to help themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's your kid, it's one thing, but it's your brother, it's still family, but it's not the same as your kid doing that stuff, and
yeah.
I mean, it's still stuff that you can't you might feel bad for it, but you can't let it depress you, take it past a certain level, because there's only so much you can do to help,
Yep.
And I know people that, like, you could offer him a place to live, and if he's on meth and opioids and stuff like that, you could offer him a place to live, and he might live there, and then your TV and stuff starts to end up missing, and then you kick him out, and he blames it all on you for not helping him. And it seems like the more involved you get with relatives, even like that, the more, the deeper you get into it, in a sense. I guess it'd be kind of like in a relationship, like I know you haven't had to worry about that since you've been married with high school sweethearts, but I mean, I guess it'd be like being 30 and in a relationship like that, and you think you can change them, but then you can't change them, so you just keep having to adjust yourself lower to deal with them, or to help them. I'm sure you've heard plenty of stories like that. I know I dang sure have. So,
yeah, definitely. Yeah,
from people even getting married. So,
yeah, my family story is definitely an interesting one, but I know I'm unique, and sometimes it makes it hard to relate to other people because I did marry my high school sweetheart. We are still married. We had never been with anybody before we got married. He was my first kiss. He was my first everything. We're still together.
One of my brothers is like that, but they can't have kids, so
yeah.
They live in Hawaii now. So
nice. But we've definitely had a hard life. A lot of it dealt with CPS and having special needs kids. And then the military on top of that with
the military, yeah. I didn't have to. I had epilepsy, so I couldn't go in the military, but I would have, But yeah. I say I have epilepsy a lot. I'm sorry, but
no, I get it. And then here we moved to Idaho, and it's been a nightmare since we moved here. And I don't know that I want to stay here. We've contemplated that a little bit, but his job is really nice. And like I said, we are doubly blessed. And better than we ever have been financially, but like there's no the services are terrible for my kids. The schools are terrible. I've been doing nothing but fighting people. And in fact, I'm currently in a fight with the school district. So I have, even though I'm quarantined because of COVID, it's delaying because I'm supposed to have 2 IEP meetings and a couple of 504 meetings for my kids that were supposed to be this week and next week. So they've had to be postponed because of this COVID thing. But I actually had to go to the state education department over failure to follow federal guidelines for IEPs and 504s.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
if you want to get rid of a lot of that COVID stuff, come to Florida. Even though they keep on saying how high COVID is here, nobody really.
Well, no, Idaho doesn't have. So our school has no mask mandate. They have no vaccine mandate.
I was even talking about quarantine. So people don't even quarantine here. So
when they actually get COVID, they don't quarantine.
a lot of times, no.
Oh wow. Well, I mean, I guess I can say that we weren't forced to quarantine. It's not like we're going to get arrested or in trouble if we don't quarantine.
Right.
The schools, on the other hand, ask that we not go to school for 10 days.
That's what they do here is ask if you don't go to school, but the school can't even report if you have COVID here, or if you've been exposed to COVID here.
His work doesn't want him to go anywhere either for 10 days.
Right.
But there's like nobody saying like you have to stay in your home or we're going to arrest you or anything like that.
Florida really is wide open right now. And our county was rated in the Jacksonville Metroplex, which is like 6 counties. Our county was rated the lowest in mask use, the lowest in vaccines, the lowest in social distancing, and then it got rated the lowest in COVID cases. So
I know Idaho has a low rate for all of that too, but
Florida had your low rate in your county would probably be higher than our low rate in my county. So because they do have a lot of cases, but
I did a lot of research after Nehemiah got diagnosed with COVID, and I have my own theories that I can't say on the air because it'll get banned, and then Carl will be like, "What did you do? You weren't supposed to say that."
Well, maybe you'll bring Bill of Rights Network viral.
Maybe, but I have my resources to get
in a good way, not in a bad way. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have my resources to get stuff, like I said before, that are backstream means of information. And what I found about the Delta variant is that the Delta variant is actually stronger and more deadly than regular COVID, and that it is affecting younger people, whereas regular COVID wasn't, especially children.
I agree with that.
There was a guy there in South Africa who basically said that Delta variant didn't exist in his country until the vaccine showed up, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything about that either, and it's not me arguing with you or contradicting you. I'll say that much. So
yes. So with the sad thing is that I do know a handful of people who have died from the Delta variant, and they were vaccinated, fully vaccinated. I also have a friend of mine who is not vaccinated that is currently in the ICU with COVID pneumonia.
And see, with stuff like that, if you have COVID pneumonia and you've been vaccinated and you die, then you died of pneumonia.
Yeah.
Because that means that people with the vaccine were dying of COVID in the hospital, which they've even had to lower their numbers from 99% of people in hospitalization from COVID were unvaccinated to something like 90% of people hospitalized with COVID had the vax. So,
well, I've actually was looking at a group, a survivor group. So there's a survivor group on Facebook of people who have had COVID. And so they actually did a survey on there of those who had gotten basically asking just the people on Facebook, because you can't really believe the media and the
Oh,
numbers that
no,
they're putting
no,
out
not
there.
at all. Nope.
But the majority of the people who are COVID survivors are fully vaccinated.
I believe that. I mean,
I'm just
I don't want to say
saying.
that as. Hold on one second. I'm going to walk out here and I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Gonna get us in trouble. I wonder when Carl's coming back. I don't know how long he was going to sleep for.
I think Crystal went to sleep, but
Yeah, I think she's asleep too. I was just saying, I was wondering when Carl was coming back because I don't remember what he said.
he said he was taking a nap. I don't think he really gave a direct time, but I know we've been on here since I know I was on with. He asked me if I'd take care of the voice and the bids on Crystal's auction, and I think that was like at 11 o'clock or something like that. So
yeah, her auction. I can't remember when it started.
Or my 11 o'clock. So it's 2:30 here. So he's been gone for about 3.5 hours. So
Well, it's only 12:30 for me. So
it's 2:30 for me. So.
But anyway, back to the COVID stuff. Essentially, it does worry me, especially because I'm not going to say that COVID initially was not that deadly and it wasn't as big a deal as they made it out to be. And I think that they were disappointed in the outcome, so they decided to make it worse.
Well,
so a lot of people are going to die.
I slightly disagree with that to a point that they decided to make it worse, because I don't think they decided to do it. But COVID-19, the only other place that it was ever found was in a lab.
Yep.
Okay. That lab was genetically engineering it to develop faster so that they could see what it would do. So it wasn't like, going up from the flu to bird flu to swine flu or whatever else, which one of them was the same thing as COVID, So if it leaked from a lab, or when it leaked from the lab, it was already genetically modified to mutate quickly. So what makes you think that it wouldn't mutate quickly in the open versus being in a lab? So you're going to have variant after variant after variant, It doesn't matter how.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, though, is that normally with mutation normally degrades something. It doesn't make it stronger.
It depends on if there's something like a vaccine fighting it. Just like the flus now would probably be stronger than the flus back in the 1800s.
Possibly.
And I remember a decade ago, or around, it was more than a decade ago, whenever antibacterial soap and hand sanitizer started coming out everywhere. Not like it is now, but before. And they said that using these products all the time would degrade your immune system.
Yeah.
So what happens now whenever you can't go outside, so you're exposed to the same people's air all the time, you have to wear a mask, which I don't think stops anything.
It doesn't.
You have to keep your hands completely clean all the time, and etc. So that means you're weakening your immune system pretty much. And the more COVID goes on, the worse it'll get,
I think a lot of people are trying to boost their immune systems too, but I also have a different opinion that, like I said, I told you that I did a lot of research on truth.
Yeah. I'm open to other opinions, I promise.
Yeah. So I am a Bible believer. I know I've kind of mentioned that before, and that I study end times prophecies. But if you are someone who believes in Scripture, then you believe that there is an evil power, i.e., Satan, and that he has his minions, and that he's attempting to carry out a plan to usurp God and his authority. And that's always been the plan. That's why he killed Jesus. That's why he attacks Christians. That's why Revelation talks about the final battle between Jesus and Satan, the Battle of Armageddon, essentially.
I'm not going to lie. You know much more about Scripture and the Bible than I do, because I haven't been to church in probably 30 years. So 20 years probably. So
Yeah. Well, just taking that concept that you have Satan and you have Jesus, and that they're in this battle between good and evil, essentially, that culminates in this big battle in the end, then you kind of have to believe that there are nefarious or things going on, or conspiracies, which a lot of people think any thought that there could be an organization or a group of people working together for an evil end is just absurd, and you should not even think that, and you're crazy if you do. Well, if you believe in God, if you believe in Satan, if you believe in angels and demons, then you kind of have to believe that.
I was just thinking that even if you're any kind of religion, even Wiccan, you would believe in a good and an evil. So any religion has a good and an evil. If you have any belief at all or faith at all, there's a good and evil. So
yeah, the problem is that the problem is the false light, or the false good, which is
right.
what Satan is, an angel of light. He was the most beautiful creature of God's creation. And so it seems good, but it's evil. It's one of those things.
No, I actually do understand what you're saying. So you don't have to think that I think you're crazy or what is she talking about? I do understand 100% what you're saying.
Yeah. So basically, Revelation and a lot of other religions have end time ideas of what the end is going to be like. But there is this antichrist figure. Regardless of what religion you are, there's this figure that is the ultimate bad guy, and you have the ultimate good guy, and one of them is going to win. But Revelation specifically talks about a one world government, one world currency or economy.
Right.
And when you see what's going on right now and how this is affecting the whole world, and they're trying to establish a governance of the entire world.
New world order.
Exactly. Then you start to see that this virus is being used exactly to accomplish what Revelation said.
Okay. Do you ever watch? These are some black conservatives that I tend to actually start it. Before I got on here, I watched a lot of black conservatives. Do you ever watch Will Harris or Jay McCreaney?
Don't know.
Okay, you need to start watching some of them. They've got a show on Wednesday night that has like 4 of them on it. A guy named Doc Drake. His name is actually Doc Drake. Lives here in Jacksonville, and I've actually chatted with him a few times on FaceTime, and they are all about that. 100 and 100. I mean, you could be a guest on their show with what you just told me. I'm just telling you. You could be a guest on their show with what you just told me. And it's hard not to follow it. I mean, it's hard not to believe it. I mean, unless you're just like the Bible, unless you're just throwing the Bible. I mean, and that's whenever, I mean, I kind of chat with them kind of like I originally started chatting with this group until enough people started to know me that I actually became a contributor to it,
Yeah.
And, you should really look on Will Harris. He posts a lot of stuff like that. And he actually have a show on Wednesday night that has, 3 to 5 people on there that are like-minded. Most of them are black. There's a Hispanic guy from California, but that joins in sometime. But you would really like their show on them talking about the scripture and stuff like that, because they in fact, Jay says he's the Christian conservative, because saying a conservative Christian means that you're putting being conservative before the scripture. So
Yeah. Well, when you've studied end time prophecy like I have for years and years and years, and then you literally have this checklist, right? You're like, okay, this has to happen first, this has to happen first, this has to happen first. And you're like, oh, that's never going to happen in my lifetime, right? This virus comes along, and all of a sudden, this is checked off, this is checked off, this is checked off. You're just like,
and I listened to those guys that I was talking about before the virus and everything. And it's kind of like, getting punched in the face with, well, here's 5 more checks just from this,
Yeah.
Look at what they're doing. Okay. Global pandemic. Now we need to have this WHO tell us everything we need to do. And then it's like, keep on. And then it's like, I mean, all the way down to like, I can't even explain it because I don't know about scripture, but like I said, you could join in on one of those hosts just from your stuff that just from your education and citing on the stuff that they're talking about instead of talking about atheism or something like that,
Yeah. Well, I mean, not being able to buy or sell.
Not even atheism.
Yeah.
What is atheism is whenever you do believe in Satan and everything, isn't it? Don't you still believe? What is it?
Atheists don't believe in God or Satan. They believe in humanity.
Okay, maybe it's not atheism I'm thinking of then. But either way,
Yeah. It's interesting to me because, I never would have thought there would be a one world economy, or that they would be able to actually make it so you couldn't participate in the economy without a mark,
I mean, but see, that stuff sounds good when you tell it on the news in some fashion. A one world economy. We should all get together and share the world together, but leave it be. Yeah. Don't touch the world, but we should all share it. That sounds good. That's easy to make sound good.
It's the false light.
Exactly. That is you were talking about that earlier, and that is a great example of it, is how I can make a false light out of saying why should we all be divided by countries or religion or by beliefs or anything like that? We can make the world all one thing, I mean,
yep.
That sounds great. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Then we can finally start communicating with other planets and everything, like on all the space movies and stuff, wherever the whole world, the Earth is one race or one
Star Trek.
group. Yeah. I mean, exactly. Star Trek. What's the movie? Starship Troopers. I don't watch a lot of those kind of movies, so.
I have ideas on the aliens as well, because aliens has always been part of the agenda too.
Well, I mean, it's not that I don't believe there aren't aliens. I don't know if they've ever visited Earth, and then other stuff I've seen would be, I mean, I've got too many theories, I guess I would say.
On aliens
and Earth, and even God with aliens and Earth, and because it says the Earth was created in 7 days.
So there's one theory that the aliens are actually our creators, and that they seeded the Earth, and that we actually have alien DNA, and they'll eventually return to help us evolve into the next enlightenment, essentially.
That was one of those theories. I was going to say that they seeded Earth in a sense,
Yeah.
you know.
Well,
And I
that's
was
what
you know,
Charles Darwin, but not Charles Darwin. What's his name? Oh God.
I know who you're
there's
talking
some.
about, but I can't think of it either.
Anyway, that's a lie. It actually may be the lie. It may be the great deception.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
Are you familiar with the Book of Enoch?
No.
Okay. Well, the Book of Enoch used to be scripture. It was removed from our Bibles about 200 years ago.
King James Version.
It actually used to be in the King James Bible.
Oh, did it?
Mm-hmm.
That was another thing I could say about the Bible that I don't want to interrupt you, but I'll say it after you're finished with Enoch. I've heard of it.
Yeah, our scripture is not what it should be. But anyway, the Dead Sea Scrolls kind of help with that. Because the Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest Hebrew interpretation of scripture that was more recently discovered, that kind of corrects a lot of the false interpretation.
I try to watch stuff about that, but a lot of it is too dramatic too, I would say, as far as like when we were talking about with the I forget what we were talking about that was so dramatic the paranormal stuff that was dramatic. So a lot of the stuff you see on TV about Dead Sea Scrolls is
you can read them yourself.
I've never done that, to be honest with you.
So if you look online, they have the English translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls online. So you can actually read them, even the fragmented texts. I've read them all, so I know.
I'm sorry. I'm listening to you, but I'm laughing at Crystal, waking up and being like, are y'all still talking?
Yep.
Okay, I can go back to sleep.
So anyway, Enoch is a pre-flood text that talks about what happened before the flood. And essentially there were a group of 500 angels who decided that they got together and they made an agreement that they would all come to earth and take wives, human wives, and have offspring of their own. And this was not the angels that fell with Satan. This is the second fallen angel occurrence, essentially. And so they came in and they took wives and they gave birth to giants. And these giants became like part angel, part human. And they didn't just stop there. So they decided to teach their wives all the secrets of the heavens, including how to read the stars, how to do medication, how to have an abortion, how to make weapons of war. The Book of Enoch lists all the things that they taught, how to write a written language. All of that is on there. And then they taught them genetic manipulation. So then they started mixing species of animals with other animals. They mixed angels with animals. They mixed humans with animals like chimeras and stuff like that. And they distorted even plants and fruits and things like that. And pretty much distorted all of creation, which is partly why there was the flood, because it had to be destroyed because it was corrupted.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So the Book of Enoch goes on to describe how Noah and his family were chosen. And so Enoch actually was taken into heaven before Noah, which is a whole nother, it's kind of hard to explain. But Enoch is one of those people that the Bible says he walked with God and he was no more. So Enoch was taken to heaven. He never actually died. And he actually comes back to earth a couple of times. And some people speculate that he'll be the witness in the end times. But he was described. So basically, God took him up to heaven and showed him all the things, all the heavenly things, all the earthly things, and he wrote it in these massive books. And then he gave it to his son, which was Methuselah, who gave it to Noah, who took on the ark with him, which is how we have the Book of Enoch. Long story. But basically, these creatures that were half-breeds, or part human, part angel, we call Nephilim. And the Bible's God judged them by basically having them kill themselves, and then whatever didn't kill themselves was killed in the flood. And their punishment was because they weren't fully human and they weren't fully angel. Their spirits could go to neither heaven nor hell, so they were destined to wander the earth, always hungry, always thirsty, always wanting, and they would be called unclean spirits, i.e., demons.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Crystal still. So
yeah. So basically, these fallen angels, their punishment was they were supposed to be into a prison with chains and fetters for 70 generations. And then they would be released in the end times. So I think that according to the Book of Enoch, that these angels very quite possibly may have been released right around the time of World War II, when suddenly there was this explosion of knowledge, right?
Right.
Thousands of years where we have nothing, and then suddenly we have the Industrial Revolution, we have the Enlightenment of, the globe. That's a whole nother issue. That we're not the center of the universe, that God isn't real. And then you also have the introduction or the reintroduction of UFOs and aliens. So
here's a question. What church would you go to that would include that book in practice?
None of them.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Potentially Ethiopia, because Ethiopian church is the only one that retained the full text, including the Book of Enoch. Jesus is scripture. So when Jesus walked the earth, his Bible contained the Book of Enoch.
All right. No, I could.
Now get this. The Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
That's interesting. I wouldn't figure that we'd end up talking about this at 3 o'clock in the morning, or 3 o'clock in the morning here on our live feed with Crystal falling asleep back there and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
not the same talk I'd have with Carl. So
nope. If you actually Google the Book of Enoch, you can listen to the audiobook if you're curious about it. But it talks about a heck of a lot of other stuff besides that. But it says it was written for a generation far, far in the future. So the Book of Enoch was written for the end times. And there are other books. So the apocryphal texts that was included in Jesus' scripture that used to be in the Bible that wasn't removed until 200 years ago included a bunch of other books. So it included the Wisdom of Solomon, the Book of Tobit, additional chapters in the Book of Daniel, additional chapters of Psalms. It also included, I'm trying to think of all of them. There's Jasher, the Book of Jasher.
So you're a lot deeper into religion than any kind of, but you said you were going to school for it, so, or studied it. So
I didn't go to school for it. This is my own personal.
I studied computers and stuff. So
I went to college for psychology.
I probably should have done that, or meteorology, because the weather to me is kind of like the earth in a sense, about how it's never predictable about what's going to happen. And to me, it's kind of like how they call it act of God. And it's kind of like, so you really can't predict the weather, but you expect to be able to predict what's happening. So to me, the weather is kind of like trying to relate I hate to sound like this, but it's kind of like relating religion to weather in a sense, because we've had weather our whole history of nature and or before nature, and still nobody can predict it. So you might have an idea of where stuff goes, but
Jesus actually referenced weather and knowing the signs. He said, you guys can predict by a red sky that there's going to be a storm, but you can't read the signs of God. So he actually compared the two himself. So yes, there is a similarity there. But yes, I know a lot more about religion. And another thing about me is that my dad was a pastor. So I grew up in the church.
No, I didn't have any of that. I was one of the poor kids that donated a quarter in Sunday school. So
I didn't actually choose to become a Christian though until I was 21.
What were you before that?
A practicing Christian.
I was actually waiting for you to say something like an atheist or something like that. So.
No, I went to church. I believed in Jesus. I believed in the Bible. I just didn't put my faith in it.
No, I probably still don't do that now. To be honest with you, I don't do that enough, but I do. I think in the back of my mind and in my heart, I do it anyway, even though I don't mean to. Even though my part of my brain might be looking for logical reasons.
Yeah.
My heart and the back of my brain, my subconscious does anyway. So just because I've seen too much stuff happen, that like that car wreck I told you I got epilepsy and I should have been dead.
Yeah.
The firefighter told the firefighters and everybody said I should have been dead. So, but I ended up with epilepsy. So, should I blame God? Should I be mad at God or Jesus for me having epilepsy, or should I be thankful that I actually lived through that car wreck that I should have died from, that everybody said I should have died from?
Yeah. Well, my dad actually died when I was 15 of cancer.
So, well, my dad was in prison for pretty much all of my life, and he died from tuberculosis in prison in Texas State Prison, so Texas State. So, I think my dad dying would have been worse, but in a way, I really didn't care about my dad too much, which I've always felt bad about. But it was more of that stuff like we were talking about with your brother, and especially with your kid. And I remember going up and seeing my dad in Dallas when I was a kid, and he was out of prison, and he was smoking weed. I didn't know they smoked meth back then, but he was smoking weed, and I was like, how are you going to pass a drug test when you go to your parole officer? And he's like, I'm not going to my parole officer. And I was like, so how are you going to stay out of prison? And he was like, stay away from the cops. And I was thinking, so you don't even care if you stay out of prison, and you really don't care if you see me or not. So,
yeah.
And then my stepdad came along years later, and he actually showed love for us, even though we weren't even his kids and we're old and everything. And now he's old, but
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, totally different, completely different life stories for sure.
I even hate to call him my stepdad, because I do love him so much, because he's been more of a real dad to me than anybody has. So,
Yeah. And that's really good. I mean, you got to have somebody that, if you don't.
Like you said, totally different lives, but that's two totally different stories that are very rough roads, I guess you would say,
Yeah.
Even though there's not the same rough lives. So once again, you can't, just like we were talking about with mental health, you can't group it all into one category. So
yeah, everybody, what they experience shapes them into who they are. And we're all different. in one way.
And I know this is off the subject,
reason
but
or
that's where white people trying to talk about white privilege bugs me. You know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think my dad's story would have been a lot worse because there was also an affair, and his mother's actual husband ended up murdering her.
Wow.
And a police officer, and he killed his own son, which is Denise's dad.
Wow.
So
I wasn't trying to top your story or anything, just relate to you.
Yeah, no, that's where my dad came from. So like, it really is interesting to watch how it's completely different from one generation to the next.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
like your parents don't determine like who you are as a person.
Well, I promised myself that I wasn't going to be like my parents, you know, and it actually affected a lot of my family because all of except for my brother, the rest of my siblings said, I'm not going to grow up to be like that. And even my uncle, who was like 9 years older than my mom, said he wasn't going to grow up to be like that, you know, because he saw what happened to her. So, I mean, I guess it's kind of like one of those things of, in some ways, learning from your previous generation.
Yeah.
But also having to take from it. But now it seems like generations now are so mad at are so wanting to change from their parents' generation that now they're going to the bad side instead of following the good things that their parents' generation did, you know.
Yeah.
They're only following the bad points, you know, and excuses.
I hope my kids make good choices, but I feel like they don't even know how to take a shower every day and put on clean underwear. Like, how are they going to make good choices?
How many boys do you have?
7.
I thought, I didn't know they were all boys, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, all boys.
I remember seeing an episode of 2.5 Men, if you ever seen that show.
Yeah.
And Jake, he's like 10 years old or 12 years old or something like that. And his dad's asking him if he packed underwear because they were going to Vegas or something. And his dad's like, when was the last time you even changed underwear? And he's like, 2.5 days ago. And he's like, did you pack any underwear? And he's like, no, I can make it 5 if I turn them inside out.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Oof. It's terrible.
I'm afraid whenever I get teenagers. So.
Yeah. My house is pretty crazy in that regard.
So I wouldn't say that's all. Some of that's just, you know, our men's whatever you call it, nature, barbaric, whatever you want to call it, not barbaric. But, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So women are a little bit more clean than men a lot of times. So
yeah, I know.
Girls, my daughter is 10 times cleaner than my son is, and they're only a year apart. So
I'm the only woman in this house, and it drives me crazy how messy it is. Ugh.
You've got 7 kids. Your house is going to be. I've got 2 kids, and my house is messy all the time.
I know, but it still drives me crazy. I mean,
it drives me crazy too, with our house being messy all the time. But it's kind of like, I think I'm sitting here thinking. I mean, even my wife, whenever we first started talking, and Crystal was still online, I was asking how many kids you had, and you said 7, and she was like, "Oh my God," because she come out here talking about my son wanting to eat the butter, and she was like, I can't handle our kids no more. I'm leaving, you know. Of course, she's being sarcastic, but it's like, I don't see. And then even me, growing up, and my great grandmother raising 5 of us for several years, and it's like, or 4 of us. My sister wasn't born yet, so it's 4 boys for about 7 years, and it was like, I don't see how in the world my great grandmother put up with me seeing how my son acts. And it's like they say you get the same, if you're a bad kid or whatever, you get the same punishment when you have kids. Well, I'm getting it because both my daughter and my son are both sides of me. If you believe in astrology or anything like that, and or astronomy, whichever one it is, the signs and everything, and they say Geminis are 2 separate people. Well, that's what I got. I got the smart kid that's a smart ass and knows everything, and I got the stubborn kid that doesn't want to listen or behave and does everything crazy. So
yep. I got the weirdness with my kids because having 7 of them, only 2 of them were born in the same month. So, like, I have everything you could imagine for personality for my kids. Ugh.
Just if you want to say that, about, because I don't know, I've never really believed in a lot of that stuff or horoscopes or stuff like that. But as far as my personality fits me, it says that I've got 2 personalities. So, yeah, and then my wife's a Gemini too. So if you go about stuff like that, that's definitely a no for 2 Geminis to get married. So
that's funny. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about that stuff. I look at it from a different perspective. And again, it goes back to the Book of Enoch, which is kind of funny with the stars, because I told you there's a lot more in Enoch. So there's a large portion of the Book of Enoch that talks about the movement of the stars. And it actually talks about the 12 signs. And it talks about the planets and their movements and a lot about the universe, which is really interesting in a pre-flood text to discuss that stuff. You would probably read it and be like, what does all this mean? Because it's really hard because you look at it from our worldview and you're trying to interpret it when he's talking about the sun, moon, and stars, and so it doesn't really make sense. But they basically tell a story. So it used to be in ancient times, and even with the Egyptians, that you could look up into the sky and you would look and see where things were, and it would tell you a story. And you could almost sometimes use it to predict things that would happen. And so when you read the story about the 3 wise men who found the star and knew that the Messiah had been born, that's what they were doing. They were looking at the stars and they were reading the story in the sky.
Yeah, I'm still trying to be, I don't even know how to explain it because a lot of the stuff that I try to look for logical reasons for stuff to happen. And like one of the things I've read about the Star of Bethlehem was it was like a miraculous million-year or billion-year alignment, which once again, that doesn't necessarily discredit the fact that it could have been intended that way, That could have been the intended alignment, or even the flooding, I mean, there's billions of things or millions of things in not just the earth, but the world that could cause a flooding like that. And once again, who's to say that wasn't the intention, Yeah.
Well, and then the question about the Star of Bethlehem too is that how were they able to follow it if it was just a once in a billion year event? How did these people from the east know to go to Bethlehem? That would be the other question.
Right. I mean,
so they would have in that. But yes. Anyway, the Egyptians, the reason the pyramids were aligned with Orion, I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, I did know that.
Okay. So they actually read the stars as in correlation to the earth. And you've ever heard the saying, as above, so below? You've heard that saying, right? Okay. That's really what it meant. Above us, here on earth. So the stars would literally tell the story of what was happening on earth. There's this, the book of Jasher talks about Joseph, and when he revealed himself to his brothers, and he took out a star chart and he showed it to him, and he said, "Can you show me where Joseph is in the stars?" And he was like, "You're standing right in front of me." So like they associated the stars with individual people on earth, and the movements associated with what actually was occurring on earth.
Yeah, I could see that, but I'd have to say like the Romans and stuff did kind of the same thing as far as their gods going up and them following their gods. What is that? That's what I was thinking of, was when you have multiple gods. When I said
Polytheism.
Okay. Which I don't, I'm Christian, like I said. So, but I'm just thinking I try to think outside the box or around the box or whatever else, stuff like that. So,
yeah.
I'd have to say that, like the Romans or the Greeks or whoever, they followed the stars like that too. So,
well, they still do today. They
still do.
Yeah, they don't explain it to us. So they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you what the story is actually saying. They're just going to say, "Hey, Mercury is in retrograde right now." And
well, I mean, that's what they say now.
Aligned, and
8,000 years ago, back when Abrahamic religions were, I don't know how long ago Abrahamic religion started, but I know there was definitely wars about it back with the Jews and stuff like that. Pre-Christ, or during flood times,
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of ancient texts out there that talk about the stars and their meanings, and I wish I knew how to read it. Like I wish I could go outside and look at the stars and know how to read what it says.
Well, I'll definitely say that's something you're much, much more deep in than I am. So if I'm saying something, it's being a whatever you call it, opinion, unknowledgeable opinion is what
yeah.
Not even opinion, suggestion.
Yeah. I don't know that whole lot about it either. I think I said I'm an ancient text scholar and Bible scholar. So I've read thousands and thousands of ancient texts. So I look at stuff a little bit different than the average person, just what they used to do before now. But the stars are fascinating.
Oh, I definitely think so. I wish my cameras were better, to be honest with you. Because if you ever look at my Facebook page, I'm posting pictures of the moon all the time and night skies and stuff like that. So.
Did you see the comet when it came through? The what do they call that comet? It was last year, and it showed up twice.
Oh yeah. I don't know what they called it, but yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I've just got a regular digital camera, and now the zoom's messed up on it, so I could get really good pictures of the moon, and if I could get it steady enough, take pictures of some planets, but I couldn't get pictures of comets or stuff because the stars or the moonlight or even the light pollution here would block it out. But I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, we were homeless at the time, living in a campground, and I could see it with my naked eye. I could see it.
I could see it. I just couldn't get a picture of it. So
yeah, it was pretty cool to see because I never seen it like that, anything like that before. Also saw some meteor showers too. When we were out there.
I forget which comet it was, but I have seen a comet like that before. And like I said, whenever me and my friends were kids, We used to watch it, lay out in the road and watch shooting stars all the time. So now, like I said, I've got too much light pollution, which it's even dark around here, but I didn't realize how bad light pollution was until I moved to Florida, because we didn't even have street lights. So
Yeah, we live on the edge of town. Our house is on the edge of town, so we can see the stars a lot better. We didn't hardly see them in Virginia.
I can
Here we
see
can see them
stars,
a
just
lot
not
more.
like shooting stars that much and stuff. So I get to
Yeah,
see a rocket fly by every once in a while for SpaceX. So
yeah, and there's actually supposed to be another eclipse next year over the
lunar.
United States. Lunar eclipse, yeah.
Oh, okay. Dang, I'm about to have to go to bed, and think I should call Carl or something.
I don't know. I mean, I'm here if you need to go to bed super early for you.
And it's like 3:15 here, so
Yeah, it's 1. And my phone is dying. Like I'm at 13%.
well,
And it keeps going down even though I'm plugged in. Like I don't
and I
what
don't want to
happened.
call him, but I guess he's been off for a while. So
You have his number.
yeah, I'll call him.
I mean, I'm here just still awake. But my phone is dying. I have to go plug it in. Hey, will you not let that fall into the water? That would have been bad.
It went to his voicemail. I can't hear you anymore. There you go.
But now,
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I must have unplugged my headphones because I was plugging in my phone to the wall outlet instead of one of those little couch outlets. Because my phone was constantly dying. And I'm like, what is going on with it? It should be charging, not dying. It's plugged in.
Wonder if it'd make
Well,
more noise if I try to FaceTime him.
well, I mean, you can go to bed if you want, and I can talk to my husband on here for a little bit. I can't put
Okay.
him in a stream, but he can come talk with me.
All right. Yeah, because I really do need to go to bed.
Yeah, it's a lot earlier in the morning for you than me.
All right. Well,
Well, good talking.
yeah, it was good talking. I think we covered a wide variety of stories there.
Yes, definitely, for sure.
Okay. Well, I'm sure I'll see you on here again. So have a good night,
Yep.
April. And
You too.
sorry I have to drop off here. So
Oh no, I understand. It's super early.
all right. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Just me. I have to get my husband's attention now. So, hey Reggie, come chat with me. It's crazy that even as a guest, I can see the time that we've been live. A long time.
What?
And by myself, I need somebody to talk to. So it can be a dirty look. And I gotta be plugged in, and my cord's not very long. Um, I have headphones in, but I'm not listening to anybody, just me.
Everybody wanted to bet on you.
Yes, and then he tried to call Carl and he didn't wake up, and I can't reach Carl either. Crystal went to bed. I don't know. Even my sister went to bed. So I don't know. What? I don't. Well, Crystal Marie was supposed to help so that he could sleep, and then she went to bed. So I mean, it's not necessarily Carl's fault. I don't know how long Crystal had said it. I know she had to get up in the morning too. I know I can't stay up all night,
Nope.
and I don't have access to StreamYard, so I can't even pull up a video to play or anything because I don't have access to it. And they were talking about earlier me giving them my phone number and stuff. And then they shared phone numbers with each other, but I don't have access to that. So I don't have anybody's phone number.
They all suck.
You can go to bed if you want.
No, hold on.
Somebody's got to be up with the kids tomorrow. Got a thermometer, got a pulse ox. I could pull up the laptop and read something. There's no way for me to know who's watching anything because I don't have access to anything. And Crystal didn't get to see all the new rings I got. I gotta put those all away because there's a lot of them. And I gotta take my medicine so I can stay healthy too. It's COVID nonsense. Hershey took my laptop. If I get the laptop, I can actually look on there and see what everybody else is doing. But I can message on Messenger. That's about all I can do. I don't have anybody else's information. So you guys are stuck with me for a little bit, and I don't know what my husband's doing. Walking around, putting stuff away, turning off lights or something. You know what? I can't do anything to forget trolls in the chat either. Hopefully that doesn't happen either. I just realized I took that out and my microphones are here, so sorry about that. Probably making a hulk of a lot of noise. I was trying to hear what Richie had to say, and so took the headphones out, and then I forgot to put it back in. So So I'm feeling a lot better. And what?
You bring all your rings and stuff in here?
Yeah, I got them all in the box. Sorry. My phone was dying, so I had to plug it in. But if you bring me the laptop, I can use it to try to maybe get a hold of somebody. I just can't close this out on my phone because if I get dropped from here, there's not going to be anybody on there. Okay.
It's gonna be a little hot because I'm playing games all night. So there's the box.
Okay.
Breakfast is that?
Yeah, I really need a jewelry box. I might need something to drink. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Apparently, these headphones I have in, I unplugged them and I sat my phone down and I went downstairs just a couple days ago to yell at the boys. And they could hear me yelling downstairs through these headphones. I was like, what the frick? How did that happen? So I didn't think they would pick up that much. So they must be picking you up running around everywhere.
Just picking me up.
Probably is.
You got a little microphone there.
Yeah, I don't know because I can't. I would be causing it to have issues or echo or whatever if I turn it on over here to see what's going on. I was trying to reboot everything over here. So I guess if I have nobody watching me and it's the middle of the night, what should I talk about? What do you think?
No idea.
Checking my email. Let me go to YouTube. Do you hear they're coming out with another Matrix movie? Matrix Resurrections. What do you think about it?
I don't think it's a good idea.
You don't think it's a good idea?
Mm-mm.
It is kind of interesting. What do you think about it? All right, let's see here. Right there. Control V. Control V. Not Shift V. Control V. There we go. Anyway, I'm going to try to get somebody to talk to. Come chat with me. There we go. So, I'm not sure when anybody's coming back, and I kind of got left here by myself. And I don't have any way of getting a hold of anybody, so you guys are stuck with me. And husband isn't going to sleep,
Nope, won't
and
let me.
husband isn't helping me either.
Nope, won't let me.
Won't let you what?
Oh, wait, what? I'm confused.
I don't know. I don't know what to talk about.
Oh, me neither. Oh, have some interesting pictures from my travels.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
I could share my paranormal pictures.
So
That's pretty cool.
this one is a bus. Alright.
Yeah.
Seems normal, seems okay. So you scroll out and see that it's being hauled on a semi-trailer.
That's funny. Okay.
Eco-friendly, zero emissions. If it wasn't being hauled on a semi. I had to take a picture of that one because that one was too daggone funny.
Yeah, that is pretty funny.
I saw this coming through friggin' Nevada. I want to say somewhere before Las Vegas. It's this just friggin' ginormous solar power field.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and those tall things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell they are, but you know what it reminded me of?
Mm-hmm.
Fallout New Vegas. You want to know why? Because in Fallout New Vegas, there's a giant field of solar arrays with a tower in the middle. You know what that tower was for?
Mm.
They reprogrammed it to essentially turn it into a frigging laser beam.
Okay.
That they could demolish things with. Yeah, they got 3 of them. See those 3 shiny things? 3 big old towers. They can turn into laser beams in the middle of the desert.
I doubt that's what they're actually for, but
I'm sure that's
okay.
not, but, you know. And here's another picture of that same area. Only that's the one in the next picture. But over here Further back there, looks like they got some more over there somewhere.
What's that?
Nothing.
The UFO?
I don't know what you're talking about. The helicopter.
Well, sure.
Yep.
There's a
Helicopter.
UFO over this solar field too, huh?
No fucking UFOs. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, what is that?
Reflection. There's 3 things of light reflecting off of there. It's reflecting off my window. That's what it is.
Okay.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Okay.
Either that or it's something on my fucking phone. I don't know. Man. Those were my pictures from my travels. That I thought was just freaking hilarious. One was cool, one was hilarious. Oh, you want to see what I've been doing at work for the last 2 weeks?
Only if you can
Videos.
share them on here because I don't want to be like just talking to dead air.
Nope. I don't know why I get in there. I don't know if I can show them in there. Don't know how.
Just to my camera.
Hmm?
Just to my camera. To me?
To your camera?
Just show your phone to my phone.
Oh. Hey. Hi. So this is the boring part of it. The trash chute. Up here is a destoner. And that pulls the stones out of the potatoes. Drops them down that chute there. Comes down this long freaking conveyor. And as you can see, some of those rocks are flipping huge, like this cotton picking big. Ridiculous. And then blah 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 blah. I don't want to show all this. Yeah. That's how much water it's spitting out. It's making a mess. A bloody mess. But this is a bigger overhead picture video of.
I don't know a Facebook user. I don't know who you are. It just says Facebook user. Crystal Marie is asleep.
Maybe, I don't know.
And I'm April, and this is my husband, Richard.
No, Richard's here.
And we were trying to get a hold of Carl or somebody else because I didn't sign up to stay up super, super, super late. I can stay up for a little while, just I gotta get sleep sometime too because I have sick kiddos I'm dealing with.
I'm already gonna be super cranky anyway.
Yeah, and I'm trying not to get sick, and sleep is kind of needed. My kids have COVID, and initially it was just Nehemiah, and now I've got all but 2 of my kids are sick, of 7. So the other 2 came down with fevers tonight and stuffy nose. So I feel like I have like a dry throat and a little bit of stuffiness, but I haven't had a fever and I don't feel like terrible.
So that's all about what I've been putting in. That's what your potatoes go through before they make it to a bin. They get put into a bag. Dirty, nasty brown water. Come on, go back to the video, doggone it. There you go.
I mean, I can see it. I doubt anybody else can see that.
Yeah, probably not. And that's a polisher or a polisher over there. Scrubs the dirt off of the potatoes.
Yeah.
And that's April cooking a brisket. And there's her. Seriously, look. The look she gives me when I'm taking random pictures of her. Like, seriously? What's wrong with you? One of my favorite looks. And that right there is a ginormous potato. Look at that thing. It's bigger. Come back over this way. Than my hand. Probably doggone near as big as my head. That's how big that thing is. Hold on. Go back in there. Look at that freaking thing. It's massive. It's huge. A monstrosity, even. Some potatoes being washed. Then I go through that muddy water over there. Over to that thing over there on the other side. The thing on the other side actually cleans them. This side just soaks them so it friggin' gets all the mud off of them. And that table over there dries them off a little bit. And I do mean a little bit. They're still soaking wet when they get out of there.
One of my Gatorades. I was going to show them some supernatural pictures. I'm going to show them potato pictures.
This is the crap I get to deal with. You guys get to deal with it too if I'm staying up late. That's all I got to say about it.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
You're welcome to say hi.
It must have been somebody she tagged earlier.
I still want one. Yep. Sounds about right.
I haven't. So we're on HTX Renegade. Anyway, I don't know how long it's going to stay up on Facebook because You're only allowed to be up there for 8 hours. And
Yeah.
two supernatural pictures.
Sorry.
I can't even hardly get them. At least my pictures are kind of bigger on the computer. Kind of drew it in there so you could see what I was seeing.
Face with
Yeah.
owls.
And then there's the picture not drawn on, just circled and further away, and then blown up so you can see it better. Right there. This was a mist that I caught on one of my cameras. Right up in here. There was definitely a mist of some kind there. And this one's the creepiest. You can't really see it that well. Just right in here, there's an actual face there too. And I have that one blown up down here a little bit further. Let's see. Oh, up. Where is it drawn in it? I actually caught that one on video. And good, I have some actual videos, not just pictures. Let me see right there. So there it is. A lot bigger. Right here, there's a face. And this is actually, I kind of drew it in right there. And blew it up a little bit up there on the top too. And then over here. So my kids actually saw this and responded to it and actually told me what they saw was my grandmother, who had passed away at the time. And the fact that I actually got some of that on the camera, my video camera, was pretty crazy. The video of it is right here. So that one's a minute long. This one right here. So I'll show the video. And Ezra comes over here, and this is where the image appeared. And he's messing with the TV. And then he's responding to something in there. There it appears right there. You can see it. And then he tells him there's something over there. And then they both go over there and check it out. So, you remember that? I don't know how well you can see it on my phone, but I'll back it up. So, oh, not far enough. I'll start it all over again. So watch right here. And then right there, it just appeared and then disappeared. It's so weird. Like, you on the video you can see a lot. It's a lot bigger than when I blow the picture up. So hold on. It's kind of hard to say this. Can't use this box. Hold on. Can I set this down for a second? Don't kick me out. StreamYard, don't kick me out. Oh, will it actually let me do that? It will. Good. So, I'll play it again. Where's my camera? Yeah. So, the video started over already. Right over here in the corner, there's a apparition that appears right there. Pretty clearly appears. That's one video that I have where I call it a supernatural thing. There are more videos. So this is the close-up of that. This is what appeared. And like, to me, you can clearly see a nose and a chin and the hair. And I kind of drew it in over here so you could see, but there's more there. There's more of a figure there. You just can't completely make it out. Really interesting. Then and what's fascinating to me is that it actually is reflecting. So whatever this image is reflecting on the glass. So see here, it's reflecting on this glass here. So whatever this is, you can see it here as well. You can see it there pretty clearly. There's something there. Really interesting. Then I took a whole bunch of still shots trying to get a clear image of whatever was there. You can see here and here. So yeah. The fact that the kids told me they saw it is what made me pull up the video and told me they saw Granny, and so I was like, "You saw Granny?" And then I pulled it up, and that's what I found. So it was pretty fascinating. That was in our old house. Here's another one of the same room, but a clear orb here. This entity actually attacked me, or whatever it was. Whatever that was actually caused me to be partially paralyzed. And I was actually screaming in my bedroom, and on the camera, I can't play it for you guys, but you can hear me screaming at this entity, and my camera's caught it on there. I've got a lot of pictures of orbs, but this one was more fascinating. This is an actual light beam, as you can see, with the this is looks like a worm with spiral things on it of some kind. This is some kind of light beam or supernatural being that I caught on my camera downstairs in my basement, and it actually moved a toy in my kid's room. I don't know if I have the video for that or not. Here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I have a lot of screenshots, and I'm not sure which one's the actual video of it. Oh, That's just a screenshot. Is that the video? Yep. That's the actual video right there. So I will play this again. It is super fast, guys. I don't know if you saw that or not. So we had a guest staying in our playroom, and it scared the crap out of him because it actually moved one of the toys in the back room. So just watch real closely, and it just comes flying by there. Right there. Super quick. But this is what it looked like when I caught it on freeze frame. So right here is whatever this entity is on my camera. That was one of the more interesting things that I caught that was pretty obvious. And then I had the same type of entity in my living room, and that's what that one looked like. So this right here, this glowing blob with multi wings or whatever, arms, or I'm not sure what it is. It scrunches up and moves out, and it's really long, almost worm-like. Got that one on there too. It's not a fly. Okay. That's not a fly. I'm gonna go back and show you this. That is glowing. It is not a fly. It also, it's not a camera. It's a video. So the thing is that there was someone in that bedroom, and there was a toy in the back room that turned on by itself and flew across the room. I've actually had this video analyzed. It's not manipulated. And there are images like this that are on other people's things as well. Here's another image of it in slow motion, where it's caught, where they're light beings. And it moves so fast that I couldn't quite get it from one to the next. No fly is that long, and no, it's not shutter speed. It'd be way too big. You see how huge that is compared to the door handle? It's almost the same size as a door handle. Yeah, I'll show the video. Let me go back and find the actual video. Let me see. Wait, go back. All right, here's the actual video. If I can, I'm having to use my phone because I can't share it, but there we go. Let me start it over. Ah! It dropped my phone. Sorry, guys. Alright. I'm going to start the video over. Here we go. So, back here. And it comes in right there. So, there it went. That is so fast. You can barely even see the thing. One more time. Yeah. I don't know if you can see it or not. I'm having a really hard time telling what you can see and what I can see. So the camera's right there. So let me replay it. I'm not very good with. There we go. Confusing me. Alright. There we go. Flew by there like that. Yeah, it actually moved one of my kids' toys. And it scared the crap out of the person. So there's the person. And he wakes up and he's like, what the frick just happened? That was my husband's uncle. We were just like, what is going on? The craziest picture I have. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it at? I have a lot of paranormal pictures, but this one right here. So this picture is circled. There's an actual, looks like an actual person standing there wearing white with a skinny head and short hair. No one like that is in my family. And this is my kids' playroom. It almost looks like they're pointing at something, but all of my kids are small. I'm not skinny like that. I mean, it's almost abnormally skinny. And it's just a really odd looking person. I've shown this to other paranormal investigators, and they said that it almost looks like an extraterrestrial, potentially. But I don't know. It could be a full body apparition, but this also showed up on my camera. And I'm not sure. You'd have to know me and my family to know that that's not of us. But that's like the most solid being picture that I ever got a picture of anything like that. Let's see if I can find any other ones that are kind of cool. Some of these are you could totally debunk. Here's one of a person that showed up. And it's really hard to see because I blew it up, but just kind of right here there's something there. It almost looks like a face right here. And if I back it out, this is the original picture, and it's right here in the corner where I blew it up, where it looks like somebody just kind of stepped in. And you can almost see their arms right here. And then I blew it up a little bit. So that was another picture I got. I'm sorry. I actually have had a lot of paranormal experiences in my life, and I had I installed cameras in my home just for protection, so I just wasn't actually looking for paranormal things. This is my own home. I don't live there anymore. But my kids would tell me stuff, and you know how kids always tell you things. You're just like, whatever. And I started actually checking the camera to see what they were talking about, and that's when, like, I actually found these things on the camera. So, orbs are pretty common. Some people say they're just dust. Some of them are just a little bit more solid than to be just dust. Here's another one where there was something moving right here. And I have several pictures, so it just kind of moves there and there and there. Yeah, I kind of sense entities. I don't really feel anything right now with me, but I have not had as many paranormal experiences in my new home as I did in this old one. But I have had some. I've actually had a female spirit that fully manifested in my bedroom. So the other one was this one, and I was showing earlier, which is on a video too. And I'll show the video first. This is a video of my old house. See? And I can't tell where it's pointing at though. I hate how it like reflects differently. Make sure I get the right point of view. Yeah. Yeah. So alright, let me see my pointer so I can figure out what it's over here. Okay, I don't know if you can see. Maybe that's a little better. There's an apparition that appears right here in this video. I'm gonna back it up a little bit. A little further. So right over here. There. Right there. I don't know if you saw that or not. But there was a captures of it. But what caught my attention to this right there was that my kids actually told me they saw my grandmother who had passed away. So I pulled up the camera and I started looking at it. So that was the video, but the pictures I saw were, let's see, up a little bit. So this is what the apparition looks like here. I'm going to tilt it towards me. Kind of a glob there. And then over here, I actually kind of drew an outline to what I saw. Hair, eyes, nose, chin to the original. And this actually does look like my grandmother, which is really interesting. The camera kind of confirmed what my kids told me. So I do have a camera in my new house, but I have not caught anything on that one like I did in this old house we used to live in. Whoever lives there now, I'm sorry, it might be haunted. But the other one was this one. I think I showed that. It's so. I don't think I have the actual video on this one. I just have the pictures, and the pictures are really grainy because it's not the best computer or best thing. But there's a really dark orb there, and it appeared here, and then the face of a boy showed up next to the orb, which is right here that I have circled. And so this was, it's right in here, and I drew it. Let's see, those are the ones I already showed. Let me see if I can find, because they put it out of order when I saved it in my thing. So let me find it. I hate how Google does that. There we go. So that's the original picture, and then this is me where I drew what I saw. Little boy standing right there. And that's the original one, and then what I drew on there. Kind of what I saw. So anyway, I really hope that Carl shows up sometime because I'm not supposed to be awake still now. So let's see, what else can I find. Those are like probably the best evidence of paranormal activity in that house that I have. That I didn't look for, like I wasn't actively investigating. I just kind of pulled it up. I wonder if they have this video in here. Oh, let me see what it shows before I show everybody else. I think it's a little bit longer than. I'm starting to not feel well again. How are you feeling?
Tired.
Besides tired?
Besides that,
I'm just feeling like I'm having a harder time breathing. I don't want to.
just
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. Like there's nobody there, and I'm like, I'm not even.
yeah.
I don't even have access to StreamYard, so like I'm. Whatever. It's in one of these videos. Just not sure which one. I thought I just watched that one. This one. That one's 2 minutes long. You can go to sleep. Just maybe grab me a Gatorade. Um, that way at least one of us gets some sleep and I can sleep in tomorrow or something. Thank you.
Oh, it's a charger up there. Left it out there.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Ah, it's alright. I'm not using it anyway. Now listen here. Now it's the biggest blanket there is. You better not steal it all.
I'm gonna steal the whole thing. Come and steal it back.
We bought one of those big blankets.
10 foot by 10 foot.
10 foot by 10 foot blankets.
Something like that.
Huge blanket. Because he can't
Enormous.
not steal my blanket. The bum. I'm gonna set my phone down for a second so I can open my drink. Do not fall.
Now I'm gonna be able to sleep.
Sorry. That's what I've been feeling. I've been worrying too much. Worrying too much because my son has COVID, and now 5 of my kids are sick, but only one of them has been tested. Tested positive for COVID. We haven't gone anywhere. I haven't tested anybody else, but I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna turn my phone back this way. I'm pretty sure that it's COVID that we all have, and I'm starting to not feel well, so just been worried about it. Definitely praying. No, I am not getting the vaccine. And I couldn't even if I wanted to. But I am a high risk for my medical stuff is not the greatest. Let's just put it that way. I have not been. I've had some strange medical things at my whole life, and doctors haven't really been able to explain. So I have stuff going on that's not fully diagnosed. And I have been hospitalized several times. Once for pneumonia in the past. And I do have chronic bronchitis and I have blood clotting factors. So it's just a little nerve-wracking to have COVID in the house. I don't get over colds well. Almost every time I get a cold, I end up with bronchitis or pneumonia. I end up having to have a ton of antibiotics and steroids and inhalers and stuff. And even with regular infections like sinus infection or kidney infection and stuff like that, my body doesn't react normally. So I have autonomic issues and I don't always get fevers. And I ended up getting sepsis because I never had a fever. So I never knew I had an infection until I went into septic shock and almost died. So yeah, I have a very odd body when it comes to medical stuff. And it was last year that I had the sepsis and almost died, and I spent several days in the hospital, and that was before they started locking down everything for COVID. So, and when you have sepsis, it destroys your immune system, and it gets into the blood, and it has and then septic shock is when you have multi-organ failure, like your organs start shutting down. And it's taken me a really long time to recover from that. Like, there's actually support groups for people who have survived sepsis, and it just does a number on your body. And I was actually starting to feel a lot better. So I've been dosing up on a ton of vitamins and minerals and micro supplements and stuff like that. I don't I don't know. Actually, no, I don't know what that stands for. You'll have to tell me. So, I was talking earlier that I have 7 children, 7 boys, ages 5 to 15, and they keep me super busy, and they also have special needs. So, I mean, it could. No, I don't. I'm just being honest. I'm trying to think. My husband was Navy, and so there was abbreviations for everything. So it was too early in the morning. It's 2:30 in the morning for me to think. Let me think. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there's so many different things. Like, I also have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder, which causes autonomic issues. So, yeah, I don't know. Where are you from? Is that Captain Clown? Is that your name? You're on Twitch. We tend to get a lot of trolls on Twitch, and I can't do anything about it. We are currently, okay, cool. We're currently doing a 400-hour live stream for breaking the world record. And we are at 8 days, 19 hours, 24 minutes, 45 seconds. So we're trying to go to 16 days. Normally, I am not the main person that hosts this show. I'm just filling in for the night. And the person who's supposed to be coming in has not come in yet. So I'm just having no idea what to talk about all by myself. I have my own channel. It's not connected to the network. And I also haven't said, I think they've plugged me several times, but I am a Pampered Chef consultant. And I also sell Avon, but those I don't particularly advertise on live streams or anything like that. It's just something I do for a little bit of extra on the side, mainly because I want the products, not because I want to make money selling them. I have 7 kids that I take care of, that take up most of my time. They have autism and ADHD, and then my oldest has a feeding tube and was born with a serious heart defect. Has a lot of issues going on with that. Requires a lot of my time and work. So I don't work other than being those consultants. I don't actually have a job. I did go to college and graduated in 2019 with my associates in psychology. I was trying to get my degree to become a crisis counselor because I've dealt with a lot of crisis situations, and I particularly wanted to do work with the disaster relief, but that never really happened because I had gone to school to be an emergency medical technician. After I volunteered as an EMT for about a year, and then I went to Indonesia after the tsunami in 2004 with a disaster relief team. And then when I got home, I actually got to work in a main office as a coordinator for disaster relief in Indonesia. And then following that, I responded to Hurricane Katrina with the disaster relief team. And then I got pregnant with my first son. And when he was born with the heart defect and almost died and had all these serious complications, all of my schooling, all of my effort went to him, and never got to go back to it until I went back to college to get my associate's degree in psychology. So I figured I can't physically do the things that I wanted to because I discovered that I had the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is also a debilitating disease as you get older, and that I no longer could physically be a medical technician. So I've been dealing with my kids and the autism and ADHD and stuff. I decided to pursue psychology, and then thought I could still do disaster relief, but from a crisis counselor standpoint versus a medical standpoint. But now, because of COVID and a lot of colleges mandating this vaccine, I don't know that I will be able to go back and finish my degree to become a crisis counselor. So I'm just taking care of my kids for now. Educating people on autism and ADHD and disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, depression, anxiety, and PTSD. And so I have my own channel for that. The Muller Family 7 show on YouTube, and ET1 Richard Muller and Family on Facebook. So I have a Facebook channel and a YouTube channel. And then my other passion is eschatology. So I study end times. Obviously, I have an interest in the supernatural. So I share the supernatural as well as my eschatology studies on another Facebook page called Searching for Truth in the End Times. And so Carl who runs this show, also has his own paranormal team. And then my cousin Denise is part of his paranormal team, which is how I got to know Carl. So we're kind of, our friendship's kind of based more in the paranormal. And I don't get to talk about it that often because it is taboo and a lot of people don't always believe it. And there are ways you can debunk things, but I've had a lot of supernatural experiences in my life from when I was a kid all the way up till now. And getting evidence of that is just difficult. Very, very difficult. But I can't deny what I've experienced and what my kids experience and some of the weird things that have happened. But I love listening to other people and their thoughts and ideas. And Denise has her own radio show called Paranormal Pride on Spreaker. And she always has some guests with some crazy stories and lots of different things that are fascinating to me. I like ancient texts, so I read a lot of ancient things like all the apocryphal texts, the Emerald Tablets, the Sumerian Tablets, the Epic of Gilgamesh, some of the Greek text that was way back in the day, some historical texts, and some early church texts, sermons, and stuff like that. Just about anything that I can find. If I do ever get to go back to college, I'd like to minor in history because I love studying history. And unfortunately, there's so much stuff out there nowadays that just isn't accurate or just crazy interpretations of history. I just want to know the story. Like, just tell me the story. Just give me the book. Like, I don't need to know how you interpret or how you feel about it. Just let me know what happened. You know, just the facts. Let me the facts. And I think because I'm a researcher and I've been researching for so long, just so many different random topics. I mean, even World War II and World War I and the Romans and the Greeks and the Egyptians and the Bronze Age and all these things. Is just why I don't really fall for a lot of the stuff that's going on nowadays. Like, it's just, does anybody have a brain anymore? Because that's how I feel sometimes. Like, is anybody even thinking? Or are they just, they don't, obviously don't know history because history repeats itself. And I love history. So it is kind of frustrating that so many people nowadays just don't really care. They don't care research. They just believe what they want to believe. I also enjoy math and science, so I focused on biology and anatomy and physiology when I was in college and in high school, for that matter, which was a long time ago. So because I have kids with medical complex issues and a son that's tube fed and that was born with a heart defect, and because I have the emergency medical technician background and the stuff that I did, I have an interest in the medical fields as well and the sciences and that. So I'm a lot more familiar with those things too. And my own medical issues, being complex medical, you kind of have to learn so that you can advocate for yourself with doctors. And I also advocate for my kids heavily, especially with the school systems, not just doctors. So most people don't know that I'm on the spectrum. I do have mild autism. I know I can be a little weird. I know I can be obsessed with certain subjects. I know that I have a hard time fitting into conversations. I know that I'm not big into entertainment or Hollywood, so I don't know a heck of a lot of what's going on in like shows on Netflix or movies that are coming out. I did mention earlier that I saw there was a new Matrix movie coming out, but unless somebody else mentions it to me, like I really don't have a clue because they're just not into that stuff. I'm into nonfiction and history, and I'm boring. That's what I am. I'm boring. I did get to do some really cool stuff before my kids were born, though. So I went to Russia when I was 15, and I got to have a full day layover in London. So I got to go out in London for just a short period of time outside the airport, and I went to the oldest English pub in all of London and ate there as a 15-year-old. I went to the Dominican Republic. And then I went to Indonesia for the tsunami. I flew to Singapore one time to meet my husband, who was deployed at the time. And I've been in, I want to say like 36 states of the United States. It might be more now because it's been a while since I counted. And I've got to see, like, I went to Mount St. Helens when it was slightly blowing smoke and stuff. And they were concerned about another eruption. I've been to Mount Rainier, and I've been to Graceland when I was younger. I've been to a couple different mansions. Some of them are haunted. I've visited a lot of historical sites. Williamsburg was my favorite place. Williamsburg was definitely my favorite place of all time. I really enjoyed going there and seeing it and visiting those towns and stuff. But again, if you love history, then that makes sense, right? I did see some like Civil War reenactments when I was a kid, and like the Jamestown and all that, because I'm from Virginia and I lived there most of my life. Now I live in Idaho, but I've only lived here for a short time because my husband retired just last year. Oh, I also play the piano. I can play a little bit of the guitar. I can play the flute and the trombone and the trumpet as well. I love music. I sing alto. I used to play the piano for church. My dad was a pastor. Went into the ministry when I was 9. Passed away from colon cancer when I was 15. I'm the oldest of 5 siblings, 4 full siblings, 1 half sibling. I was born after my dad passed away. And I married my high school sweetheart. We've been married for 19 years, and we have 7 kids. So it just feels weird that I'm talking to nobody. Just trying to stay this live stream going for Carl. And probably nobody will go back and get to listen to it anyway. Nobody's gonna sit down and watch 16 days worth of video. I highly doubt it. I don't even know if YouTube will save it. Like after the 16 days is over, YouTube's probably gonna delete it. They probably won't be able to download the whole thing in order to save the whole broadcast. I don't even know if StreamYard can save the whole thing. All the every like 8-hour things will though. If you're on another platform and it shuts off, it's because every 8 hours YouTube or Facebook will shut it off, and then I think every so often Twitch does the same thing. So if you're on one of those other platforms, the only one that doesn't shut off, it's been going this whole time, is the Bill of Rights Network on YouTube. So if you want to keep watching and you get cut off, you can go to YouTube and then you can look up, it's called Born TV. So BORN and then TV, and it has a little flag and this is We the People. And that's the one that has been live this whole time and has not shut off. It stands for Bill of Rights Network TV. And so if any of the other broadcasts drop, you can always come over there and check it out. I can't even stand what they put on my homepage for YouTube. Like, we're going to recommend that you watch these videos. It's all about just get the vaccine. Get the vaccine. That's what it has on there. National Guard deployed to what? What? National Guard deployed to transport children to school? Say what? Okay. I'm just looking through my YouTube. What's on there? I should take all these vitamins I need to take for tonight. Maybe I'll just wait and take them in the morning because it's already so late. So, let me see. I have a whole slew of stuff over here. Hopefully, don't knock them off on the floor. Or the computer, because that would not be good. Oops. That was just a box. So, here's my medicine. This is a multivitamin, a mineral, and a microvitamin or microsupplement. And this has been shown to help boost immunity. And that's why I'm taking it. I've been taking this for, I don't know how long it's been. Several months now. I've been taking these supplements before I had anything to do with COVID. And then I've got some vitamin C that's in addition to these vitamins, because this has vitamin C in it already. And I also have elderberry with zinc that I'm taking as well. So So D3 is another one. So this is my elderberry and zinc. And yes, I got these vitamins from Amway, so I do have a rep if anybody wants something similar to these. Amway also has some cleaning products and disinfecting stuff too, so it's really good if you guys are interested in that at all. These gummies are a little sour. I'm also giving these to my kids because they are actually sick. I'm trying to not get sick. If you're curious. And then I did speak to him. I did call my doctor. And they told me for now, vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. That's exactly what they told me to do. So. Trying to decide whether I should take this or not. The extra vitamin C. Because there's so many of us. Like, I can't just buy one bottle of vitamins because you go through, by the time you go through 9 people, ugh, you're done in just a few days of the whole bottle of vitamins. So, sorry, guys. I really don't know what you're talking about. Whew, that's tart. Very tart. I might just read. I'm gonna read some old things. So let's see. Yeah, I found earlier I was like about a dream I had about a car crash. And I actually found the journal where I wrote it down. So I have some dreams that I wrote down. I started writing down back when I was 15 years old. And I actually found the journal where I wrote these dreams down. And then I used Evernote for a while to write down my dreams. And then I went back to writing down my dreams in an electronic format. So I was saying that I put them all together because I've had some dreams that have come true. And some of them that just make no sense. That's so really strange dreams. But it's kind of fun to read back over them because it's like, oh wow, that's really interesting. So you can see stuff that was going on in my life in some of these dreams. So, anyway, this is from, I guess it's dated March 15th. I don't know the year. I'm going to guess the year 2000, because that's about the time that my dad passed away, December 31st, 1999, of colon cancer. And shortly after he passed away, I started having dreams, and some of them significant. So it's when I started journaling my dreams. So this is one from then. So this was 3 months after my dad passed away. So it says, a couple of days ago, I had a really freaky dream. My mom and I were in the bathroom at my house. Mom was cleaning out cabinets with a lot of old stuff that reminded me of past times. That night was a basketball game and I wanted to go. I looked at my watch to see it was 7:50. The game was to start at 8 o'clock. I told my mom that we needed to go now. She told me that she would be done in a minute. So I waited. Later I looked at my watch to see it was 8:10. I told Mom that we needed to go. She said, okay, and went downstairs to get Joshua and Rebecca, which was my brother and sister, to get their coat on. I put my shoes on and came down the stairs. I turned to go down the hallway and I looked up to see my dad. He was standing in the doorway between the kitchen and dining room. I screamed really loud. He looked really sick and yellow. He was gasping for air, but he was standing. Mom was sitting at the table in a trance. I was really freaking out. I walked over to Mom and started yelling at her to wake up. Just then, someone was telling me to wake up. I did, to find it to be 3:30 in the morning and no one around. I was really scared and I didn't know what to do, and I just prayed, and God told me to pray for my mom. So I did. About 15 minutes later, I fell asleep again. So, the car crash dream I told you guys about earlier, I had in January 2000. So, here's another one about the same year. I haven't had many dreams for the past couple of weeks, but I will write on some I had in the past couple of days. One of my dreams could be made into a horror movie. It starts with the story of a little town, and for some reason, children are disappearing, and they all vanish when in this one house. No one lived in the house. It was for sale, but it was kept up in really good shape. One day, a boy escaped to tell the story of what happened. It was so bizarre that no one believed him. He said there was a wall. Sorry, I can't even read my own handwriting. In the house that really wasn't there, and there was a tunnel behind it. Since no one believed him, he went back in the house and was never seen again. About 20 years later, two girls grew suspicious of the story and went to see if they could find the wall. They arrived in the little town where they found the house in the same place, same shape, and kept up really well, and still for sale. They bought the house and moved in. As soon as they were in the house, they started searching for the wall. One of the girls all of a sudden froze in one of the spots by a counter with a stool under it. That's just freaky, okay? She looked up, and all of a sudden a picture, like a flashback, came into her mind, but not her own. In the picture, she saw a little boy touching the wall she was right in front of. She came back to reality and told her friend, "This is the one." So she walked up to the wall and touched it carefully with her hand. Her hand went through the wall. She froze, and all of a sudden saw another flashback. She saw the boy stepping through and walking into a hospital hallway. The girls stopped and just stared at the wall. The both of them tore down the wall only to find a little room with nothing in it. They thought it was nothing and went to bed. That night a man appeared in their room. He looked at them, smiled, and said, "I wasn't expecting you." He then turned to the wall and restored it. He then said this, "He who enters the wall which leads to a tunnel can't leave unless he can win the obstacles ahead." Then the man disappeared. The rest of the story is vague. I know that the boy who entered the tunnel before had some kind of potion to help him in his obstacles. He was given it by the man. Remember only a few of the obstacles. A bridge. The boy was chased by a man, a jungle man, onto a bridge. The boy drank some of the potion and kept running. The man yelled something like, "Don't hurt the boy." And the boy ran into a tunnel with a face at the entrance made of straw. Another is a moat in a cave filled with alligators. I only know the flashbacks and not what happened to the two girls. The boy finally got out by running through the hospital, and at the exit door, and I don't have the rest of that dream. Anyway, very interesting. So here's another dream from February of 2000. Today I had a really freaky dream. I dreamed that my dad came back to life and was living with us again. This was a short dream, but really sent chills down my back. He looked the same. The doctor said he had cancer and he would die shortly. One day in the living room, he told someone he had taken some kind of medicine. And my granny said, "No, you didn't." He said, "Yes, I did. And you might as well give me 1 week." Time went by quickly. I don't know what that means. We were in church. Dad was sitting in a pew, and I sat on the other side in another pew. He had his head low, and the preacher said he just died. When I looked up, he looked at me, and he was alive. We got in the car to leave, and he told me this: "I was coming to you, but you didn't come to me. Jesus is coming, so go to him." And I woke up. All right, so June of 2000. Today I dreamed that Mom and I and Crystal were shopping and I saw Dad. I ran to him and gave him a big hug. He gave me a piggyback ride. He wasn't sick at all or anything. It was awesome. That is it. All right. next dream in June of 2000. I dreamed that Crystal and I were sleeping in the back of a van out of state. Someone stole the van, not aware we were back there. He drove to Mitchell, South Dakota. In the meantime, I don't exactly know what was going on, but it was on the news. 3 people had been taken hostage. The TV showed a house or a building with police and people in front of the house. The house was on fire, and it was dark outside. A few people died in the fire. Now I used the cell phone and got help, and the guy was caught, and the van was recovered. It's not a dream. That's not a dream. This is a dream. I dreamed about being in a carnival and singing a solo that I messed up a few times by forgetting the words, but did well otherwise. It was a Christian song, and I dreamed about trying to play basketball at school, but my hand wouldn't allow me to throw the ball very far. It was weak. I was talking to the teacher about getting therapy for my hand. Crystal was there. She also said she was getting physical therapy. I mentioned that playing the piano would help with my hand, for that was occupational therapy, and help with being an ultrasound tech was physical therapy, or vice versa, I can't remember. I then dreamed I was with Crystal and a couple guys going to a basketball game. We had all 5 kids with us. We couldn't find a place to sit. I was left standing with Ezra. Oh, this is from 2014. I was left standing with Ezra. Then Crystal found a seat with one of the guys, and I saw her sitting on what looked like a stage with Halloween props. I pushed something, and a new prop appeared. Crystal then said she was just standing there. Then I dreamed I was woken up by Richie. I asked him if he was late for work. He said, "No, you are late." It was 9:45, and I was like, "Why didn't you wake me up?" And sat up and started writing in this journal my dreams. Then I woke up for real. There's one more random thing I remember. Watching this teen TV show, and the girls, I won't read that one. Well, let me fix this because it's flipped. Can I rotate it? There we go. Okay, I'm trying to read it sideways. This is August of 2014. I got a text message from. So I dreamed about getting the kids ready for school. I was at the mall trying to order food for the kids. It was taking too long, and I was getting impatient. Richie was there. The food finally was ready, but we were already late. I had Richie go get the kids in the van. When I got to the van, the kids were all mixed up and in the wrong seats, and I was even more stressed by it. Richie's my husband. And I didn't do anything, did I? Hopefully not. Still going, right? Because I just got a notification. So I was like, I didn't do anything, did I? Did I mess up this live stream? Sure. Let me double check. May you refresh it? Nope. It's still live. Okay. So back to this. see. I dreamed that Calvary Baptist Church in Mitchell was on fire. I went to Granny's house and called Mom. It seemed to be early in the morning. I saw large flames coming out of the chimney. This says August 16th, 2015. First, I dreamed about being at a house in the country. We were outside and the ground started to collapse. I was looking for this dream because I remembered it recently and then didn't know where to find it. And a sinkhole appeared. Richie and I and the kids were trying to pull the kids away from the sinkhole. We did and were safe. Then I remember being inside a house. It was supposedly a place someone named Derek had sold to Crystal. The house was a mess. There was a picture, the one with the collage of pictures of Dad. It had fallen apart. I was trying to fix it. It wasn't working at all. Someone told me the photo was made by the same person that sold Crystal the house. It was a very dark house. Then we had to leave because Ezra was sick. We went to the medical clinic. It was very strange. The waiting room looked like a cafeteria or in a high school or something. We were moved to several different places. I couldn't get anyone to check Ezra's temperature. I was told to go to the wrong place. Ezra kept running away from me. And Ezra ran into a room, and it happened to be his doctor. He checked Ezra out and was going to do surgery. Then the nurse was checking me out. She put me on the surgery board with Ezra. She said I had a blockage in my throat. Also, before this, some younger Navy guys were making fun of Richie, and he was getting upset. I told him they were all idiots and he didn't need to listen to any of them. I woke up after the nurse examined me. I also remember a stranger woman playing with an older boy that I guess was ours, but as soon as we were called, she rushed over to give him back to us. Also, I think I remember snow on the ground. Interesting. It's interesting because now we live in a country area and have people helping with the kids. It's very interesting because this was back in, what did I say, 2015? 2015. This one says August 2014. My dream was weird. I was in what looked like the same high school from a previous dream. I don't remember a lot, but the dream was gruesome. There was a computer, and different people became obsessed with some sort of discovery and were trying to figure it out. The computer somehow had sort of mind control over them, and it ended up killing them in the end. The computer tried to get me, but I fought it and ignored it. My dreams have been cloudy the last few days. I think I dreamed about time travel, but I remember waking up a few times. My visual snow was very active, and I thought I saw a white figure walking away when I opened my eyes. August 15th, 2014. I dreamed I was in high school. I started with going to lunch. I was on the second floor, and there was an escalator to the first floor. I took that down. Granny was there for some reason, and I asked her what she was getting. She said, corn dog soup. Ugh. I don't want any of that, so I went to another line. I ended up getting chicken strips and fries and a dessert that was like a cake with a fresh fruit in the middle. I sat in a different room that was smaller, mostly adults in there. I ate but was still hungry. I also remember having to pay extra because I got dessert, otherwise it would have been free. Then someone had a burger and mashed potatoes on a plate wrapped in plastic wrap. I asked if I could take it with me and was told yes. Then I saw kids being led through the gym. The gym teacher from Sewell's Point, which is one of my kids' old schools, yelled at Ezra about not leaving applesauce behind. I was thinking, why did she yell at a baby? Because at the time Ezra was a baby. Then I didn't know what class I was supposed to go to next. I asked a girl and she told me music, so I walked in the music room. John was there. The room, he's an old music person from a church. The room was not organized at all. Kids were playing instruments and scattered around the room. The singers were standing randomly throughout the room. I was trying to decide what to do, pick an instrument or just sing. Someone else was already playing the keyboard. I didn't know what to do. Then I woke up. I also remember being in what looked like a science lab. I had no idea what they were talking about. John was teaching. I asked what to do since I had missed several days. He said I had missed 4 days. He said they had a test in 2 days and that he would give me a C. And a classmate told him it wouldn't be fair. He should give me an A. And I remember a woman telling she was going to do genetic testing on all of us, and I had to draw our blood. She mentioned 3 tests she was doing, but I cannot remember the names. August 16th, 2014, I dreamed it snowed in August. It was nighttime, and I was trying to take a selfie to prove it had snowed. When I took a nap the same day, I dreamed the same thing. I had a long, detailed dream last night. First, I dreamed there was this bug in our room. I was trying to find it. I could see it in the dark. It was big. It had some sort of recording device playing some message. I don't remember what it was saying. I woke Richie up to help me. We caught it, and it was an electronic bug. We wanted to know how it got in. I found that Nehemiah's window was open, and the batteries had been taken out of it. We fixed it and made sure all the window alarms would alarm and not just chime. Then Jessica and Mike, old friends of ours, were bringing us a sign for a gift. I don't remember what it said, but for some reason they were supposed to give us a motorized car for the kids. Then Jessica said she couldn't get one, and they left. The next thing I dreamed was violent. I can't remember exactly how it started, but this guy had been hired to shoot a guy in the stomach. He was hired by his wife, apparently. So for some reason, I was with this guy running away from this man trying to hurt him. I remember running through a chapel as well as a medical clinic. I remember hiding under a reception desk, and little children were being moved to a safer location. All of these places were military places. The military was helping us hide. I remember crashing a car over a small bridge and getting out of the car, running, but looking back and seeing multiple cars crash off the bridge. At the chapel, the police had come, and we had gotten away, but the man I was with insisted on going to the medical clinic on base. I told him it was a bad idea, but he insisted, so we went. Of course, the bad guy followed us. That's when I hid at the reception desk. The guy was caught by the bad guy. He took him out in the woods, tied him to a tree, and shot him in the stomach. He said that was enough, and all the wife wanted. I think I remember flying in the air. Then I was with a group of women, and we were doing this strange kind of hiking. There were a bunch of us. We went over a bridge and down some stairs. The lady leading us was telling me I was doing the walking wrong. I was trying to get it right. I told her I had Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. After we went down the stairs, we entered this building full of puppies. We were petting them and playing with them. Then I was watching Crystal playing some video game with puppies in it. It was a puzzle type game and you had to collect bones. She was having a hard time getting the bones. Then I dreamed I was woken up. I was trying to sneak into Nehemiah and Elijah's room to fix and check their windows. I didn't want to get caught because I wanted to go back to sleep. When I did check them, the alarms were all messed up, missing batteries, and not on, and windows unlocked. So I fixed them all and went back to bed. I don't remember anything else. For nap time, I dreamed I was getting ready for a date. I was at the old parsonage and Mom was there. I was looking for my purse for lipstick and makeup. I could not find it. This guy arrived. I was rushing to get ready. I had on a black dress. This guy told me to get rid of mesh clothes. He was very tall and had blonde hair. When we left, we were supposed to take Ezra. This guy took off, leaving Ezra in the parking lot. I started freaking out and made him turn around and pulled over. And Sandy, the kindergarten teacher from Norview, was there, and she was standing with Ezra. She brought him to us, and then I woke up. I don't remember much of. So it's August 2014, August 18th. I don't remember much of my dreams last night. I didn't sleep well, but I remember the kids being bad, and being dark outside, and just wanting to go to sleep. Richie came into the living room where I was. He had on a t-shirt with his uniform. I asked him why he hadn't gone to work. I looked out the window and it looked like a big storm had come through. It was still raining outside. Puddles were everywhere, even looked somewhat flooded. There were tree limbs and branches down. There was a huge branch where Crystal's car normally would be, but she was parked on the street. I asked Richie what was up. He said something about Crystal not getting up. And I saw her sitting on the couch, and she said she thought he was doing something. And then I woke up. I dreamed that it was morning. The kids were up. I was trying to get ready. The doorbell rang, and Lily was there. Lily was one of my son's nurses. I was pretty sure it was her day to work. Then more nurses started showing up, like 5 nurses. All of them had previously worked with Elijah. Elijah's my oldest. Then this man was there. I thought he said he was the governor, but he wanted to talk to me. I was trying to call Continuum, which is a nursing company, to find out what was going on. The house was messy, and I felt embarrassed. I tried to clean up. Then I talked to the man. He told me that Crystal had called and said I couldn't keep up with laundry and the things I needed to do. I became very mad. I told the man that I was taking antidepressants and getting counseling, that I had a lot of medical problems, as well as being pregnant. I mentioned Pompe disease, and he was like, oh, okay. When Crystal and a friend were walking out the door, I yelled at her, and she just left. Then I spouted off that she sits around on her computer and doesn't do anything. Then I went through a list of all the appointments I had. Then this guy started showing me a magazine and telling me we could pick out free stuff. I was trying to mark things, but Ezra was trying to circle things too. Then Richie came home with a mullet, beard, and mustache. I looked at him and told him to go cut his hair. Then I woke up. I remember that dream. I must be going backwards. August 13th. No, August 31st. So I had strange dreams last night. I dreamed I was in a competition of some kind. I was in a large group with young adults and children. We were on these bleachers. We were supposed to paint designs out of snow by painting the snow. We didn't do very well. The snow didn't cooperate very well, but we tried. Then we were given a second chance, but we had to dive in water for some reason, and then go on go, we would grab the paint to paint. We still lost. I remember that only certain groups were called individuals, and I was surprised that I was picked. Then we had a painting/drawing contest. We were again put into groups, I just started painting. I was trying to use yellow, but it was mostly empty, so I was having a hard time doing it. Then one of the judges came by. It may have been Mike Smith, which is an old pastor of mine. He said we were supposed to be drawing symbols with meaning. It seemed that people higher on the bleachers knew that, but us by the bottom did not. We ran out of time, but I saw one person was drawing of Jesus. Even though time was up, I tried to draw a Star of David. I couldn't get it to look right, and I couldn't get my phone to help me find what it should look like, so I gave up. The transition to the next point is vague. I think I remember an office of some kind, and I was by a military barracks off base with Richie and the White Lancer. We then drove off. I ended up being at the military building of some kind where Richie worked. There were a few rooms and a small kitchen. The cabinets were filled with food. This place seemed in the middle of nowhere, but it had the metal walls and the top floors. Then I was going to sleep there overnight for some reason. Then this guy showed up and seemed out of it, so I let him in. He was also military, but older than Richie. I set up a place for him to sleep, and he passed out. Then I think I was trying to go to sleep, but this part was strange and foggy. I remember seeing Jesus. He was dressed in a white robe. He was bowed. I was bowed before him. I was somewhat talking to him before I went to bed for real. I was praying about being closer to God and how Enoch, Moses, David, and Elijah and others, such as John, had been very close to God in his life. They were just normal men God used, and I believe it is still possible to be that close to God now. But not that I deserve it, but desire it. Anyway, I don't remember what was said or what he looked like, but he asked if I could touch him. He extended his foot, and I took his foot in my hand and kissed it. Then I woke up in my dream. The man woke up as well. I was trying to find him breakfast, but he was having a hard time. I finally found something, and Richie had shown up by now to work, and we knew other people would be there soon. Then we walked outside, and the man who had stayed the night was dressed in working blues or NWs, and he turned out to be an officer. He was driving a beat-up Jeep. All he said was, "I have to go to work too." We said bye, and he drove off, and I woke up. I was just talking about this dream the other day too. I dreamed that a band was coming to perform locally, and Jacob was one of the bands. Jacob's a good friend of mine. He invited me to a practice so I could see him. I watched and waited, and he pointed to a news article about the performance. I was trying to read the news article, but kept forgetting details and had to go back and read it several times. For some reason, it had something to do with baseball, and the date was December 16th. Oh, that's pretty specific. I wonder if anything a lot will happen. Then when he was done with practice, we gave each other a huge hug and talked some. I said something about it being a really long time since we saw each other. I think I said 16 years. What was I thinking the other day? Richie and I moved. Elijah was born in 2006. Hold on. Well, Jacob, are you showing up in December this year? Because, yeah, Yet we didn't see each other after we moved at all, did we? I don't know. I'll think about that. He's in a band, which is crazy. Because he was still a kid when I left. He asked me if I remember the info from the article, and I said yes. Then I had like a separate memory pop up, but not mine. It was Jacob's. It was a party of some kind. And people were drinking, and many were really drunk. Jacob was refusing to do something asked of him, and he was then beaten badly to where he could hardly walk. He was then threatened to comply. Where am I? He was threatened to comply to what he was told. Then back to the president, and we found some sort of note on the back of this news article about some girl being threatened. Then the guy responsible saw us looking and started to come after us. Jacob shut the lights off, and we ran and got into the elevator. Jacob pointed out marks on the wall that looked like clawing. Then water started to come in the elevator, and it wouldn't move. We tried to open the door, but could barely open it. We saw some people, but no one would help us. We fought a while, then gave up for a bit. Jacob was almost in tears. Sorry, this is an electronic screenshot, so and I said, no one really cares about me. Oh, he said, no one really cares about me and how I feel. I said, what about Joy? He paused and said, she doesn't really care either. I'm not sure he was talking about love, but more about his thoughts and ideas and beliefs, perhaps. Like saying, no one understands him. Then I woke up. Wow, Jacob, I need to send you that dream again. Why did I have that dream? I don't think it's dated. I have to go back into the app and find out. Australia dream. I told you guys I had several dreams about Australia. I dreamed about Australia 2 nights in a row. I was trying to find a way home both times. I walked down the road on the sidewalk and saw a group of people holding. Guys, you have no idea how freaky this is. Oh my god. I walked down a road on the sidewalk and saw a group of people all holding umbrellas with metal tops and metal rods and what looked like a lightning storm. And they wanted lightning to strike their rods. Oh my god. Another part I remember is Cindy Smith, and Cindy was the pastor's wife, and a medical emergency. Something about Crystal and GI tract was messed up, and the appendix was dead, and I needed to get there. But it was Australia again. Then I was in a car driving, and it flipped and landed upside down in the snow. I somehow ended up in the back of the car, and the car began to be crushed. I tried to find a way out, and somehow knew go to bust out the backside window. It was a half-rounded window, and I was able to remove it and get it like I had been trained on how to do it beforehand. I remember standing in the snow and Cindy there in a helicopter. I briefly remember seeing Brian Muller and my mom too. Then I remember looking for a place to stay. I was with Richie, and there was this place with a pool outside it, and then people's actual houses they would rent out on a mobile app. Oh, I remember that because that was before a freaking. Anyway, I remember snow again, and crowds and water like a large body in a lake or ocean or something. I remember wanting a plane ticket out. Okay. Oh my God. I dreamed about Australia 2 nights in a row. I was trying to find a way home both times. I walked down a road on the sidewalk and saw a group of people all holding. Oh, that's what I just read. I received a phone call from Boston, I believe, telling me that I had advanced stage liver cancer and they needed to do surgery. They would transport me there for the surgery and treatment. When I got to the hospital, the memory I have is very vivid. The nurses had animals on their nursing outfits that told them apart, sort of like a name tag. One with a bear took me to prep for surgery. She then told me about this new vital machine they had. They drilled it into the top of my skull. I remember screaming while they did it. The way the machine worked was they accessed the subconscious. They would have you practice indicating left and right as well as yes and no, which made colors on the screen. Then I was shown how they could monitor the function of each organ with different wavelengths, and if anything went wrong, they would know right away. Then they took me to the surgical room. There I was laid on the table. They left me alone for a minute. I prayed to God for everything to go well. I heard the doctor say he didn't believe in religious stuff and refused to pray, but the staff wanted to. Then they began the surgery. I remember being told to not panic, and I was thinking I was still awake when they began the surgery. However, I could not feel them cut me, and I could hear the doctor talking to me. I wasn't able to look down on my body. The doc said that was the hard part and a little gross to see. He was showing me how he was removing the cancer. I then felt pain. I tried to tell them about the pain. None of the commands I had would help me. I saw my body tense up. Then I was looking up at the doctors, subconsciously, I guess. I then saw them doing CPR on me. I thought, I don't want to die. I then saw them stop and all just stare at me. I then heard the sound of a baby, who I thought was Obadiah at the time, sucking on a bottle. Then all of a sudden I woke up. I was in recovery. Apparently it was a miracle. Oops. That I had survived. Like I came back to life after being dead. Then Crystal was there and I was telling her what I remembered about what had happened. When I got done, I saw the team of doctors and nurses sitting there listening to my story. When I got up, the doctor almost ran away like he didn't want to get a hug or acknowledge what had happened. I was then in the waiting room with the kids, waiting to leave. I just remember having an envelope of money that was to be a tithe, but we didn't go to church, so I thought about giving it to the hospital. I never got the chance because the kids distracted me and we had to go. Mom was there in the house. We went to and made a call about a fraudulent credit card purchase. That was all I remember. I had a bad dream and weird dream this morning. I dreamed about stopping while traveling at a fast food place. I thought I had ordered chicken, but so Obadiah is a baby in these dreams, so that had to be 2016. because Obadiah was born in 2006. Just FYI. So I had a bad dream. I dreamed about stopping while traveling to a fast food place. I thought I had ordered chicken, but I was given a closed, warmed up bag with shrimp and fries in it. There was a wall with condiments on it. It looked like people had taken cocktail sauce and put it in the cups and stuck the cups to the wall. I would not take that because who knew what someone could have done to it. I tried to find packets but couldn't find any. I went to the counter and asked for some. They didn't have any there, but had some guy who worked there working on it. Apparently others had complained. They had tried to do the same thing with putting them on the wall, and I explained that I wouldn't take that. They didn't know what to do, and I told them to put it in the same dispenser as the ketchup. They said, okay. Somehow I still not get any sauce. Then it was weird. It was a little girl. I was a little girl, and outside trying to get sauce from this worker. And I was dressed in some costume with bubbles all over it. And the worker went to get the sauce, but came out with a snow globe instead. I ended up leaving, and I was an adult again, but said I didn't get to eat lobster and never got sauce. Just weird dream. We were then in a house. What I think was the base. It may have just been a neighborhood. It was night, and someone across the street started honking the horn over and over again. Richie and I looked out the window, and we're saying, you don't need to honk that many times. Just once was enough. Then we heard Nehemiah calling us. He was telling us that police were looking for someone and didn't want them to get worried about police showing up, which is why the honking horn. Police detective came to the house. Richie showed them around, and then for some reason, Richie offered to give the detective his belt to roll him out for something. I also remember a family across the street who had 6 children. I mentioned to Richie we were then at a restaurant with the detective. There had been a funeral for someone or something like that. This family of Black people came walking through upset and crying. Then a break, and a white family came in, but turned to go out another exit. One of the people were carrying a chainsaw. The detective was saying something about a killing involving a chainsaw. I'm guessing the killing was racially motivated with the separation, and I saw anger with a white family. The detective left. Then a couple of black guys sat down across from us, and one had a gun. He started to point the gun at Richie, and I was sitting next to Richie. We both tried to duck onto the table, but there was nowhere to go, and the table was too close to us to get under it. I yelled at the guy that we had 7 kids with special needs. The guy still shot Richie in the gut twice, and then fired off to the side. Richie's right side. He emptied his gun. I thought he was done, but he reloaded his gun. He said one more shot and aimed the gun at Richie and fired. I don't know where the bullet hit, but it looked like he aimed for his head. For the first 2 shots, Richie had moved, and I had my face hidden behind his body. This last shot, Richie started to slump to the right. I was crying and praying he would be fine. Then I woke up. I'm not going to read that. That is a personal one for someone else, not me. Again, these are from 2016. We're doing several things. I dreamed about a police shooting. An escaped convict had weapons in the back of a police car. And I dreamed about my dad. We were in a store and looking for clothes. Dad had on a yellow sweater and a nice button-up shirt over it. I gave him a big hug. Yellow seems to be a common color. Anyway, I dreamed about a house, and Granny was cleaning. The kids had woken up and were being loud. I went behind Granny, and there was water all over the place. That's another thing. Dreamed about water and flooding a lot. Anyway, there was also food, lots of it, like for a large group. I also dreamed I was in a church. A boy was autistic. I needed to pee, but this boy wouldn't leave the door of the bathroom alone for me to pee. And some people finally got him distracted with crackers and cheese, and I was in church talking to some people about the situation with another autistic boy on Sunday school and what I did. Then Cindy, pastor's wife, was there, and she yelled at me, saying I couldn't talk about other people. I got mad and yelled at them. They made me leave the church. I told them I would never be back, and it was stupid that we couldn't talk about anything. There's actually it had nothing to do with autism, but it is kind of why I left church. Wasn't allowed to say what I needed to say. Anyway, I also dreamed about a lady who was working with hospice. She had been shot, but came back to life. She did not understand how she could still be alive. Then when helping this woman with hospice, there was a man in the room. The old lady asked the best way to die, and she was making the lady's bed. She was freaking out because she realized time had gone backwards. In 2016 as well. Dreamed I could not find something to wear. I dreamed it over and over again. Slightly different each time. I had clothes, I just didn't like my choices. And they were too small or too nice or too revealing. I also dreamed about going on a mission trip and being at Gloria's house. Some rich girls were there and another family. They wanted to leave. I felt bad for Gloria because everyone was leaving early. Jamie had decided to leave. We were in a place trying to get something to eat. The other family was there. We were standing forever trying to order, but the other family was taking forever to order. And the person working there just kept waiting for their order and wouldn't take ours. And I woke up. I also dreamed about a pregnancy. I don't quite understand it because the baby was out and then not. And there were medical people trying to help deliver the baby, but something was wrong. I don't remember if it was me or the baby or both. But I also felt the baby wasn't mine. Just weird. Really can't keep doing this. I dreamed a strange dream. Our family was staying at someone's house out of state. I remember Andrew was there. There were another couple there, and something about a funeral for her husband. Then Andrew was talking about being left in the mall when he was supposed to be with his aircraft carrier and was left behind, and he couldn't do anything because he had witnessed a murder and was stuck with police. My mom was in this house as well. She gave me a gift of jewelry, mostly earrings that were pink and white and very pretty. And my phone was dead and I needed to charge it, but I couldn't find a charger. We were getting ready to leave and drive home. I got in the van and Richie had the car. I came up behind him and he drove off. I lost sight of him but tried to follow him. I started to cry and get upset because I had no way of calling him or finding out where he was. Then I pulled over and started digging everywhere trying to find a way to call Richie. I was at a gas station, then all these people were there watching something. Then I got back into the van. It was night and Crystal was there. I asked her if she could call Richie. She said she could only call out but couldn't receive calls. I said that is fine. At least he would know where we are. She called out, but Richie didn't answer. And she told me she had a charger. I got that and plugged my phone in. I had 2 voicemails. It was from some guy at a car dealership. Apparently, Richie had helped a friend out by picking up a rental car, and I guess this guy was trying to contact us saying we didn't pay him. The friend Richie helped said he had paid the guy, so we thought it was taken care of. Because my phone had been dead. I had not gotten the message until now. The guy started telling me on the phone that Richie would be charged with murder if he didn't pay up, saying that it is equivalent to holding them at gunpoint and taking the car. Sounds like the logic of today, right? I hung up. Didn't finish listening to the message. I was crying again. Didn't know where Richie was and how he could fit all the kids in his car. I started to drive again and didn't recognize where I was. I was by a college, I think, and football players. And then suddenly it was like I was watching a movie being filmed about football. Then I woke up. I had a strange dream this morning. A dream that Richie and I woke up late. I was concerned for getting the kids ready for school. As we were getting them ready, Richie was telling me it was okay that they were late. No big deal. Then I looked out the window in the living room. It looked like cars were stuck in the middle of the street. It also looked like the door of another car had been ripped off and was further up the street. I asked what were they stuck in. Richie told me it was ash. I asked, where did the ash come from? He said from the houses. Then I remember talking to Richie saying, glad you talked to me like I'm stupid. And he just laughed at me and said, yeah. I had another dream where I was going to some special formal event. I remember being in a parking lot with snow on the ground. The group was going in a van. Then people got in the van to go, and I had to get my purse out of the car. They left without me. So I was yelling at them and stopped another car and had them take me to the event. When I got there, I went up to Cindy and told her, thanks for forgetting about me. You didn't even care or even notice I was gone. Didn't even bother making sure everyone was there. It was the dressing room where the formal dresses were. I saw that someone else had the same dress as me. I asked if I could try and find another dress, so we all had different dresses. I was told that I would be fine. I looked at the other dress, and it was even the same size as mine. I decided to look for another dress. I asked someone where the dresses were. They started walking me through the store. And then I was in what looked like an office. Someone would have to be having their houses with a recliner. That sentence makes no sense. I was in an office like someone would have in their house, with a recliner, bookshelves, and stuff. And a desk. Then I was in a hallway, and there were a bunch of kids in an enclosed play area with bounce houses and slides and stuff. I asked the person leading me where were the dresses. They seemed lost. I was asking someone else where to go. I remember looking around where the first dress was, and all they had there were maternity clothes. All right. back, guys. I accidentally. Alright, I'm still here, but I'm not sure what to do because it's 4 o'clock in the morning for me. I've got 5, 6 sick children. I need to go to sleep because I'm trying not to get sick myself. And nobody's there. My phone case. My phone is gonna fall. Freaking bed. With the case. Somebody coming on here, can they please get a hold of Carl? I don't know who was supposed to be on here tonight, but it wasn't me. I don't even have access to the friggin' StreamYard, so I can't do anything. Um, So there was this guy who went to Niagara Falls. And when he got to Niagara Falls, he took a rope and he strung it all the way across from one side to the other of Niagara Falls. Then he got on this rope and he tight walked across this rope from one side of Niagara Falls to the other side. Then he decided he was going to do it again. So he got back on this tight rope and walked again across to the other side of Niagara Falls. He kept doing this several more times, going back and forth across Niagara Falls on this tightrope. And then he decided he was going to get even more brave. And he pulled out a unicycle. So he took the unicycle and he rode that across Niagara Falls. He did that a couple of times, back and forth. Then he decided he was going to do tricks, handstands, and flips, all sorts of crazy stuff in the middle of the rope. And then he went back to walking back and forth across. Obviously, when doing this multiple times, a large crowd gathered around to watch this crazy man. What is he doing? Going back and forth across Niagara Falls on a tightrope with unicycle and doing flips and stunts and stuff all day long. At the end of the day, the man walks over to the group of people that have gathered around to watch him. And he says to all of them, he says, "How many of you believe that I can walk across to the other side of Niagara Falls?" And everybody raises their hands. Of course, they've been seeing him doing it all day long, right? Then he says, "How many of you believe that I can carry you across to the other side of Niagara Falls?" I mean, not as many people raise their hand, but still a lot of people raise their hand. Yeah, sure, you definitely could. Been seeing you do that crazy stuff all day. Yeah, you could do that. Then he said, "Okay, who's the first to go?" And everybody put their hands down. Nobody raised their hands. And I was told this story a long time ago. And essentially the point is that this is faith. You can believe something, but until you put your life into someone else's hand, in this case, Jesus or Yeshua, and trust him to carry you across to heaven in the end. That's what true faith is. Not just belief, but faith. It's just something that really makes sense because we know that as a Christian, we believe that sin keeps us from having access to the Father and that Jesus is that access to the Father. But we can believe that all we want, but until we actually put our life in his hands and trust him, actually have actual faith and believe that he can do it, not just believe, but actually giving him our lives. That's what true faith is. That's what salvation really is. Our life is his, not our own. And I know I'm talking Christian biblical principles, but we have a pastor on the show. We have church on the show, so I don't think I'm breaking any rules. But I believed for a long time. I went to church and grew up with the pastor as a dad and did all the right things. But didn't have faith. I was always worried about not doing well enough, or always falling or not getting done being pleasing to God. And I was reminded of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, where Lot's wife turned around and turned to a pillar of salt. And that story is what led me to my salvation, because Lot's wife couldn't let go of her life in Sodom and Gomorrah. Whether it be your family, whether it be your job, whether it be your possessions, whatever it was that was there, she couldn't leave it behind. Knowing that it was be utter destruction, all she had to do was have faith and not look back. That was the only instruction she was given, is don't look back. Just, you'll be safe, you'll be fine. Just go. And she couldn't do it. And the scripture that was used was in Matthew, where it says, those who try to save their lives will lose it, but those who lose their lives for my sake will gain it. And for me, it was more of I was constantly trying to save myself, trying to be perfect, trying to do the right things, and never succeeding. And when I realized that all I needed to do, really realizing that I could not save myself. And then I just had to have faith by laying my life into the hands of Yeshua and not looking back. That's the key. Not looking back, not holding on to the world, not holding to these things that we want to do. I got saved. And I had an emotional experience where it literally was like a rushing wind filled me, and I just could not stop crying, and I couldn't even stand. And the only words I said was, I give up. That's all I said. And I got saved. And like God says, we had the faith of a grain of a mustard seed, we can move mountains. And it's always been my mentality. Like, God has the ability to. We are made in the image of God, and God spoke creation into existence. Why are we so scared of just having faith in that? We are made in the image of God, and we can say to a mountain, move, and it will move. Jesus said that's true, and I believe it. So, those are just my thoughts for the moment on my faith. I've learned a lot about what I believe. And a lot since then. But nothing will ever convince me that God isn't real, or that Jesus isn't who he says he is. Because nothing can take away that experience from me. And the moment that I surrendered, because I give up is the same as surrender. The moment I surrendered, I felt the Holy Spirit and God enter my life. And he's still there. He's never left. So nothing will ever convince me otherwise. Even though there's a lot out there that attempt to. It doesn't mean that my beliefs haven't changed. Doesn't mean that I'm not open to knowing and learning new things, because I love learning. I love history and all sorts of crazy things, but the Book of Enoch is definitely not mainstream Christianity, but it is so fascinating and uplifting to have those words out there to learn more than I know already. I really enjoyed getting to read the ancient texts and just growing and learning more about history and ancient history, even, which has been a lot of fun. So, our family stopped celebrating Christmas and Easter and stopped going to church because in 2012 I prayed 40 days straight for God to reveal truth to me because I just felt like I was surrounded by deception and lies from church, from friends, from family, from the world. And it was a program from a book called Draw a Circle Around It. And the premise is that you had a prayer request and you would draw a circle around it, figuratively, literally, and pray about it for 40 days straight, every single day for 40 days. And that's what I did. For 40 days, I asked for truth. Sorry, guys. Headphone fell out. So, for 40 days, I prayed for truth. And you guys are going to think I'm absolutely nuts, if anybody's even listening. But one of the very first things that God showed me almost immediately after that I had that prayer was uh, the snow globe. The snow globe. Huh. Interesting, because that just reminded me of my dream where I just had a snow globe. It's kind of true, though. If that dream represents me looking for truth, it was smeared all over the wall and I didn't want it. And I tried to get it, and all I was given was a snow globe. It's kind of funny. If that really is what it means. But that's what God gave me. Biblical cosmetology. Dance around it in circles, but we don't live on a globe, a spinning globe. Do we live in a terrarium of sorts created by an awesome God who created it for us and our enjoyment, and that we are His creation, and that He loves us very much. And they're not just some random dot in a universe so big. It just randomly occurred. But even then, I don't really know the truth because everything is so muddled and distorted and confusing. And like I was trying to draw, the higher up people understood it, but us low peons, we don't have access to the actual truth. And we think we know based on what we see others doing, and we try to imitate it. Like drawing the Star of David. But we fail miserably at it. And it's us. Like, I'm literally trying to follow God's feast. Because I feel like Christmas and Easter and all these other things are pagan. And they're not pleasing to God. So I say, okay, well, let me try these feasts. Because they are of God. And He calls them His feasts, not Jewish feasts. They're His. But I fail miserably at it. Because I don't understand how to actually have the holidays appropriately and in a way that is biblical. Tomorrow is Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. And so the biblical name is the Day of Atonement. The Jews call it Yom Kippur. The Day of Atonement was the day that in Scripture they would take 2 goats. One, they would draw lots. One goat would be for Azazel, and the other goat would be for a sacrifice. And they let the one goat for Azazel go free in the desert. And then the priests would lay their hands on the goat and cast their sins out of the camp. And they would sacrifice the other goat. And it was a day to atone the sins of the nation of Israel. And it was a solemn day of rest and of reflection and of repentance. And I don't know how to celebrate that today. I'm not going to sacrifice a goat. I'm not a priest. So in the spirit of it, I could say, well, we can, Jesus was the sacrifice. Jesus was the atonement for our sins. And our sins are paid for, and we can celebrate the Day of Atonement by remembering the sacrifice of Jesus. And by the way, Azazel was the leader of the fallen angels from the book of Enoch. A lot of people don't know that. It doesn't actually say scapegoat. It says Azazel, our proper name. Look it up in the Hebrew. But anyway. Like for Sukkot, or the Feast of Tabernacles. You're supposed to stay in a tabernacle. You're supposed to stay in a tent for the entire time. And then there's certain days you're not supposed to work at all. Well, it's almost impossible to do nowadays. It's very, very difficult. And I think a lot of practicing Jews also struggle with the same thing. You can't take a week off from work every feast day or every feast time because you got Passover and you've got Rosh Hashanah and you've got Sukkot and there's a bunch of other ones. You be taking days off all day long to not work on those days. Plus, their Sabbath is Saturday, not Sunday. So, I'm even attempting to do what I think is right, and I'm failing at it miserably. So maybe that's what that dream meant. I don't know. But God will reveal truth in His time, especially those that are seeking Him. And I'm talking religion because it's very passionate to me, and there's nobody awake, and I'm super, super tired, and this is what comes out when I talk. I pray for all those people who are sick and losing loved ones and dealing with heartaches and bad times. And Bo's family and the Bill of Rights Network family. Carl is trying to do these 16 days. And Pastor Gary and the loss of his wife and getting over COVID. A lot of people that are hurting and going through hard times and struggling financially or physically or mentally, emotionally. And I pray for those people. There's also this thing called the 444 Prayer Initiative that I've shared a couple of times and I've been part of, where you pray for 4 minutes at 4:44 every day in the evening, not AM. Which it looks like I'm going to be awake at 4:44 AM anyway. But essentially praying for the state of this world and for evil to be overcome and for the enemy to not get what they want. Especially for God's people. We also pray for individual people that are sick and those that ask for prayer, for our leaders, for world leaders, all those that are struggling and hurting. So starting to get cold in here. It starts getting cold in Idaho at night. There would be like big temperature swings from daytime to nighttime. My phone says it's 49 degrees outside. We have a couple different heating things. You've seen the one that keeps showing it, so every time I set my phone down, you see the forced air system we have. That's our AC and heater all in one. We also have gas heat from a gas stove. It doesn't do very well in the house, though, because there's only two for the whole house, and then there's these electric heaters. And we're like, this is just ridiculous. Plus, we didn't have AC. So we had the forced air system installed. So my kids' names are Elijah, Nehemiah, Micah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Abijah, and Obadiah. And I chose all their names. One, for biblical reasons. Two, they end in and three, because of their meanings. And every time I was pregnant, found out I was having a boy, I sat down and I really thought about their names and what they meant and my hopes for my kids. And maybe what God has shown me in picking their names. Elijah, his name means God is, Yahweh is my God. And bright fame is what his middle name means. And Nehemiah means Yahweh is my comfort. May he add. Micah is who is like God. Jeremiah. See, I can't remember all of them now. What is terrible? God is uplifted to heal. That's what it means. I'm telling you the middle names without telling the middle names. So, Ezra is literally means helper. And helper given by God, essentially, is what Ezra's name means. And Abijah's the funniest one, but God is my father and judge. Ain't nobody gonna tell him what to do. Only God. And that really fits the personality too. Ezra for sure, he's a helper. Jeremiah is my funny one. Nehemiah is a handful and a half. He definitely adds to everything. But he is a comfort. Elijah's definitely bright, and he's very much so as God's child. And Obadiah means servant of Yahweh. And I really hope that he will be. I think definitely almost dying last year has changed my way of thinking some. I wondered, and I really felt like I was actually supposed to die then and not go through this craziness that's going on right now. But obviously, I survived. Even if people dreamed that I was going to die then too, it's just really crazy that I almost died and then survived. So, my dad died when I was 15, and he had colon cancer, and he knew for 14 months, 15 months, that he had cancer and may die. And so for part of that, he wrote a journal, and he spoke to me and my siblings and my mom. And I have read it several times, although my siblings have not read it, which is really sad. And I hope that one day they will, because he took the time to write it, and he wrote it for a reason. And are the thoughts of a dying man with young children. And he was 36 years old when he died, and I'm 37. It really hits home because I was literally 36 years old when I almost died, the same age that my dad died. I don't want my kids to go through what I went through. And I always wonder what would be different if my dad had lived. But I may not be here where I am today. So, all things for a reason. And I always say that God's outside of time, and he knows all the possible outcomes. And if he loved us enough to have his son die for us, he loves us enough to choose the best outcome It doesn't seem like it. We don't know all the other possibilities. We don't know what else could happen. We don't know the biggest outcome for it. But there's so much we don't understand from an infinite God. We just experience the hurt and pain and we just focus on that. But I have faith that He loves me and everyone else more than we can fathom. And He is working the best for all of us. In the end. In the end. Not the immediate. Not right now. Maybe not even in our lifetimes. But in the end. So it's 4:44. Pray for our nation that the evil plans of the enemy will not succeed. We won't be mandated to take this vaccine. People won't lose their jobs. People won't go to war. Other things will be handled in a way that is glorifying God. That Biden wouldn't, and whoever else is involved in it, would be held accountable for their actions. The truth would be known in what's going on in the world with this vaccine, with this virus, with the economy, with the elites, with all the politicians and generals and world leaders, individual companies and banks and everyone else. That there would be revelation of truth and justice. That if there were election issues, that it would be known. And the truth would come to light. And if there wasn't, that the truth would come to light. If there was treason, if there is attempted genocide, if there is anything like that going on, that you reveal it and bring justice. And that you would heal people that are sick miraculously, even those that, whether vexed or unvexed, heal them, protect family members. You know what? Just make this virus go away altogether. Just make it disappear overnight. Vanish into thin air. If you can move a mountain, you can move a virus. Move it to another dimension. Out of this world. In the name of Yeshua. HaMashiach. Okay, I've talked enough. Talked for a couple hours by myself. Really need to sleep. I want to drop my phone. Can't hold it up anymore. There. You can sort of see me.
until I fall asleep, I will definitely snore because I have sleep apnea. So she'll have me to my final tune. I'll be right back. Sorry if that was loud. Still awake. Just have nothing else to talk about. Normally when I go to sleep at night, right before I sleep, all I do is pray. Talk to God. Contemplate things. Till I fall asleep. Hoping that Carl is okay. Don't think he intended to be gone this long, and I know he's tired. Just hope he's alright. Yeah. Sorry. I can't. Too tired. I'm really sorry. Sorry, guys, I just can't. I feel tightness from, I guess, COVID. I don't know. Might just be allergies, but just hoping they don't get sick like the kids. Oh, I slipped away. Sight. Lay on that. Where's asleep beside me? else to do, guys. I gotta go to sleep. I'm too tired. I'm trying not to get sick. So if you're a fan, get a hold of somebody who has access to this. Please help me out. Sorry, just me sleeping. Probably snoring too.
Oh,
Hey, you're there.
guys, we're live.
I-
I'm guessing April fell asleep and was on here by herself.
No, I'm here.
Um,
I'm still here. I'm not asleep.
let me get some stuff fixed here on the Facebook. Okay.